Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. I hope everybody's having a good afternoon thus far. We are starting off live with 3 different tornado warnings. We got 2 in Oklahoma and 1 in Indiana. The one in Indiana is a very populated area. It is for those on the north side of Indianapolis right now. Area of strong rotation is currently located over the northeast side of the city near the Oliver Johnson's Woods on the west side of Lawrence. This is tracking directly to the northeast right now, going up towards Fishers and Noblesville. This storm is kind of surprising. Not many people were expecting a tornado threat over here in Indiana today, moving to the northeast. So if you are in this pink polygon, you need to be taking shelter right now, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. This storm is currently tracking to the northeast with our strongest area of rotation located near the Butler University. This is just east of Mapleton, and it is going to be tracking into Devonshire as well as Triboli Hills and as well as the Fall Creek Highland area. The area of rotation, once again, over a very populated area. This has been a very strong area of rotation for several minutes now, and we definitely could have a tornado on the ground as this storm continues to track to the northeast. There is well over, I believe, 500,000 people included in this tornado warning. So obviously something that we need to be taking seriously here. If you guys have friends or family here, make sure that they are taking shelter and make sure to share the stream as well. We're keeping an eye on this very closely. I also want to touch on what's happening in Oklahoma because this area is popping off right now. We currently have 2 different tornado warnings down to the south of Oklahoma City. We have one that is located currently near Pauls Valley and Sulfur, and this storm is pretty concerning. We've had a wall cloud here for quite some time that is rotating, and it is trying to produce a tornado right now. We have several storm chasers on this storm, including storm chaser Cannon Colton, and this is a live shot of this storm right now. So you can see the wall cloud that has developed over the last several minutes. And this storm is going to be moving towards Sulfur, and we'll be crossing over Interstate 35 here soon. And this has been rotating for a while. It's been tornado warned, I'd say, for about 20 minutes or so. And it is still trying to produce a tornado right now. There's a lot of chasers on this, so we're keeping very close tabs on this. We also have Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey on the same supercell. And then further off to the east, we have another tornado warning that is currently in effect. For those over near Gertie, this is just south of Allen. And this one could be producing a significant tornado just off to the east of Happy Land. So if you live in this tornado warning, you've got to be taking shelter right now. This storm is pretty dangerous, and it is going directly towards Parker, Gertie, and then eventually it'll be going towards Ashland and Pittsburgh. So take shelter if you're in that pink polygon. I want to go back to Indianapolis. We're getting frequent radar scans on this tornado warning right now, and there is a pretty high likelihood that we have a tornado either in progress or very close to being on the ground on the northeast side of the city, just west of Lawrence. If we go over to live radar, the strongest area of rotation has just crossed over the 38th Street, and it is going up into Fall Creek right now, and then going towards the Fall Creek Highland, and then down towards McCordsville. You guys are all in the path of this right now. There are traffic cams, but unfortunately, it seems like all of them are not working here, which is pretty terrible timing. So there are a lot of traffic cams in and around Indianapolis, but most of them seem to be down right now. We're keeping an eye on any that might actually come up. The latest radar scan is now showing a pretty big surge of wind. I'm not seeing as much of an inflow coming into the storm anymore. It looks like it's starting to bow out a little bit, but a very high likelihood that we've had a tornado within the last 5 to 10 minutes with this storm over the downtown area of Indianapolis. Right now, the velocities on radar are being measured upwards of 60 miles per hour. So at the bare minimum, we have some pretty strong wind gusts. The National Weather Service did issue a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for this storm for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So this thing's no joke. We got to be taking shelter. I mean, we're not talking about just a tornado here, but we got destructive straight line winds that are definitely going to be causing damage. We do have a live shot now of the tornado warned cell back over in Oklahoma. This one's going to be near Stonewall. This is our eastern tornado warning. So this is going to be located just south of Oklahoma 1. And just a second ago, you guys could see the wall cloud that's developing. And I do think this storm in particular has a pretty high likelihood of producing a tornado. So we're really keeping an eye on this one right now as storm chaser CJ Ziegler continues to stay near that storm. And then this is our other one near Davis, Oklahoma, which is rotating and also could produce the potential for a tornado. One key thing with what we're seeing right now, let me go over to our one cam view. If we go over to the Storm Prediction Center's latest mesoscale discussion, they have outlined a very localized corridor. This is in southern Oklahoma for a localized greater, very large hail and tornado potential over the next 1 to 2 hours. So if you live anywhere in this red outlined area, this is where we could easily see a strong, maybe even a large tornado over the next couple of hours. And we have a lot of storm chasers looking at these supercells. Today's setup is very interesting because we have boundaries that have basically set up, and any of the storms that can latch to those outflow boundaries are going to have the potential of producing a much higher tornado risk. And as you can see here on radar right now, we got a lot of storm chasers just on this one discrete supercell right now, located near Wynwood, Oklahoma, right along I-35. I mean, we got people everywhere here. Ryan Scholl's here. I'm trying to look and see if anybody has a closer up view of this storm. I know Cannon-Colton has a really solid view right now of our wall cloud. You can see this. This is located from Oklahoma 7 right now. Left side of your screen, it is very ominous, and it is broadly rotating right now. I'm gonna see.
It looks more like outflow, like it just got blasted.
Look at this. This is Jacob McMillan. He's like right next to it. That's the area of interest right there. Very low to the ground, and this would be where we're looking for a possible tornado here. So he's right underneath it. This storm is also producing tennis ball sized hail, so destructive hail is also coming out of the supercell right now.
Low LCLs are trolling me a little bit.
I'm gonna go back over to the 3 cam view, but again, this storm pretty concerning, producing really big hail. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's go back to Indianapolis. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we do have a tornado warning on the northeast side of Indianapolis for Meridian Hills, Fishers, and State Route 37. Rotation is not nearly as strong on the scan about 3 minutes ago. However, it is getting a little bit stronger right now as it continues to move to the northeast. We are starting to see a new hook echo developing, actually 2 different hooks that are beginning to develop, and these could also lead to tornadoes. So we got 2 areas of rotation that are now developing, and that could end up leading to the possibility of a tornado. So if you guys live in Fishers, we got to be taking shelter right now as we have 2 areas of rotation developing going directly up Interstate 69, and that could lead to a tornado threat over the next several minutes. Very dangerous supercell here, continuing to track to the northeast, also heading towards Noblesville. I'm going to go back to the velocities here. This is the last few radar scans, and as you guys can see here, this was actually rotating over downtown Indianapolis. We didn't have a tornado warning for some reason in downtown Indianapolis. There was very strong rotation there on the northwest side of the city near Riverside and the Children's Museum, so we may have had a tornado there, and now the rotation is gotten broader, but we have 2 different hook echoes that have developed on radar. So we got this one hook echo located right here near Interstate 465, and the other one is near Interstate 69, and both of which could end up starting to rotate again if either one of them is able to pull in a warm and moist inflow. That is going to be the question here. But if that does happen, I do think the risk here of a tornado is definitely going to be higher as these continue to move into a still a very populated area here near Indianapolis. Otherwise, we are talking about 80-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. This is a very significant line of thunderstorms, and it's no joke. I mean, we got to be taking shelter again. This is a very significant wind threat that's developing that could easily lead to a at least destructive damaging winds and maybe even a tornado. If you guys do have any photos or videos over here near Indianapolis, please send them in to us. It's reports.maxvelocitywx.com, and we'll be looking at your photos and videos as we continue to see the storm roll through Indianapolis. It is also approaching the Indianapolis Regional Airport, so we do have a little bit of wind that'll be heading that direction with possibly some 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Over the last few radar scans, the terminal radar site showing broader rotation. I'll be watching this, though, right here, kind of on the southern cusp of our tornado warning. All right, I want to go back to Oklahoma. We got some interesting stuff happening right now. We got tornadoes trying to drop right now in southern Oklahoma. The main storm, in my opinion, is the one near Wynwood, which is currently producing some tennis ball-sized hail and also has the possibility of producing a tornado. We have storm chaser Jacob McMillan here. Look at all the cars that are here. These are all storm chasers that are all looking at this same storm. We also got storm chaser John McKinney, who is now in Davis, which is right next to this storm, and they also got Cannon-Colton, who's here as well. I'm trying to see if anybody has a better view of it. A lot of chasers are like next to this. We got Tornado Pagey, who is pretty much almost underneath this storm, so you can see the chaser convergence right now. They're kind of looking at that hook echo, and on the far right side of your screen near that like left arrow, don't take a turn there sign, that is basically the area of interest. That's the lowering that we're looking at. So that's where we're looking at the possibility of this trying to produce a tornado as it heads in the direction of Sulfur. So Sulfur, we got to be taking shelter right now. But a lot of chasers are very close to the storm right now. Ken and Colton also with a very good view there of the entire structure. Large wall cloud there in the middle and middle left, and that could also lead to the possibility of a tornado. I do want to give you guys a quick update on the tornado that we had yesterday on stream. If you guys remember, we had a very intense tornado. In fact, it was the Enid tornado. We had multiple tornadoes yesterday, but the Enid tornado was by far one of the worst tornadoes that we covered. In case you did not watch yesterday's stream, this is what it looked like. All right, so we had this large stovepipe tornado that was ripping near the Vance Air Force Base on stream yesterday. Produced quite a bit of damage. We had a lot of videos on our social media pages all about this tornado. This is another one directly from that Air Force Base. You guys might have actually seen this on our Twitter or Facebook. This one pretty viral on social media yesterday, but that is a very clear shot of that tornado that happened in Enid. This tornado was rated an EF4 tornado. All right, so this was rated at least an EF4 preliminary EF4 tornado. They found EF4 tornado damage on the southeast side of Enid. So you can see that there. And the maximum sustained winds are unknown as of right now. I'm going to show you guys some of the damage photos that we've been getting from the National Weather Service of Norman. So these are some of the new photos that we're getting out of Enid, and this is pretty much a structure collapse, right, on the south side of the city. This is also some more damage. I know the photos are kind of blurry, but this is kind of what we're working with right now. We'll have much clearer photos at some point, but you can see it looks like a disaster zone. I mean, everything is pretty much slabbed here. There isn't really a whole lot left, and so there was major tornado damage on the south side of the city. And then here's another photo, and again, a lot of trees were completely ripped off the ground. We had homes that were ripped off the ground as well. So again, if you want to watch that tornado and as it happened in real time, we were live obviously yesterday covering it, but at the bare minimum, this is an EF4 tornado with maximum sustained winds that are unknown, but very significant, that what happened over there. All right, going back to our tornado warning here near Chigley and Wynwood. Right now, our main area of rotation is moving over the interstate. I'm not seeing much rotation. This storm needs to latch back onto that outflow boundary, and once it does so, there will be a higher tornado potential. The storm over here near Central Homa is definitely something we got to watch. Look at this, guys. Can somebody put CJ in one of our slots? Is he already in one of them? Put it in slot like 2 or 3. He has a really good shot right now of this tornado warning cell north of Colgate, Oklahoma. This thing looks absolutely wild right now. This storm looks a lot healthier than the one back off to the west. Is that I don't know if that's Scud right there. I need to put my green screen up. Yeah, that right there might be a funnel, guys. This might be dropping.
Maybe something right there.
Yeah, right here, guys. This is right here, again, just north of Colgate, Oklahoma. That could be a tornado developing. A lot of motion. A lot of motion right there. A rising motion, kind of spinning a little bit in that area. It's not really tight yet, but it's starting to spin.
I have to bring down very soon.
This is a Tornadic supercell that is over near JD and is moving towards Central Homa and then Colgate. But we gotta be taking shelter if we're in this tornado warning. This is live with a drone, by the way. A very high quality drone that CJ has, looking directly at this area of interest. Got all that rising motion, warm and moist air that's kind of getting pulled into this thing. It's spinning.
Okay.
A little bit. I wouldn't say it's super strong rotation, but it's definitely rotating a little bit.
I'll lose it right now.
Thank you, Dan, for the $20 super chat. Stay hydrated. How do you have a voice after all these streams is incredible. I'm just built different, man. Yeah, right there, though. I mean, this storm might be going here in a short moment here. If we go over to radar, this is what it looks like. I don't know if Storm Intermedia has this too, but we can put them in like slot 1. John McKinney actually has a drone shot of the other storm. Look at this.
I got it.
That's a drone shot.
That's what I did.
From our storm.
I zoomed in on the wide angle.
Over in Davis, Oklahoma.
Yeah. There you go.
That's a little drone shot there from moments ago, but that storm doesn't look as healthy as this one over here near Allen, Oklahoma. This one definitely looks like it's going to be going here soon. You know, you can see the velocities over the last few minutes. They've been pretty strong. They've been trying to organize. It is in a little bit of a radar hole, but you can see the hook echo. We got a lot of updrafts kind of all around this, but it is trying to clear out that inflow, and it's probably going to be trying to go tornadic here very, very soon as it goes in the direction of Colgate. Not seeing a whole lot of rotation again on that other supercell, but we're keeping an eye on it. I think it's cycling though. If you look at that hook echo, it's getting much more defined. And it's going to be going right towards Sulfur. If you guys live over in Sulfur, Oklahoma, I know we're not under a tornado warning right now, but we need that tornado action plan ready to go. And you need to have a lot of ways to receive warnings because this storm here is going to be going right towards you guys, and it could easily produce the risk of a tornado. All right, so Sulfur, we got to be, again, getting ready to go to our safe place. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning over near McCurtain, west of Potow. That is for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. That storm right now is moving off to the east, going towards Potow. So we'll be watching that for a possible tornado threat. The tornado warning over in Indianapolis, that has been canceled, but we are still looking at damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, which is ripping to the northeast, and we'll be going towards Anderson, Yorktown, Muncie, Alexandria, even Noblesville could get hit by some pretty significant damaging winds. So get ready if you guys live there for some higher wind gusts as that area of storms continues to track to the east. Generally speaking, the tornado threat out here is not very high, but definitely can't rely on an isolated tornado. John McKinney has an incredible view right now.
All right, well, we might reposition though, just to
of
get
this storm
out of this thing, Dad.
over in Davis. This is the one that's tornado warned in Allen, which looks like a monster right now. I think Storm Chaser Connor Croft is also coming up on this here in a second. We can put Connor probably in slot 1, unless we had somebody else there. Hey, SLK for the super chat. And also OMG for becoming a member. Poto. And also Hannah for becoming a member. Also, guys, kind of an important update. I forgot to talk about this already, but our risk of severe weather was upgraded today. So we actually do have an enhanced risk of severe weather. The tornado threat, according to at least the Storm Prediction Center, the percentage is not as high. All right, it's not like a 10% hatch tornado risk, but we do have a higher risk of severe weather today. It has been upgraded. So we are up to an enhanced risk of severe weather now, which does include areas near Dallas, Fort Worth, back over into southeast Oklahoma, Shreveport, and southwest Oklahoma, or southwest Arkansas, excuse me. You guys are now included in a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk of severe weather. Large slight risk from Alabama back into Oklahoma, and then a lot of marginal threats of severe weather everywhere else. The biggest concern for today is going to be damaging winds and large to very large hail. Those are going to be the main concerns. Large hail is definitely going to be the primary concern for today. So I'm trying to pull that up here, but here's the hail threat for today. So we do have a 45% hail threat that is in place, and that does include areas like Texarkana, southeast Oklahoma, and southwest Arkansas. This is where there could be baseball-sized hail or even larger than that. So we got a giant hail threat that's going to be coming up here all across the board here. Even Dallas, Fort Worth, we got to be protecting our vehicles because we could easily have some storms producing baseball-sized hail later today. And then the tornado threat for today is also quite elevated. We do have a 5% hatched tornado risk in a fairly large area. So that is the tornado risk for today. So Shreveport, Jackson, Dallas, just southeast Oklahoma City, this entire area is under the gun for a few tornadoes this afternoon, and a couple of strong tornadoes are also going to be on the table if you live in that SIG 1 outlined area. It's a hatched area where EF2 plus tornadoes are possible this afternoon. Keep in mind, we had an EF4 tornado yesterday in Oklahoma, and there was no SIG 3 or SIG 2 tornado threat. And so it's still possible that we could get a strong, intense, maybe even violent tornado this afternoon if one of these storms ends up producing a tornado, which again is very possible. It's just going to come down to these outflow boundary interactions, which right now the storm here near Wynwood looks quite impressive. The hook echo's gotten much more defined. The only problem that it has right now is it's not latched to the outflow boundary, but if it can do that, the tornado threat is definitely going to be a lot higher. This is what that storm looks like right now. You can see the base right now just here to the northwest of Sulfur. John McKinney has kind of a scary looking view of this. This is his live shot. Storm's about to cross right over US Highway 77 here in Davis. So we're watching the air.
A new tornado warning has
We're watching the area of rotation right now, going right over the road here in a second. Also, the new tornado warning that was just issued does include Sulfur, Oklahoma. So if you guys live in Sulfur, we got to be taking shelter, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and getting away from windows. So Sulfur, Oklahoma, you guys are now included in a brand new tornado warning. CJ is on the other storm also near Tupelo, Oklahoma, so we're keeping an eye on him. Connor's also on that storm, so he's entering into that warning right now. This is actually a really good view right now of that eastern tornado warning. Oh, we just had it for a second. I don't know if we're going to get it again. This storm over near Colgate, the biggest problem is that there are a lot of trees. It's almost like Dixie Alley out here. But that's a pretty decent shot here of the supercell that's coming up towards Colgate right now. That rotation is east of Oklahoma 48. It's about to go over towards US Highway 75. So that'll be in the track of it pretty soon. I just had somebody ask where Tornado Page is. They're on the bottom right of your screen. They're on that supercell right now that's over here near Sulfur. Got a lot of storm chasers on this storm right now near Sulfur. And I personally think there's a pretty good chance this thing is going to try to produce a tornado. Got storm chaser Nathan Moore looking at some of the rising motion. Look at all that scud rising up into the base of the storm, trying to form a more definitive wall cloud. And so this supercell is only about 15 minutes away from Sulfur. It's on a direct collision course for the downtown area.
Still moving.
In my opinion, I feel like there's a pretty high likelihood this thing is going to try to produce here. Look at that rising motion, though. This is very rapidly trying to organize. Again, it has to latch to the outflow boundary. That's the biggest problem that it has. But the rotation has gotten a little bit more organized. We're starting to see the greens and reds mixing a little bit more. Hey, Barb, for becoming a member. Look at that rising motion there on the top. It's starting to spin just a little bit, but mostly just scud right now. Again, this is not like a funnel or anything like that developing or anything like that. We just got a lot of rising motion. It's forming more of a wall cloud feature, and so this is going to be moving directly into Sulfur, Oklahoma here in just a few minutes. If you guys live in Sulfur, we gotta be taking shelter. If anything, you know, like we saw yesterday happens, obviously this would be a pretty serious storm. So I do want to remind you guys that, you know, in today's severe weather setup here, I know it's not the same as yesterday, but the tornado environment is still favorable. We can still see strong tornadoes. We can still see intense tornadoes. Maybe, you know, I wouldn't rule out entirely a violent tornado either today. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but the environment is still favorable. It's just going to come down to these interactions with these outflow boundaries. This is also a pretty scary sight. This is in Wynwood, Oklahoma right now. Look at the wall. Look at all the storm over here. So that's the area of interest. It's passing by the city. Tornado sirens are blaring right now. In Davis, this is in Davis, I believe. So this is in Davis, Oklahoma. Man, that's actually kind of scary. I'm not gonna lie. If I was near that siren, I would be scared out of my mind. That is super loud. He was right next to it. Going back to Nathan, he's again in a pretty good position right now. He is over near Sulfur. Rotation right now is only about 5 miles or so to the west of Sulfur, and he's looking at that area of interest right now with some rotation developing. I'm gonna go back to the 3 cam view. Actually, Tornado Page, he has a view out their window here. Oops. Or how do I keep doing this? I don't understand how I keep clicking a button and going to some hurricane overlay. Hey, Holly, for the $20 super chat. Watching from Northeast Texas. Everybody hit the like button. It's free. Appreciate the super chat. Appreciate you tuning in from Texas. This could be a pretty big day over there in Northeast Texas. This threat today is definitely elevated in Texas. There is absolutely no doubt about that. Because, I mean, these storms, they're producing pretty big hail right now. The hail is a big concern today, but I do think Northeast Texas has a good shot of seeing that large to possibly even very large hail. I'm going to go ahead and put CJ in the bottom, or I'll put somebody in the bottom middle, whoever stays up. This supercell here is really organizing right now over here near Gertie. There's a giant hail core on this, so the velocities are definitely going to be somewhat contaminated. So this, again, has at least rotation, we think. It's just hard to tell because of the fact that there's so much hail falling. It's easily going to be tennis ball, baseball sized hail. This is back to the Sulfur supercell. Sulfur is a fairly populated area, and if you guys do have any friends or family that live in Sulfur, please make sure that they are taking shelter and taking this storm seriously.
Probably just that outflow.
1
of a storm, though.
Hey, Timothy, for the $20 super chat. Thanks for all you do and helping us save lives. I appreciate that.
It's so green here.
We're driving up onto the storm right now. Looks pretty scary, obviously.
Yeah.
And if you do live in Sulfur, definitely not the kind of storm that you want to be seeing in your backyard. If you look at velocities on the bottom right, guys, you can see the reds and greens. They're definitely getting stronger and tighter. So they are getting closer together, which could lead to a tornado here very soon. This is what the storm looks like right now from Davis. And Tornado Pagey's basically driving right up into the area of interest here. They're going literally, they're the only chaser that we have right now that's going directly north into the area of interest down this kind of interesting looking road here. I don't see any crazy, like, you know, rotating wall cloud or anything like that. We did see with Nathan Moore a pretty good shot of the rising motion developing into a wall cloud. If we go back over to Nathan, you can see the little bits of spin there at the top of your screen.
It's like over the car.
I haven't seen anything super duper organized yet. Let me go back over to CJ real quick. This is CJ. He's on that supercell back over to the north of Colgate, which again could be producing a tornado really at any time. It's hard to tell if it is, but this is kind of a not optimal terrain for these storm chasers. The velocities are pretty strong. We have a giant hail core on this thing, and I would honestly expect that this storm is producing at the
drone up on this tornado warned east cell, pretty tight circulation buried back in the rain. It looks like we're gonna hold the position in the notch here with the drone and see if we can dig it out.
Oh, okay. So let me put Connor in slot 2. That's Connor talking to us. Connor has a drone going up now on the supercell, which we'll have to be able to see it. And this is what this thing looks like. Keep me posted. But this is Connor. He's on the supercell here near Ashland and north of Colgate. That's their car for perspective. And this is the view that they have of this storm right now. And if there's a tornado, it's going to be buried back in the rain somewhere. Hey, Kobe, for the $10 super chat. I'll talk about Durant here in a few minutes. These storms will be going towards Durant. So what we're seeing right now, this activity will be going towards you. By the point it gets to you, we don't know what the main concern will be, but tornadoes are definitely on the table. I'll definitely get ready for large hail and damaging winds. Yeah, so again, if there's a tornado with this, which there might be, we don't know, but if there is one, it's going to be buried back in the rain, I would think, in the middle of your screen. So it's going to probably be in the rain somewhere. We're going to keep an eye on Connor. Riley does have an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Max, we just got another update from the NWS in Norman about the tornadoes yesterday. So they have surveyed a few different tornadoes. The first of those was the tornado near Brahman. That was rated an EF1, and they also did note that there was an EFU tornado associated with that. That was the satellite tornado that we saw wrap around the main circulation. That satellite was actually on the ground 0.4 miles. The stronger tornado of the day was the Enid EF4 that is currently rated at 170 mile an hour wind speed, officially being on the ground for 9.5 miles. Official NWS reports say that this resulted in 10 injuries and 0 fatalities. Also, there's actually 2 satellites that they did confirm with the Brahman tornado, but the strongest tornado of the day was that EF4 that went just to the southeast of Enid, Oklahoma.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. In case you guys did not already see, this tornado that happened over near the Vance Air Force Base, this was the one that happened over near Enid, ended up being an EF4 tornado. We don't know the maximum sustained winds. This was a very powerful tornado. Riley called it on stream yesterday too. We don't quote unquote pre-rate tornadoes usually, but we just kind of knew from the fact of not just radar but also visually this was going to be a violent tornado, which is EF4 plus, statistically speaking. So, this tornado was absolutely terrible. And we also have photos from the damage of this tornado, but we also have a little track that we kind of drew here. Shout out to Stephen Cross for making this, but this is a little track basically of where this tornado went. And so you just see the craziness that happened here. It started near the Air Force Base. It went over the road. It was very slow moving and it did 2 different twirls, 2 different ones. So it nearly hit the municipal airport there on the southeast side of the city. So crazy. And then here's some of that damage. So this is EF3 damage right here with a house basically destroyed. And then we have EF4 damage, which is a little bit blurry, but you can just see the devastation there in Enid. So, I mean, at the bare minimum, it was a violent tornado and it was definitely no joke. I mean, if you guys do have any friends or family that, live over in that area, please make sure that they're okay. I bet most of you guys have reached out if you have any friends or family there, but it is definitely vital that you make sure everybody's okay over there. It was a very dangerous tornado yesterday, and it, I think, caught some people off guard. I don't think a lot of people thought that that storm would end up producing the tornado it did produce. The storm near Sulfur is starting to get a bit more organized. The rotation right now is getting, I wouldn't say stronger, but it's still strong enough to produce a tornado. You can kind of see the wall cloud in the distance.
That whole thing just to my left is spinning right now. You guys can see it.
Nathan's saying basically the entire thing is spinning right now. We also got storm chaser Nick Gorman, who's looking at this. He is actually over about maybe 3 miles west of Sulfur, so he's a little bit closer to this area. He's looking directly into the storm as well currently. And Ryan Scholl has quite the interesting view
Trying to produce here
from Sulfur. Thank you, OVC, for the $20 super chat. Great coverage, concept, informative, and a hub for many feeds.
Not do it.
Like the red zone for weather.
Sulfur's literally right in the
You're the
path
man.
of the storm, so
Appreciate that.
we're okay.
I'm basically Scott Hansen out here, but I do the weather. Here's another view of the storm from Cannon Calton. Most of the chasers that we have right now are on Oklahoma 7, so they're going directly into Sulfur with this pretty concerning supercell. If you look bottom right, the hook echo getting much more defined. Got a pretty strong inflow notch. The inflow notch has cleared out quite a bit. So you got all sorts of chasers. Looking at this, got Nathan there as well. Rado Pagey's also on this, so we're going to keep an eye on all these chasers, but definitely a concerning supercell here, tracking down to the southeast, and then back over near Colgate. They have gone ahead and canceled that tornado warning, so that's no longer ongoing. With that said, it is still rotating, might have a tornado potential down the line, and we do have storm chaser Connor Croft and also storm chaser Storm Intermedia, and I think CJ Ziegler. They're all over on this storm, so if anything happens, we're going to be keeping an eye on it. Further over to the east near Fort Smith, we are watching this supercell over here that's gone up. I think this will be mainly a hail risk, but there's also a risk of damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. So we'll be watching that in case it does become tornadic. This is a pretty good shot here from Mezzo Hunter of the supercell in Sulfur. So he's located, I believe he's actually in Davis right now, but he's going to be coming up on this in a second. Actually, John McKinney has a really good view. Let me go to him. This is John McKinney's view. So he's located right next to the hook echo. If you look bottom right, he's right there. So that hook echo and that area of interest is basically gonna be crossing over Oklahoma 7 here in a second. Shout out to Egg with the $20 super chat, and Timothy as well. Thanks to you and your crew for saving lives. I think there's a pretty good chance we saved some lives yesterday. That was a really crazy area of thunderstorms yesterday. There were storms everywhere. We got a video coming out of Indianapolis. If you guys were tuning in at the very beginning, we did have a tornado warning in Indianapolis, and storm chaser Carmen Parmello sent us this video from Indianapolis of the storm rolling in. They have mentioned that potentially 2 mobile homes collapsed with an entrapment on Rockville Road in Indianapolis per scanner. You can see how the conditions got very, very intense out there. This is only about 20-25 minutes ago. They also said there was definitely a shift in winds direction-wise, and there was some quarter-sized hail as well. So very low visibility here. You can barely see anything over in Indianapolis here just about 25-30 minutes ago. And we may have actually had a tornado. At the bare minimum, the winds were very, very intense. So right now, our concern has shifted now from Indiana down here to Texas, or not Texas, Oklahoma, and then Texas later. So we got severe weather going on right now in Oklahoma with rotation again moving into the city of Sulfur. We got all sorts of storm chasers looking at this, and then the other storm over near Colgate is something else we got to watch too in case that tries to become tornadic again. One thing I'll point out is that these storms, they're moving like snails. They're very slow, so they are kind of like yesterday where they didn't really move a whole lot. It's kind of the same sort of situation today. These are going to be pretty slow moving supercells, I think. Mezzo Hunter has a view right now of the hook echo, or basically that area of rotation that's now crossing over Oklahoma 7. He's a little bit further back to the west. He's closer to Davis. He's just gotten out of Davis here a second ago in Oklahoma. He's going towards Sulfur. Got Cannon Calton with a little bit of a view of the undercarriage of this storm too. Now McKinney is still driving. Tornado Page has a good view too. Can't really see a whole lot from these perspectives right now, but the rotation is just north of Oklahoma 7.
Elk Creek.
That's Nathan Moore's view from downtown Sulfur now. Shout out to Cursor with the $20 super chat. Appreciate that.
What I was looking at too, Barry, and why I didn't key up there for
Decent hook. It has a good hook echo. Again, the problem right now is it's not latched to the outflow boundary, and you can really just tell because the velocities are super weak. The second it latches, though, I mean, this thing is going to be producing. I don't think it's imminent, but we'll see. It could happen at any moment. I mean, there are storms yesterday that had kind of a similar looking look to on radar like this storm has right now, where it looks like this, but wasn't really rotating. I do think down the line there is a chance, though, that this could actually ramp up if it does latch to that boundary, and it could maybe produce a more significant tornado. And the velocities would increase rapidly if that happened, too. New severe thunderstorm warning over in Indiana. This is for Newcastle, Muncie, Knightstown, and Greenfield for 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's also a tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning. So if you guys live in this severe thunderstorm warning, definitely be staying away from windows and preferably being on the lowest floor possible as the storm tracks to the east-northeast. There is a good chance that it could try to produce at least damaging winds, but maybe a quick spin-up tornado. We got thunderstorms all across Indiana today. Most of them are just strong, but some of them are severe. So if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, definitely stay away from windows. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning just south of Fort Smith for Poto. That's going to be for $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. CJ has a really good view of our Supercell. Let me go back to our 3-cam view. I'm going to go to CJ.
Not against us.
CJ has a really good view of the supercell near Colgate right now. Look how low the clouds are to the ground. This is a storm that was tornado warned. It is now producing tennis ball sized hail.
That would be nice if I could afford another person as well.
I know Connor Croft is also on this.
the motion in that.
Look bottom right. Rotation is not super strong, but doesn't look.
Very, very nice.
It's actually a pretty good view of it too from where Connor's at.
Massive shelf
That hail core is just sitting there, dude.
Beer run to Colgate. Anybody currently in Colgate going for a beer run?
Actually, yes.
For the storm hits?
Yeah, a little bit.
We gotta watch this storm right here. This is a kind of a one that I've been looking at a little bit. I don't think it's imminent, but near Stonewall, if this can start to organize, there would be a tornado risk going directly towards Colgate. So we need to watch that. Again, not imminent, but I know Storm Intermediate's heading that direction right now. They have kind of a view right now of that storm. You can see a little bit of scud there. Very, very disorganized still as a thunderstorm, but it could become something down the line. So we'll have to wait and see. Right now, the Sulfur Supercell rotation's, again, very weak right now. It has not latched to a boundary yet, but it is going directly over Oklahoma 7. You can see the convergence of storm chasers. I mean, there's over a dozen on this storm just on Radar Omega right now. So there is a real risk that it could try to produce at some point. Cannon Colton's in downtown, and then we also got Mezzo Hunter, who is also looking at the area of interest as he drives eastbound on Oklahoma 7. I think almost everybody, I think half the people right now in Sulfur might literally be storm chasers. It is absolutely absurd how many storm chasers are here right now. This is what it looks like over the downtown area right now. You can see some motion there on the right. So it is spinning just a little bit.
Jeez. Holy cow, look at that place.
I love it.
That's awesome.
This is a photo that we just got from Storm Chaser Cannon Colton of a pretty impressive looking updraft base on this storm near Sulfur.
Big flashy lights. No, thank you.
If this is going to produce at any point, it will probably end up being in the next hour or two. This environment. The area of rotation is about to go right over the town.
Try to get through Sulfur, guys. It's being a little bit of a tough task right now.
It is tough going through Sulfur. This is a pretty big town. There's a lot of people that live here, obviously, and the good news right now is that we don't have a tightening or anything definitively on the ground, but you know, if it does produce, it is in a very populated area. I know there's definitely, I think there's like a Walmart here. You got you know, campground, all sorts of things. And if you guys do live in a campground or a mobile home and you're not maybe in this tornado warning, but out in front of it, you definitely need to figure out your sturdy structure plan as the storm moves southeast, because it is working with a very favorable environment, and it's just going to come down really to if it can latch to a boundary. If we look at our significant tornado parameter values for today, the environment is, again, favorable, as we've been talking about, but the boundary interactions are going to be pretty crucial. So this is for the next few hours. You can see down here in southern Oklahoma, now we have quite the environment here with STP values around 2 to 3. And that is, again, enough for a tornado and even a strong tornado. And definitely could see something a little bit stronger if a storm got going in far southeastern Oklahoma, near even Texarkana, Texas, and Arkansas there. So overall, the environment's pretty favorable, but the storms are going to really have to latch to a boundary for something to happen today in terms of a tornado, which I think we're going to have 1 or 2. And then tomorrow looks like a big day here in these same exact areas. So we'll have more discussion on that later. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have an update out of Indianapolis. I put a map of damage reports in Stream Relays if you want to pull that up. There's a number of structures that have been reported as collapse, as well as power lines down, and a few fires as well. I do think we had a tornado go through. If you take a look at those reports, they're almost entirely in a line across Indianapolis. So that is consistent with tornado damage. And it does look like on radar we did have a couple that go through that area. So I do believe we did have a tornado in Indianapolis.
All righty. Thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, unfortunately we were not able to go live right in time for this, but we kind of saw the tail end of it. But definitely, probably, I would think probably a tornado there with the rotation we saw on radar. So north and west side of Indianapolis got hit pretty hard. And if you guys do have any photos or videos from that area, feel free to send it in to us to reports.maxvelocitywx.com, and we'll be keeping an eye on any photos and videos that you guys send in. But that was a pretty dangerous storm, and I think it caught some people off guard. I don't think very many people thought we were going to see a tornado or even maybe damaging winds there in Indianapolis today. We had a marginal threat of severe weather, and it did not look very likely that there'd be anything that big, but it ended up actually being a pretty significant storm there. If you're just tuning in, we are looking at a supercell right now over here near Sulfur, Oklahoma. It does not look like we have a tornado on the ground right now, but the storm is still trying to organize and produce. And if we look at some of these live shots that we have right now, Ryan Scholl is in downtown Sulfur. This is storm chaser Nathan Moore. He's positioning out in front of the storm right now. The hook echo, again, still very definitive on radar, just has not latched to a boundary, so the rotation has remained weak. But that could change. Pretty good view, though, from east. And then this right here is Cannon Colton. He is in downtown Sulfur right now on the roof cam here. Max, will the Dallas-Fort Worth area be affected at all? It's definitely possible we could have storms in Dallas-Fort Worth today. We do have a tornado watch in a pretty large area. I mean, this entire pink area here is under a tornado watch. So Texarkana, Paris, Sulphur Springs, Greenville, you guys are all included in that tornado watch. Right now, the greatest tornado concern for the next 2 hours will end up being in southern Oklahoma. The Storm Prediction Center put out this very small little mesoscale discussion. They did mention strong tornadoes are also a possibility. And then here is that tornado watch for today. Goes until 9 o'clock Central Time. Doesn't mean we can't see severe weather later than that, but the main time frame in that yellow shaded area is going to be between now and 9. So if you're in Duncan, Ada, McAllister, near Fort Smith, back through Texarkana, even near Dallas, there's a risk of a couple of strong tornadoes. Widespread hail up to the softball size is also likely. So they're expecting widespread hail tier today, up to softball size. And then also the scattered damaging wind gust threat up to 80 miles per hour is also possible. So pretty significant severe weather days ahead here across the southern plains. Even though these storms are very, very slow moving, they are definitely concerning. This storm right now is moving east and southeast at about 20 miles per hour, and the other clusters kind of going the same speed. And this other cluster hasn't really organized much yet into something very tornadic. Right now, it just kind of looks elevated. At Connor too, they're all kind of on the same storm. It does not look super organized. I would say if there's a storm that's going to try to produce in this cluster, it'll probably be this right here going towards Colgate. Storm chaser Nathan Moore has a good view now of the Sulfur tornado warning.
What are you talking about?
Still struggling on rotation, but it is still there.
Looks like a large shelf. Don't really see anything rotating rapidly right now.
I won't catch it. It's in front of me.
Thank you, Nicole, for the $10 super chat. I'm back to the crazy outbreak day 2 of 5. Bring back the trampoline scale. Absolutely. It is going to be a crazy next few days of severe weather. We have an enhanced risk of severe weather every single day, including yesterday, all the way through Monday.
I'm liking the new snarky.
So we have severe weather obviously today. We got a significant threat tomorrow. We got a very significant threat, I think, on Sunday and Monday. Monday could easily be an outbreak, and it could be one of the biggest severe weather days of 2026. Has that possibility? Thank you, Beasley, for the $100 super chat from a Florida boy working in Michigan. Thanks for all you do. I really appreciate that.
I got up and had Missy's Donuts this morning. I mean,
But yeah, Monday has the potential to be the biggest or one of the biggest severe weather days that we've had in 2026. It'll be in the Midwest, in the Mississippi River Valley.
All right, well, I'm gonna,
It looks like it's going to be a big day.
Take that next to the modems that you have those donuts. We're going to get.
I'm going to keep Nathan more on the bottom right. If we go to our daily severe weather outlook here for the next several days, this is today's risk. So we got an enhanced risk. These storms haven't even moved into the enhanced risk of severe weather yet for today. Huge slight risk all the way back into the Mississippi River Valley. On Saturday, we're right back to the Central Plains and Southern Plains. It's going to be the same area almost, but further north.
A new tornado warning.
And we'll talk more about the risks in a second. We do have a tornado warning now in Indiana. This will be for those that live in Newcastle. And that is as we have a hook echo developing right now just west of Newcastle, Indiana. So if you live in this tornado warning, you've got to be taking shelter right now and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows, as this storm is going to be moving into a fairly populated area in Indiana. So you need to be taking shelter if you're in this warning, putting as many walls between you from the outside. If we go over to velocities, oh, that actually might be on the ground. That's a pretty strong area of rotation. Could be getting close to touching down or might be on the ground. So you got to be taking shelter again, just north of I-70 here. It's going directly to the east-northeast. Newcastle's pretty populated. Thank you, Wanda, for the $10 super chat. Watching from the United Kingdom. Always tune in to your live streams. Love the work you're doing to keep people safe and informed. I appreciate that. This is definitely a QLCS spin-up tornado. What we're basically seeing right now is this line of thunderstorms getting these little inflow notches and these hook echoes also developing. And so this, again, could be on the ground at any moment. It could be a quick-hitting tornado. And so right now, if there's a tornado, it's going right into Wilkinson, then Shirley, and then Kennard. It's kind of the general path. We got like 3 small towns all in the direct path of this right now. Newcastle, though, is very populated. There's definitely concern that that might be a tornado at any moment. We're going to keep an eye on this. The radar's updating every about 3 minutes, so we'll come back to that in about a minute once we get a new radar scan. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning over in Mississippi, and this is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail for those in Pickens, Durant, and Canton, just north of Jackson. So we're starting to see severe storms go up over there. Back to our Sulfur supercell rotation right now is located just north of Mill Creek. It is going to be moving outside of our tornado warning here soon, so I'm not sure if they're going to continue a tornado warning, but at the bare minimum, we have a severe thunderstorm warning here for tennis ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for those that are located near Hickory, Witch Hole, just north of Mill Creek. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning for 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for those in Colgate. This is a fairly significant storm that is heading towards Colgate, and despite there not being a tornado warning here, we do have a risk of some pretty giant hail here with this storm. So we got multiple storm chasers on that storm. We'll be keeping an eye on that as that evolves. We got a lot of storm chasers over near Sulfur, at least for right now, though. If you're in Sulfur, obviously continue to stay in that safe place just in case, but I do think the risk of a tornado is pretty low there in the short term, as this storm is not organized over your city, which is good news. Down to the south of Fort Smith, we're also monitoring this storm moving into Poto, eventually going towards Mansfield, Arkansas. Main concern in the short term is going to be golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Going back to the tornado warning here in Indiana, we'll have a new radar scan in a second. But once again, there could be a tornado at any moment heading into Wilkinson and then going towards Newcastle. So we got to be taking shelter if we're in that pink polygon. Here comes that new radar scan. And it's not nearly as tight or strong here, but definitely could still have a tornado at any moment. It's literally going right now into the downtown area of Shirley, which is a small town, but they got a Ben's Bar and City Park here. Got also a church. Got a lot of homes here. But if there's a tornado, it's going to be right over the town there of Shirley. And after that, it's going into Kennard, Mount Lawn in about 4 minutes. Westwood, you got about 7 minutes. And then Newcastle, we're only about 10 minutes from a possible tornado. Thank you, Anthony, for the super chat. Tuning in from New York. What do you think has potential to be bad? Or do you think today has the potential to be as bad as yesterday? Probably not. It's going to be hard to top what we had yesterday, to be honest. But we definitely could still see significant severe weather either way. Any chance of an anticyclonic tornado today? That could happen any day. Also, on this storm here in Indiana, you can actually see the outflow boundary pretty clearly on radar. That little line here, that's very faint, that is an outflow boundary. So this hook here is actually latched to that outflow boundary, which is pretty cool to look at. We have a couple new severe thunderstorm warnings in Oklahoma. We got a new one for those near McAllister. That's going to be for Savannah and Kiowa for $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is a very slow-moving portion of this area of severe storms, and so there is a legit risk of flooding near Kiowa. And then down to the south and east, west of Mena, this is a new severe warning, which does have a tornado possible tag on it, moving towards Hatfield, Arkansas, and that is mainly for hail and wind. The tornado warning cell right now over near Oklahoma still has an interesting look to it. It has not produced a tornado from our knowledge. It has tried, but has not yet produced anything. But if you look closely here, you kind of see like a shelf that is developed. Not really a definitive rotating wall cloud. There's a lot of trees here, though. This literally feels like Dixie Alley with how many trees are here. Southeast Oklahoma has a lot of trees. This is not the best chasing terrain. You can just barely see it over the trees there. There you go. That's a little bit clearer of a view. Had to wait a second. But I don't think they're going to continue this tornado warning. It goes for 19 more minutes. I'd be surprised if they do, but there is still enough rotation here to the point where we could still get a tornado down the line. It's just going to come down to the storm latching to an outflow boundary. Got a lot of chasers near this area of interest, but it doesn't look like any of them right now have a live shot of that rotation other than Nathan Moore. So we'll go back to that in a moment. I want to go back to Indiana. We should have another radar scan in a few moments. Once again, if you live in Newcastle, Indiana, we got to be taking shelter. We just got a new radar scan, so we'll see what the velocities look like. If there is a tornado, it would have just gone through Shirley in Indiana, and then it's going to be approaching Kennard. So Kennard will be directly in line for this. Just waiting for velocities to update here. Kennard is also a pretty small town, but there are about maybe 50 to 100 homes here. Got USPS in the downtown area. Got a restaurant called Around the Corner, and that rotation's still strong enough to have a tornado. So we're going right into Newcastle here soon. Kind of off topic, but we do have a new little thing that we've been working on. This is our own program, but it basically shows us all the cameras and stuff that we have. You can actually look at like single site radar and everything on here now. I've showed this off in the past, but we can actually look at the storm on here and look at all the different cameras and stuff like that, which is pretty cool. So you can actually see radar and stuff going right towards Newcastle and the velocities. You can pretty clearly see where the strongest rotation is. I mean, it's just, again, northeast there, Shirley. Kennard is going to be getting hit by this, though, in a few minutes. Thank you, Psychotic, for becoming a member. Thank you, Blue, for the $50 super chat, saying thanks for educating us. Really appreciate the very generous super chat. What program we're using? It's something that we built in-house. It's kind of our own program. Unfortunately, for some reason, the Indiana traffic cams just don't seem to want to work. So can't really use those. Granted, there's not really a whole lot to see with them. I mean, they're kind of south of the storm anyway, but they would be right along the interstate. Again, there's a pretty good chance, I would say, that there's a tornado either developing or on the ground right now near Shirley. This would be a pretty quick-hitting tornado, but it might be on the ground, so obviously take shelter. Kennard is going to be directly in line for this. We do not have a tornado debris signature as of right now. So right now, we're going through some farmland. Just went directly through Shirley with the Ben's Bar and Sky Pizzeria, and even the South Park Apartments building in town. They also have a very large city park there. The main location right now that's in the path of this is Newcastle, and Newcastle is home to thousands of people, so we'll have to keep an eye on that area. Cannon Colton has an interesting looking look on that storm near Sulfur right now. We got some kind of low-hanging clouds, just kind of some scary-looking clouds, I'd say, suspicious-looking clouds over in Sulfur on that tornado warning, which I believe they just canceled the tornado warning for Sulfur.
I'm going the fun way.
So I'm going to say it's a different experience sitting here in Missouri, not under a risk of severe weather and in the threat of severe weather. Yeah, I mean, that's true. It's very different. If you're watching the stream and you're in the risk area, it is a very different experience than not being in the risk area. Also, Ryan Scholl is getting pounded by hail. So he's now opting into a hailstorm. You click the opt-in button in the terms and service over in Mill Creek, Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Get in the front. I don't want to fall behind.
Got a lot of hail falling in here.
There's no falling behind with this thing.
Well, like, I just,
Bro loves driving into hail.
have
We should rename Ryan Scholl to Hail Hunter or something.
Hail's gonna be exiting our area here anyways, so probably gonna go. Luckily, this thing's very much struggling as a weight, so that's why I was like, let's chill for a little bit. I want to listen to some hail.
Eyeball sized hail, bro. What?
Dude's in a Mustang. You better get
I don't know how large that even would be. Yeah, this storm once again over here near Sulfur doesn't really have a lot of rotation, but we'll see if it does anything down the line. The storm over near Colgate has gotten quite the big hail core here recently. It's producing some pretty big hail over near Central Homa and Stonewall. Also have had some convective initiation trying to go up over here in southern Oklahoma. Those storms, if they start to materialize, could become something tornadic. So I have to watch that activity really closely. Big hail core, though, going right down Oklahoma 3. If you guys are traveling right now down Oklahoma 3, anywhere between Colgate and Stonewall, I would be turning around or avoiding that hail core, because that's going to be dropping possibly some tennis balls or baseballs, and you do not want to be getting hit by that. Somebody just asked, or Cohen with the Search Edge just asked, did you take a nap or get a nap in today? So I went to bed for about 4 hours last night. Then I got up, I made a video, went right back to bed for I think 10 hours or 9 hours or something, or 8 hours. I don't know how long it was, but I think I got about 12 hours of sleep total. So I'm back. I'm back to being normal. Yesterday was not a normal stream. I was very energetic yesterday, and it was mostly because I had a lot of coffee, and then the caffeine crash hit hard at some point in the tail end of the stream. So here's the we got a new radar scan on the tornado warning in Indiana, and the latest scan still showing a pretty strong area of rotation, moving now into the downtown area of Kennard, Indiana. So Kennard, Indiana is about to take a direct hit from at least some strong winds. Possible tornado right now. It's going to be moving through the Kennard Friends Church, the senior living facility. You also got the USPS in downtown. Got the Around the Corner restaurant, which is temporarily closed. It has 5 stars on Google out of 3 reviews. It's temporarily closed though, and then after that, it's going to be going directly towards Newcastle. Here comes the latest scan. So that rotation just went through the downtown area of Kennard. It is now going directly towards Newcastle. They have continued this tornado warning, so it is still a tornado warning for right now. Not confirmed, but they've continued the tornado warning. It will go all the way until about 6:15 Eastern time or 5:15 Central time, which I know they're in Eastern time, but 30,000 people are in that warning right now. Hey, Legion for the super chat. Any chance of severe storms near Dayton, Ohio today? There is a chance. It's pretty low, though. I have some people asking about like Dallas, Fort Worth, Northeast Texas, and guys, I think there's going to be severe storms down here no matter what today. It's going to come down to these storms over here, coming down to the south, obviously. They're going to make it at some point, but it's going to be a matter of time until we have severe storms down here. So if you guys do live over here near Dallas, Fort Worth, if you live over in Texarkana, we got to be staying alert today. Severe risk will be pretty elevated later this afternoon into the evening hours. Right now, the HRRR has most of the storms here after sunset. Granted, that's the most recent run. If we go back a few model runs, it has storms firing as early as 5 to 6 over near Dallas. So if something can initiate over here near Dallas or McKinney, it is going to be a big-time hailstorm for sure. And then maybe even a tornado threat. So if this happens here within the next hour or two, it's going to be a very significant severe weather day over near Dallas. And ideally, nothing forms here, but you never know. This is going to be the area of initiation, though, I think. It's going to be like right here. I don't know if anything's going to initiate back to the west. But with how slow the storms are going to be moving, it's going to be easy for them to blow up here. Max, any thoughts about the EF4 rating and Enid? There's not really any thoughts I have. I think it's pretty valid. So I mean, yesterday's tornado definitely looked like a violent tornado, so I'm not surprised at all that it was rated EF4. That tornado in Enid yesterday was just absolutely wild. This is still some new information. I know I've showed it already a couple times on stream, but these are some of those damage photos out of Enid, where we did have an EF4 tornado yesterday, and there were homes that were destroyed and some collapsed. This here is EF3 tornado damage, according to the National Weather Service of Norman. And then this was our EF4 tornado damage, where it looks like homes were just wiped off the map, pretty much. Many homes were slabbed pretty much here. This is another photo. And if we go over to some of the other stuff here, like the path of this tornado had two different loops. It was a very slow moving tornado. It was on the ground for about 45 minutes or so. It did not hit the city of Enid. If this was 3 miles further north, it would have been a catastrophe in Enid. We're very fortunate this tornado and this area of rotation did not develop over Enid, because if that happened, it would have been really bad. It would have been literally a catastrophe. This is a new video that we got from one of our viewers earlier today of this tornado from a different perspective. Absolute pipe. Literally from their yard. And this is the one that most of you guys have seen from last night, but this is from the Air Force Base on the south side of the city. Just an awful tornado. As of now, we do not have any casualties that have been reported, but we've had a little over, I believe, a dozen injuries now from this. So that was a really crazy storm. We had 11 injuries. So about almost a dozen, just under a dozen. Going back to our Newcastle, Indiana tornado warning. That rotation right now is tracking into Newcastle. We got to be taking shelter if we're in this warning. Newcastle's in the direct path of a possible tornado. The rotation has remained strong enough for there to be a tornado here. It is going to be moving into the west side of the city here in a few minutes. A lot of people live here. So hopefully if you're living in Newcastle, you're taking shelter. This is a look right now live at our Supercell over near Sulfur and Mill Creek.
I thought you was going to pull into that.
It's definitely looking a little bit more interesting than about 10 minutes ago.
Electric wire across it.
Bro, there is like 700 people watching right now. Do we really need to bring that up?
There are a lot of chasers actually on this right now, but it definitely looks like it's trying to organize again. It is just south east of Sulfur now. It's going to be going towards Witch Hole, which apparently is a town here in Oklahoma, and that's going to go towards Wapanuka. Hey, Carrie, for the super chat. Appreciate that, Tango NATO. That dancing tornado was pretty crazy.
Yeah,
Storm definitely looks sus.
Copy that.
Oh, what that was. All sorts of chasers on this. Look at the chaser convergence bottom left. It's unbelievable how many chasers are out there. If we go over to the storm spotter map here, the spotter network map, look at all the green dots. Look at where all the green dots are. All right, these are all storm chasers that have their location on the spotter network. There are hardly any over here, but look where everybody else is. There are like 4 dozen chasers all in the same place, at least. There's probably more than that aren't on this network, but this is ridiculous. How many people are chasing this singular storm? It's actually wild. This definitely looks like it's starting to organize again. I'm not sure if it's going to produce. I don't think it's producing yet, but I definitely think the tornado threat is beginning to increase again. I mean, you got storm chasers like Connor Croft and Storm Intermedia. They're pretty high-profile chasers. They're going down now to the south. They were on the one near Colgate, which has become very messy. They're going all the way down here, though, towards the Supercell. So a lot of even these chasers think this is going to be the one that produces something down the line. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Going back to our tornado warning in Indiana, we do have our rotation now only about 2 miles or so west of Newcastle, 3 miles west of Newcastle, at least from the downtown area. It will be moving into Westwood Golf Club over the next few minutes. If there is a tornado, it is going to be rain wrapped, so do not try to go look for this. Definitely make sure that you're staying in your safe place, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and getting away from windows. This is just off to the east of Indianapolis, and then down the line, it's going to go towards Greenville. Wow, look at this. Storm down here in Oklahoma is looking a lot more interesting now than about 10 minutes ago. Got a lot of rising motion there on the right, too. It's actually getting healthier. Hey, Deer for the sewer chat. I am not sure. Thank you, Sultan, for the sewer chat. How's Southeast Michigan looking today? Just isolated wind threat today. Believe it or not, guys, we don't even have a tornado threat outlined by the Storm Prediction Center in Indiana today. So despite us having now 2 different tornado warnings, there was no tornado risk up here outlined, which does not mean, by the way, we can't have tornadoes. Again, it's just a forecast. But yeah, there's no risk outlined here. So some people are definitely getting caught off guard. There was a marginal threat of severe weather, but not for tornadoes. So a few people have definitely been getting caught off guard here. The main area of rotation right now is going over State Route 38, and we'll be coming up into the northwest side of Newcastle here over the next few minutes. So if you live here, you gotta be taking shelter in case this thing does drop a tornado. I sent you damage photos from Indianapolis. Bet. Let me see if we have any new photos and videos. Oh god, wait, yeah, we got some stuff. A lot of you guys have been sending in stuff. All right, we had some new photos and videos. We definitely got to show you guys some of this stuff. These are all new photos that have been coming in. I actually got to fix this because we changed our overlay thingamabobber here. By the way, guys, this is brand new. We have like updated our program here, which I think we're gonna have to fix the dimensions of this. We didn't even test it, but we do have like a new little like thing to look at here when it comes to reports and stuff like that, which is kind of cool. This is a photo that was sent in by Kyle over in Kate County, Oklahoma. This is from yesterday when we had twin tornadoes. This is not a fake photo. It is literally legit. We had it on stream yesterday. There were 2 different tornadoes at the same time. So that was pretty crazy. This is a photo from Josh. Let me actually do this. Bang. This is from Josh over in Indianapolis. Of a storm rolling in earlier. You can actually see the low-hanging clouds there on the left. So that may have been the area of rotation. Not entirely sure, but we did have a possible or maybe even likely tornado there on the north side of Indianapolis earlier. Here's a video over in Indianapolis of the very high winds and hail coming through. Looks like there's some sort of power. What was that down the road there? What is down on the road? Bro is moving this camera all over the place. There's something down the road right there. What was that? I don't know if that's related to the tornado or maybe some damage. Is that like a tree? Is that a power pole? Or a light? Or no, it's a basketball hoop. A basketball hoop fell. We need like a basketball hoop meter. This is a video from Luke out of Indianapolis of the turbulent skies. A little bit of a rotation right above his head too. And the tornado sirens are also going off. And then this is Steven out of Indianapolis. The destructive storm has rolled into Indianapolis from about 10 miles south. By the way, do you guys like the transition between all the photos and videos? This is new. Like it's not like just going photo to photo. There's like a little fade in and out. This is also over in Indianapolis from Austin. Happened about 45 minutes ago. Blew off the sign out in front of our building. And it looks like someone's down there on the road. The R and I are laying in the parking lot. Bro, what? What sign blew down? Happy to say the rib tips I bet I left in my car stayed intact, though. Well, that's good to hear. There's some sort of sign down the road there. This is a photo over in Indianapolis of a large tree that was uprooted. And then that is a photo there from Greenfield, Indiana. And if you guys do have any photos and videos, QR code's on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. We got to fix the dimensions of this, but we'll work on that. Back to our Newcastle tornado warning. That area of rotation is now moving over the northwest side of the town. It is not nearly as strong as it was 10 minutes ago, but if we do have a tornado, it will be moving up into Hillsborough and Moreland on the north and west side here of Newcastle. So you got to be taking shelter if you are Newcastle still. Going back to Oklahoma, the storms are starting to get a little bit more interesting, especially the supercell here near Mill Creek. It actually looked more interesting a few minutes ago. The rotation's just not aligned with the hook or the storm at all. But if we look at storm chaser Nathan Moore, he has a pretty solid shot right now of this storm. Of the supercell rolling towards Witch Hole now. Witch Hole, Oklahoma is directly in the line for this right now. Good afternoon from Waukesha County, Wisconsin. How's everyone? Stay safe out there. I'm doing pretty good. I got sleep last night, so I'm happy. I'm a happy camper. It's Tomato Pagey chasing today. Tornado Pagey should literally make a t-shirt or something with a tomato on it.
Hey Barry, have you thought about what our next radar
should be called? Like Tomato Pagey. Tomato Pagey merch. We are waiting any sort of initiation back over near Dallas, Fort Worth. Got a little boundary that is set up here from McKinney back over towards Waco. So there could be some storm initiation here soon. If we go over to satellite imagery, this is actually pretty cool. This is satellite imagery right now. Look at the large swirl up here in Canada. This is the same storm system that brought severe weather to Oklahoma, Kansas, and a bunch of other states yesterday. And if we go over to the localized view right now in Oklahoma, for example, look at the storms blowing up here. Kind of crazy. And look at the clouds going all sorts of different directions. Got clouds going to the south like that. All sorts of stuff just spitting everywhere. That is your boundary right there. So this is pretty cool. Pretty cool simulation. If we go back over to Texas, specifically North Texas, this is that boundary we've been talking about. And you can see some cumulus clouds that have been kind of developing right along it. Right, so nothing's actually developed off this boundary yet, but if anything can start going up, if we see anything grow in size, we'll probably have a very major hailstorm near Dallas, Fort Worth. But nothing's happened quite yet. And then back over in, let me just do the kind of the wide view here, but you can see also the line of thunderstorms that's developed, the large outflow boundary that's going all the way down now into Mississippi, Louisiana, and southern Arkansas. And so those storms are mostly damaging wind producers. This, again, would be the main area to watch for a more elevated risk of very large hail and tornadoes this afternoon and evening. Anything happening in the Des Moines area? Not today. Good news is not today. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning just west of Fort Smith near I-40 for $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Tornado risk should stay low on that storm, but it's not zero. Back over near McAllister and Hartshorn, we do have a couple of storms here that are producing some large hail and damaging winds. Flooding risk is definitely increasing right now. We got these storms basically sitting in these areas. They're literally just sitting. They're barely moving. Back over near Colgate, we got a pretty significant storm here that's still producing golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. The storm here near Witch Hole is still producing apparently tennis ball-sized hail, which is pretty wild. I don't know if any chasers are seeing that right now. No chasers are driving right into the hail core, from my knowledge, but other than Ryan Shull, who was driving literally into it before. Ryan Shull is going through a lot of trees, but he's basically just south of this storm right now. We get storm intermediate in a slot. Would have been slot 1. This is storm intermediate's view of the supercell here.
Yeah.
Near Sulfur.
Oh, focus. See, you guys want to see the little fella?
Max 3 ads is nuts. I didn't even run any ads. What are you talking about? I don't have any control over the ads that play at the beginning of streams, or like when you click on it. I don't have any control over like the amount that are played. Can confirm Poto is getting hail. So Poto, Oklahoma is definitely getting hail, according to somebody in the chat. How's it looking, Norman, Oklahoma? You guys are behind everything. There are some storms going up over here east of Norman, but these are not going to be tornadic. I mean, these are all behind our main area of thunderstorms, and they're in a colder, more stable environment. I'm honestly even surprised these are developing, but these will be mainly hailstorms here. Ryan is a hail magnet. It's either that or he just likes driving through hail. One of the two. We got a couple of chasers going by that like little area of rotation we've been looking at on radar near Witch Hole. I don't think it's like tornadic rotation. It's not aligned with any sort of hook or anything. They're driving by like an area of interest, at least right now. You can see that little lowering on the left. Also, tornado warning in Indiana has been canceled.
You can tell a lot by how someone is.
Very interesting looking storm still. Storm intermediate is a little bit further back. They have a pretty good view too. Bro, what is that audio? Whenever somebody cuts out on audio, it makes the weirdest sound ever. What is storm intermediate looking at? The storm here east of Sulfur. Almost every single chaser is still in that storm. Look at this one over here near Hartshorn. This thing looks kind of wild. It is a really big thunderstorm. I'm not sure. This might just be contaminated, but storm looks kind of wild. Just south of McAllister. It's going to be going directly towards Tuskahoma and Clayton down the line. Hey, Rachel, for the super chat. Storm intermediate bottom right. They're looking at that storm here. They just issued a new severe warning. It's going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail for those that live south of McAllister, near Savannah, Kiowa, Pittsburgh. You guys are all included in this. So you definitely got to be taking shelter if you're in this severe thunderstorm warning right now. Got a pretty dangerous storm here moving down to the east-southeast. John McKinney has a rainbow. Look at that. We've got a PDS rainbow intercept over here.
Back and see if
little rainbow action out here. Very, very low to the ground rainbow. It was very flat. Rachel says, I'm going chasing today. What is the prime spot? I really don't know, to be honest. I don't know, like, where, like, if I'm chasing, like, if I'm chasing, which I don't chase, obviously, but if I were to be a chaser, I would definitely be down here somewhere. It would probably be that storm there. I think we're going to have something down here near Durant at some point. Antlers and Hygo or Higo, I think is how you say it, or Hugo. Over here could be an interesting spot too. It's just a lot more conditional. Like we may or may not have a supercell go up here in the next hour or two. If something goes up, we will have a very big hailstorm and probably a pretty elevated tornado threat. Granted, I would have chased yesterday, not today, if I had to choose one of the 2 days, because yesterday had a much higher tornado ceiling. Today's tornado threat is pretty large. Granted, we have a 5% hatch tornado threat literally all the way into Mississippi. It does include Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, very large area. Got a 2% tornado risk from Alabama back into Lawton and Waco. So any place in this area could easily see a tornado today. We do have a conditional risk for EF2 plus tornadoes as well.
Warning has been issued.
So we'll have to watch that closely. We do have a tornado warning in Oklahoma. It is for that storm near Kiowa, and that looks really concerning. I'm not going to lie. That is a very strong area of rotation. So if you live in this tornado warning near Kiowa, you got to be taking shelter. This is a very strong area of rotation, and if it does produce a tornado, it could be significant. So we need to be putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible right now if you live in Kiowa. That is a very strong area of rotation that has been developing over the last few minutes. And if there is a tornado, it's going to be literally right next to Kiowa. For reference, in Kiowa, there's a lot of stuff here. So if we have a tornado, we might even see a debris signature at some point. But this would be very close to the Wheeler's Restaurant, the Dollar General Market. And it's not far from the Kiowa High School. And I'm pretty sure school's in session right now. I'm pretty sure it's in session. So obviously it's 5:08, so it would be only after school activities right now. But that is really, really concerning. Huge shout out to Kylie with the $100 super chat saying, thanks for your time and dedication, Max. I don't think I've missed a single live stream in 2 years. #1 fan. That's wild. Got a new radar scan coming in right now. Wait to see what the velocities are. Again, this is a very strong area of rotation. I know it's more in the mid-levels. So it's not like this is not necessarily at the ground because our radar beam is looking so high up into the atmosphere on this storm, but that rotation is definitely no joke. If it is legit, which I do think it is, this could easily be a strong or even intense tornado if it's on the ground. I mean, this is going right over US Highway 69 right now, just southwest of Pittsburgh. Just had a new velocity scan, and I know it looks a little contaminated right now, but that is a very concerning area of rotation that we are looking at right now on radar. We do not have a tornado debris signature. Even if there was a strong or intense tornado, we are not going to see debris probably for at least a few minutes pop up on radar. Man, oh man. Okay.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Well, they have gone ahead and upgrade this. It is a confirmed tornado warning now for Kiowa. This is confirmed via weather spotters. So there is a tornado in progress being confirmed. If you are in this tornado warning, you've got to take shelter and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. If this is in fact what I think it is, it could be a strong tornado. So we need to be taking shelter and taking this seriously in Kiowa and Pittsburgh. This is a fairly large radar hole, so unfortunately we do not have the best radar view of it. With that said, this is definitely, I would say, a pretty significant tornado that is in progress right now. So you need to be taking the precautions right now, putting as many walls between you from the outside. Look at this velocity scan right here. This is the single site radar here. And that right there is wild. Right over the south side of Kiowa. It's very close to the high school in Kiowa. And it's going to go right towards Pine Top. And then Adele, Goss, Daisy are in the path of this. Not far from the Atoka Wildlife Management Area. Also, the storm over here near Connorsville is starting to ramp up, it looks like. Again. This storm's ramping up quickly. This might become tornadic here in a second. Got a lot of chasers here. Storm Intermedia's here too. This thing looks really interesting. Got a lot of chasers there. We're going to keep an eye on that. That might be very close to producing too. I'm going to go over to Nathan Moore here just for a second. This is the area of interest right now. Looks like this is gearing up for a tornado as we speak.
The last few chases have been nothing but screamers. This is nice.
So you know that storm Barry was saying needed to be Tor warned is now Tor-R, and that's
that's a lowering moving right over US Highway 377 right now.
Yep, I see that.
I see one dot on that storm. Everybody's left for this one. Oh.
We're gonna keep an eye on this situation. I want to go back to our Kiowa tornado warning. This is the one that is currently on the ground. And again, the rotation is very, very strong. The likelihood of there being a strong tornado right now in Kiowa, Oklahoma is fairly high. So if you guys live here, you gotta be taking shelter. The velocities are wild. I mean, again, this is this is pretty far away from the radar site, right? I mean, we're nowhere near it. But the velocities are definitely strong here. No doubt about that. If you look at the Fort Smith radar site too, the tornado will be located right here over the south side of Kiowa. It is literally right next to the high school. The high school's on the southeast side of town, and it would be coming up into Pittsburgh. I think Pittsburgh had a significant tornado last year. Why? The polygon that we're looking at right now on radar is a little bit it's not really aligned right now because of, I believe this is a different National Weather Service office that issues the warnings near Colgate, so that is why it looks weird. There definitely should be a tornado warning for this area. I don't know why the other National Weather Service office, I think it's Norman, hasn't issued it. I think this one is Fort Smith, so that would be why. But right now the main area of rotation isn't really near Reynolds, but Reynolds, if you're tuning in from Reynolds, Oklahoma, you definitely need to be taking shelter. And this is almost undoubtedly a significant tornado that's happening here, assuming it is still on the ground. We are also watching the storm near Tishomingo, Oklahoma,
Was it 15 or 10
which has a
or
large
something?
wall cloud,
Something on YouTube.
and that rotation's been getting stronger
Thank
near
you.
Witch Hole.
I'm losing count.
I'm not kidding. Witch Hole. You guys need to be taking shelter.
Warning box.
What a name. This is storm intermediate on that storm right now. We're also looking at it, and then Ryan Scholl is also on this storm. All sorts of chasers on this kind of suspicious looking storm right now over here too, which could get tornado warning at some point. Dang radar hole. Yeah, we need to like buy a bunch of radar sites. That's what we got to do. That would be really expensive, but that's what we got to do at some point. There are so many radar holes. This is a view of the storm over in southern Oklahoma near Wapanuka, Oklahoma, with a drone from storm chaser CJ Ziegler, which, again, this storm does look suspicious. A little sus.
Looks like it wants to be trouble. Oh, yeah. It's gotten really close.
Have I not slept yet? I've definitely slept. This storm's trying to organize. We're going to keep that on the bottom right side of your screen. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we likely have a significant tornado in progress right now near Kiowa and Pittsburgh in Oklahoma. A very large area of strong rotation is moving directly towards Oklahoma 375. The tornado itself would be very close to the Pittsburgh area. And it may have or actually been very close to the Kiowa High School. We're not entirely sure. But it is going to be coming up on the Pittsburgh Public School. There's also a Baptist church in the downtown area that's in the path of this. There's also the USPS or the postal office basically on the east side of town in Pittsburgh that could also be hit by this tornado. This tornado is going to be rain wrapped, so it's going to be very hard to see. I'm honestly surprised weather spotters even saw a tornado here. But if you do live in this tornado warning, you 100% got to be taking shelter, because this is a very dangerous area of rotation, and if there is a tornado, it is definitely going to be strong. This is a different way to look at it on our own program here that we have. You can see the velocities are awfully strong right now over the south side of town. Definitely could be a significant tornado going directly towards 4055 road and 1420 roadway. We're looking at the radar site right now from Fort Smith, and then the one there from Oklahoma City has that rotation a little bit further along now. It would have been going through Pittsburgh here over the last few minutes. We're just kind of waiting to see the next radar scan, but again, possible significant tornado right now south of Pittsburgh. Definitely a tornado from the sounds of it, though, according to weather spotters. Any chasers on it? We're actually looking at a map right now that would show us any chasers and stuff. You can see all the chasers are mainly over here. There's literally, it's kind of surprising, but there's no live chasers on this. Every single chaser, for the most part, has been staying over in this area. Granted, again, I don't think, even if there was a chaser on this, I'm not sure you're going to be able to see it. And that tornado would be very rain-wrapped. This is where it is, corresponding to the inflow notch, and there is almost no way you can see that if you're a chaser, if I had to guess. Even on Spotter Network, there's like a few chasers here, these little green dots, but they wouldn't have a view of it from their perspective. It's going through a really tough chasing terrain. Either way, though, I mean, this is, again, probably a significant tornado, probably ripping up trees right now. And it might still be on the ground. We don't know for sure if it is still on the ground, but I'd be leaning towards yes, it is. Thank you, Kevin, for becoming a member. Yeah, this tornado is confirmed by weather spotters. It may have been visible initially. I mean, this is, again, probably a pretty significant tornado that's still going. It's going directly towards Pine Top, and then weather's count might be in the path of it. They never issued a new tornado warning for this area. We definitely need one. For those that live in Daisy or Goss right now, you got to be taking shelter. I'm not sure why we don't have a tornado warning there. The reason why is because it's a different National Weather Service office, but either way, there definitely needs to be a tornado warning for this area right here. The supercell east of Sulfur is starting to become a little bit more disorganized on radar. There's a lot of little storms that are popping up out to the south and west. With that said, it is still trying to form a wall cloud. Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler has a drone in the air right now looking at this lowering.
It's starting to sprinkle.
Which that is the base of the storm, kind of a little lowering development on the right. Clouds are only about 1,000, 2,000 feet off the ground today, so pretty low lifting condensation level. But right side of that storm, what we were looking at a second ago, would be really the area of interest on the supercell west of Colgate. Which might try to reorganize as it goes down to the south and east. Got another storm that's starting to organize right now over near Talahina, I think is how you say it, in Oklahoma, going towards Albion, and that's going directly southeast. That is a little hook developing, and this could also become tornadic here soon, especially with like a little storm merger or a little nudger out of the north and west. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, it's not a storm chaser that we can show. What there was a chaser that did have an angle of a cone tornado in Oklahoma is also reportedly producing damage. So I do expect there's probably still a tornado on the ground. I would talk a little bit about some of the areas that are in the southern portion of that warning. I think we're on a WFO boundary here. For some reason, we have not gotten a tornado warning. So in places like Wardville and Redden, there's not going to be tornado sirens going off there because there's no tornado warning.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, it sounds like there is a cone tornado in progress, and which means it's likely a significant tornado that's happening right now, heading right towards Pine Top and Weathers. So we need to be taking shelter again if we are in that pink polygon and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. I'm still not entirely sure why, as Riley just said, we don't have a tornado warning for this other area. This is definitely a very significant tornadic supercell here. And there is a pretty good chance right now that this is producing a lot of damage right now on the southeast side of Pittsburgh. And Pine Top, which is a pretty small area, is going to be directly in line for this tornado. Got the Butterfields Stage Blackburn Station. That's going to be in the path of it, which is near Pine Top. But it looks like it's going to be hitting a lot of trees here over the next several minutes, but it could have just hit that town of Pittsburgh pretty hard. So this is definitely a very concerning storm that we're looking at. I'm surprised no watches, at least in the Dayton area. There isn't really a whole lot to watch. There's not really a whole lot of a reason to have a watch out. I mean, it's very isolated, damaging winds right now. The tornado risk right now is pretty low, too, out here in Indiana and Ohio. But definitely, if you live over here, definitely got to stay alert. For sure. Going back to our tornado again on the ground here in Oklahoma, we do think there is a good chance right now that we have a damaging, possibly even a large tornado right now near Pittsburgh. It is a cone tornado. Once again, it's probably not far off from like a tornado that we kind of saw yesterday where it's this like big cone. So, you know, if you live over in this area, you got to be taking shelter. There's a lot of homes that are down along the 420 roadway here. And so this tornado is going to continue to move down to the south and east and likely produce some really significant damage. I really don't understand still why there is no tornado warning right now for this area. There needs to be. Daisy and Goss and Redden might not have a clue that there's a tornado coming directly towards them. The National Weather Service of Norman, I believe, is responsible for issuing a tornado warning here, and we don't have one. So we definitely need one. It's a very dysfunctional warning because it's on a CWA line, which means there's a different National Weather Service office that issues both of these tornado warnings. That right there is definitely significant.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning, so this is going to be going a little bit further to the east. New tornado warning here for those that are just south of Blanco, west of Sardis Lake. So you need to be taking shelter if you are in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. This is going right along Pittsburgh Road right now, and it's going to be heading towards the Turnpike, which is right here. So the Turnpike is going to be directly in line for that tornado. There's also a new severe warning here for half-dollar sized hail or quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for those that are over in Daisy and Goss. But local media is saying that there's they've had a view of a large tornado that is going directly towards Sardis Lake right now. So this is very significant. It's going right over the turnpike and Pine Top. Definitely not what you want to see. The velocities, again, are crazy looking. I know they look crazy on there, but like this is another view of it. These winds are probably 80, 90 miles per hour aloft going both ways. Granted, again, that's a loft. It's not at the ground level, but could easily have a strong or intense tornado right now going on. Do all tornadoes spin the same way? They do not. Going back to our other storm too near Sulfur, our east of Sulfur. The rotation's a bit broader here. We're still keeping an eye on that near Wapanuka. But yeah, by far, this one is definitely the most significant. Likely a significant tornado going right towards 1420 Road near Pine Top. The Indian National or Nation Turnpike is going to be hit by this here very soon. It's going to go right over the turnpike here in just a few minutes. So right where this tornado, it's in southeastern Oklahoma right now. Anyway, yes, for becoming a member. Just saw Monday already has a level 3 out of 5 risk. That's insane. Yeah, Monday is going to be a big day. I mean, today obviously could be significant, but it's not going to be as significant as what we might see tomorrow and also on Sunday. And these same exact areas that we are talking about today will be under the gun for more significant severe weather on both Saturday and Sunday. So Saturday's risk is an enhanced risk for Tulsa, Oklahoma City, Fort Smith, and Fayetteville. And then Sunday is going to be off to the north, but it's almost the same exact area. We could have an outbreak either one of these days. And then Monday looks like a full-blown outbreak here across the Midwest. It's going to be an all-hands-on-deck kind of day on Monday with a severe weather outbreak very, very likely across the Mississippi River Valley and back into the Midwest. Unfortunately, for those that are over in the Midwest and kind of thought, oh, we're going to have a break like in Wisconsin and Illinois, the break's coming to an end here soon. We had a break for a little while, but it's definitely it's coming to an end here on Monday. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning near Cromwell, west of Wetumpka. That is for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Despite this being north of all the storms, we have a very weak area of circulation there, so we'll have to keep an eye on that storm in case that does try to produce. A lot of chasers are still looking at this supercell right now near Colgate, which has been organizing. Storm chaser CJ Ziegler is looking at it organized right now. It's trying to become a more prominent supercell as it goes into Wapanuka and goes towards Tushka, I think is how you say it. Atoka is also going to be in the path of this. So we're starting to see this one organized pretty quickly. It'll be a matter of time, I think, until it tries to become tornadic again. It'll at least take, I think, 10-15 minutes, but definitely has a chance to become tornadic again. We got this little updraft that's kind of developing off to its west, but if it can all come into one supercell like the other storm has, it could be a significant threat as it goes down towards Durant and some other areas like Antlers. Definitely gonna be a storm we're watching. Got storm chaser Connor Croft also looking at it, bottom middle of your screen. We are still watching a very significant, or very likely significant tornado that is still in progress right now in Oklahoma here. This is going directly towards Clayton. By the way, guys, I want to give you guys a quick heads up. This is a problem that's happening on YouTube. There are certain like live streams that are on YouTube that are not actually live. There are like chasers, quote unquote chasers, that are like live. They're actually not, and they're showing tornadoes and stuff. There are some that are out there. I'm not saying there's like an active chaser right now. Like on this storm, for example, there's reportedly some guy that's named some name that is a quote unquote chasing. It's an AI channel. It is a problem. I'm just letting you guys know. So again, if there is a tornado that we can show you on stream, or if we know of somebody, we'll let you know. But there is nobody. I was just looking, and there's literally an AI channel replaying the same thing over and over again over the span of like hours, and it's literally stolen content from a different stream. So again, it's not somebody that's even legit. It's a fake person. They don't even exist. All right, so just letting you guys know, I've seen it before. It happened actually on it happened on the hurricane that hit Jamaica. There's some random chaser channel that showed like a repeating stream over and over again. It wasn't something we showed, but it was just repeating over and over the same exact thing. It wasn't legit. So just a heads up. I don't know if it's AI or if it's literally just somebody replaying the same thing, but it's probably just made by some random person. Or am I real? I would say so. I would hope so. We are waiting for another radar scan. The new tornado warning is not a confirmed tornado. Looks like they have gone ahead and dropped the confirmed tornado warning. It's back down to radar indicated. With that said, we still have a possible tornado right now crossing over the turnpike near Blanco, and it is moving down to the east-southeast, and we'll be going towards Oklahoma 43 here soon. So if you guys live here, we got to be taking shelter. Clayton will also be in the path of this here soon. Storm over near Nuka looks a little bit more interesting. It's a storm chaser, CJ Ziegler.
And a lightning.
Max, hold up 3 fingers. Bruh. There's no way we think I'm AI. Actually, there is a way. Connor's starting to get close to a little bit of some hail on this storm over to the west of Colgate. Hey, blazing for the sewer chat. AI Nader sloppy for GTA 6. Of course we do. Of course. You can hear the hail starting to hit Connor's car. Connor's intercepting some hail.
The one near Dixon does it.
Riley is definitely AI. I would agree.
MD just popped.
All right, we'll go back to the 3-cam view here. Jeez, Kurt is AI, bro. If my cat was AI, my God. That'd be terrible. We need to watch this storm over here near Talahina right now. This is a discrete cell going right into Albion that is at least broadly rotating. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up getting a tornado warning in this general area here soon. That'll be moving southeast towards Oklahoma 144. So we're watching that closely. Going back over to Indiana, we still have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings for those that are in Winchester and Lynn and Union City. I do not think the tornado threat here is very high. I think it's a very low threat, but damaging winds around 60 miles per hour are still possible. If you live over near Dayton, Cincinnati, and surrounding areas, your risk is pretty low today, but we're looking out for some damaging wind gusts and then maybe an isolated brief tornado. We have a singular severe warning right now over here in Mississippi. The storm over near Kisco is how you say it. I think is how you say it. That little storm there looks a little discreet, looks a little interesting. Everything else is pretty much clustered together, mainly producing a damaging wind threat right now across central and southern Mississippi. We also need to watch this storm going into Arkansas here shortly. There's a low tornado potential with that that's also producing golf ball sized hail near Mena. A lot of storms to watch. I would say really the main one right now is this over here south of Hartshorn. That could still be producing a significant tornado. As of now, no confirmed tornado on this, but the rotation is still very strong. And if there is a tornado, it will go right over the turnpike here over the next few minutes and then go towards Choctaw Nation near Clayton. Will be next in line for this. Shout out to Jumbo for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Hey, Melinda for the $10 super chat. Thanks for all you do. Your stream is helping me teach kids about weather and what you're doing. I homeschool. This is very helpful. I'm glad I can help. We now have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to have a tornado possible tag. We also have a risk here of golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. And there's also a tornado possible tag on it for Clayton. Wow. Connor's in the middle of the storm over to the west of Colgate with very small hail coming down. The winds are a little gusty.
soft storm, man.
Yeah.
So that's what it looks like inside the storm. Pretty, in my opinion, kind of weak where he's at least. The main core is barely off to his west. That's Connor. That's the core of the hail. And then down to the south, we might have a little more, another hail core down there too. We need a new Riley Doodle shirt? I know, we do. This is a storm intermedia on that same storm. They're a little bit further down to the south. They're right along US Highway 377.
I feel like
that's actually a new storm that's gone up. Okay, well, this is interesting because this is all right. So we got a new storm going up now. This is off to their west. It's right along the boundary, and the storm that is west of Atoka, in my opinion, doesn't look that favorable for a tornado anytime soon. This is a brand new storm, and if it can organize, there could be a tornado risk or some sort of severe weather risk in like maybe 30 minutes.
That is too far from the radar.
Hey, Waco for the super chat. Will Waco, Texas see storms on Saturday? Maybe, but I wouldn't say the odds are very high of that. So the odds are pretty low. If we go back over to radar, this storm has just blown up over the last several minutes over near Tishomingo. And so this thing could try to produce something down the line. Right now, I'd say the risk is pretty low. We're keeping an eye on it. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for those in Atoka. Bro, Brian Scholl's blocking the name. Panuka. Wimpanuka. You guys are also included in this severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We're up to 16 severe warnings now. We got another one over near Waldron, Arkansas. That'll be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We still got to monitor these storms too, south of Fort Smith for a slightly higher tornado potential. Nothing imminent, but those storms could try to do something down the line. So we'll be keeping an eye on that activity as it continues to go up. Huge shout out to Jenny with the $20 super chat. This is for treats for cheese curd. She's going to need some after this outbreak of severe weather. She's going to need a lot of treats. She will not be seeing me much here anytime soon. For those that don't know who that is, it's my cat. Don't know where she is, but I will be live almost. We're going to be live every single day, at least through Monday. It is going to be a very busy stretch of severe weather. It will not be quiet whatsoever.
Will find us.
Connor is now in the middle of that storm near Colgate. There's actually a hail core right over him. We'll see if there's actual golf balls. We haven't had really much hail with this.
Huh.
It's windy. He's next to the hail core, and so far there hasn't been any big hail yet.
Tomorrow.
Connor's in the rain like always. Dude, this guy loves rain. Might literally be his girlfriend.
What are you two even talking about?
We're going to launch a manned mission through a wormhole to another galaxy, and we need people to explore new planets.
Hey, you got off the super chat.
Are you
And also Danielle for the super chat.
You're going with 4 other people too, but you don't know them. Random humans.
Enid was rated an EF4. It was. All right, we'll keep an eye on Connor. He's in the middle of a hail core, which has not had any hail yet, at least anything large. Maybe a couple pea-sized hailstones coming down. It's been very small so far. I definitely think the next storm we got to watch is something down here that goes up. Coffee had Max bouncing off the walls yesterday. It did. I was literally bouncing off the walls. Got a couple more photos and videos that you guys have sent in from the storms that we've seen so far today. This is over in Pittsburgh, Oklahoma from Ellie, who sent in a area of rotation right here not too long ago. Actually kind of scary looking. This is the Kiowa rotation, and this is where we did have a storm spotter reporting a cone tornado about 15-20 minutes ago. And here's a photo from Indianapolis of some damage, it looks like, to a roof. This is on the Indianapolis campus under the Business and SPEA building. Thank you, Stacy, for sending this one in. So probably some wind damage. There might have been a tornado too. And then here's another photo from the campus. Wow. Got stuff flown around everywhere here. There's a lot of insulation that was thrown around. You even got some on a tree right here. So this is probably at least straight line wind damage. Again, we had a lot of damage reports all around the north side of Indianapolis. There was a tornado warning here, and likely tornado in this area. It might have been a weak one, but definitely produced some damage. It's also from Newcastle, Indiana. Some dark clouds coming in as that tornado warning was in effect. And this is right now one of the more prominent damage photos that we've gotten from somebody out of Indianapolis. If you guys do have any photos and videos, QR code's on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Yeah, we're working on the dimensions on this. It'll be easier to show you guys that and down the line. Tag doing a video from Indianapolis tonight. Sounds good. Yeah, feel free, you guys. If you ever see stuff on like social media, feel free to tag us in it. Can't always show it, but at least we can at least see things over on Twitter and Facebook. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just got an update from the Storm Prediction Center. This is ahead of the storms that we're tracking in Oklahoma. They're highlighting an area where there's a relatively higher tornado potential. Basically, we're seeing that boundary just push a little bit further to the north. Basically, we're still just waiting to see if we're going to have storms latch onto that boundary. And there's been a few people asking about what that means. So the boundary that we have right now is basically just a combination of a cold front as well as some outflow from storms that we had a few days ago and today as well. So those are going to, or basically what we need to see is we need to see the storm get ahead of that to access the warm, moist air. Behind that boundary, it's cold and it's dry. So in order to have tornado potential, we need warm, moist inflow into those storms. And that is not something that we have behind the boundary. So when we're talking about storms latching onto the boundary, what we mean is basically reaching up to that warm, moist air. So in that corridor that the SPC has highlighted, that is where the probabilities of that happening are the highest. But outside of that, it doesn't actually seem like there's that much tornado potential across Oklahoma right now.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So definitely got to see how this alpha boundary interacts, and we'll see if anything does happen here down the line. Obviously, the risk of tornadoes pretty high if any storms do latch to the alpha boundary, so we'll have to wait and see what happens. But otherwise, regardless of the tornado threat right now, the hail is pretty significant, and the damaging wind threat could be as high as 70 miles per hour. So there's definitely an elevated risk right now for significant severe weather for at least the next several hours. I would definitely be watching this one near Tishomingo, though. It looks interesting already. I mean, it's a storm that just went up. Velocities are starting to cook a little bit right now. I got a few storm chasers here in the general vicinity of Tishomingo. Looking to see if anybody has a view of it yet. We should have a view with Storm Media here soon. Tornado TRX is just to the north of it. You got Jacob McMillan. He's currently positioning. But this storm's definitely looking interesting right now near Tishomingo. So we'll have Storm Chaser, Storm Media on the bottom left of your screen. They're going to probably have the first view of this storm here shortly. Shout out to Danielle with the $10 super chat. Thank you for your top tier weather coverage. I appreciate that. Thank you also Isabella for the super chat. I've sent photos.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning. I've sent photos of shipping containers lifted from the airport that was thrown onto I-70, but they weren't approved for some reason. I have no clue. Maybe resend them and they might get approved. We got a new tornado warning here. This one's going to be back over in Oklahoma for Pittsburgh County. If you are in this tornado warning, you've got to take shelter now and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. This will be for those that are just west of Clayton, west of the Choctaw Nation, near Oklahoma 43. It is a rain-wrapped area of rotation that is currently moving down to the southeast, and this could lead to a tornado. So you need to be taking shelter, once again, if you are in this tornado warning right now. It looks like Connor's now getting hit by hail. Connor's getting pounded by hail now in Colgate.
Dumping one of these dimes.
So here comes the hail.
I now have numerous dimes.
He's saying, whoa, look at the hail core. He's driving right into it. Look at the hail core on radar. This thing has exploded.
Okay,
It's up to tennis ball sized hail in the warning. He is getting railed by hail right now.
Yeah, there's a hail spike on it now, but again, I'm only getting dimes.
Bro's getting rich off dimes right now.
Middle, pound square of Wapanaka, whatever.
Put them in a bag. I have a dime bag.
Go west.
West?
Actually, no, go south and wait for this one to come over.
Storm's still low, but I'm
Oh,
shit.
That's what we like to see.
Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go. Now we might be getting big.
Give us the hail!
We might be getting big now. Huge spike on it now.
I want giant hail right now.
They're driving through some hail right now. It hasn't been really large yet.
Here we go, here we go.
Got more hail coming down.
Come on, hail.
This is warned for tennis ball sized hail right
I
now.
want the hood that head more dense.
I want a stone through that tank gas.
Lots and lots of dimes.
These trees are freaking ripping.
The second they get hit by a tennis ball, that windshield's cracking.
You're good here.
Good here?
Yeah.
When I get to this open spot right here.
You're gonna miss it.
What?
So we got a little bit of small hail coming down. This hail core is crazy though. On radar, this is what it looks like. So again, big time hail. This thing has a large scatter spike. So this thing's dropping big hail. I don't think where Connor is, he's actually gotten hit by big hail yet. I think the hail is just barely off to his west and it might actually cross over him here soon. So maybe he's gonna cost his windshield here soon. We'll see.
Yeah, it's not even moving.
He's like literally right next to it.
We do have a tiny
It'll probably hit him in about 2 minutes if he just stays there.
We got good.
See the hail bouncing off his car.
Here we go. There we go.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Oh, there you
There
go.
we go.
Oh, here comes
Here
the
we
hail.
go.
All right, this is now they're gonna hit by hail.
Which way are they coming out of? Oh, which way are they coming out of? I gotta face the windshield.
All right, there's the hail.
I gotta face him. Can't lose any back windows or anything. If they get big. Gotta face him here. This guy's backing up. He's like,
This guy's turning around. He's not trying to drive into this hailstorm. Is he parking? Bro's parking under the trees. Bro just disappeared. That reminds me of like that Homer Simpson meme. Bro just backed into the trees.
Sitting there. Why? Why is it just sitting there?
Sitting under a tree. I don't know if that's gonna help at all.
Yeah, then it'll move south. It'll be good.
True.
The hail core is going right over him right now. I think Ryan Scholl is driving up to this thing now. I think we're gonna have another chaser driving into this.
Let's go!
He's got a catastrophic severe warning. Let's go! Or no, destructive, sorry.
This is for 3-inch sized hail now, guys. We got apples flying out of the sky. Apple-sized hail is coming in. This thing's producing apples. They just upgraded it to apples. Connor's stream just went out. There's no shot. All right, we'll go back to him in a second. That's what it looks like right now in Wapanuka. This thing is absolutely insane. This is just crazy. The stream went down our end, and we're going to put it here for a second until we fix it. So it looks like live right now. They are getting pounded by hail. Oh my god. It's really raining.
Let's go!
He's got a catastrophic severe warning. Let's go! Or no, destructive, sorry.
This is absolutely
way
crazy.
less cool than.
Oh, I just went out again. Bro, what is going on? It's not working. We go back over to Connor's live stream. It's literally raining hail right now. It is absolutely crazy. I'm gonna stay on. All right, staying on.
No, they're all
It's literally
small.
pouring hail.
There's a million of them.
It is literally pouring hail.
We're gonna be in this for a while.
Dude, I know.
This is stalling out. Vegas is still off. Yeah, it's literally off fire.
I cannot believe that.
TBSS.
Uh-oh.
Three bodies dead.
Covering the road.
The hail is starting to cover the road. We're getting hail accumulation out here.
Yeah. Good idea.
So then what Panuka? Got up to apple-sized hail falling.
Yeah, there you go.
Good idea.
That's a 4-cam view.
Dude, it's got so close to us, dude. They're getting less frequent. I wonder if they get bigger now.
I think they will.
I also wonder if we want to go back over here once it's passed and see if there's any huge ones.
We should do that.
It just got really quiet. Oh, they got goggles on.
Are these when the big ones happen?
Look at the hail fall.
Hail fall. Oh. These when the big ones start coming down?
These might be big hailstones now. The frequency has obviously been huge, or it's been very frequent. Now we're looking to see if there's big hailstones in here.
Whoa, 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 we're getting big. Whoa, 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 we're getting big.
Why are you moving?
I'm facing the wind. I'm facing where they're coming from a little bit better.
Oops, wrong person. We got Ryan Scholl, who's just south of it too. Let me go back to Connor here.
Whoa, 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 we're getting big.
Connor, Tornado Pagey, they're driving into it now. They are driving into the hail. They're punching in there. This storm's producing apple-sized hail currently. It is a destructive, severe thunderstorm warning. And they have opted into driving into hail.
We were bigger for a second.
Look at the hail covering the road here. There's hail fog.
I feel like we're peaking at golf ball still.
There we go. A little bit more numerous now. They're still kind of soft.
Yeah, yeah.
They explode on the windshield.
This is crazy. Crazy hailstorm.
They're getting a little harder.
They're getting bigger again.
It's just accumulating.
Oh my god, this is unbelievable. There's so much hail
It's
falling.
not getting any bigger, really. Alright, they're getting a little bigger again now. Oh, that was a big one. Oh, they're getting a little bigger.
I'm curious if it's gonna.
It's getting bigger again.
I just got a 1 to 3 inch hail.
Looks like it feels like I'm listening to
How big they really are. They all explode on the road. Are there any
Sounds like
any
a
golf balls or
popcorn
tennis
inside
balls
the
in the grass?
microwave. Looks like popcorn. There are so many chasers that are now just driving into this hailstorm. Like, there are so many chasers just driving into this thing. There's a guy just driving through it. I don't know who that is. I don't think it's a chaser. That guy just driving through it. He doesn't even care if there's hail falling.
I think I do.
Tornado Pagey is now in it too. They're starting to get pounded by hail.
Look at the box of orange.
If you're just tuning in, we got an apple-sized hailstorm here. Hailstones up to the size of apples are falling in Wapanuka, Oklahoma. Just west of Atoka, and Connor has decided to sit in the middle of it.
Like 2 miles west of Wapa, whatever.
Once this hail ends, just collect a little bit here, and then we can go north.
I feel like if we go there first, it's going to be bigger. I think it's biggest right there on that line.
Yeah, go.
Melting right now as we speak.
Somebody might chance that Connor's being bombarded by baseballs.
That is a complete lie. We might have one stone in the grass that looks close to baseballs. Otherwise, it's a lot of soft golf balls.
Look at this guy just parked under the trees right there. I don't know if that's a chaser, but there's just a guy that's parked under the trees. This is all hail fog that we're seeing now along the roadway. So you got all sorts of hail fog, and then Tornado Pagey. Here's a view of what they're looking at. See all the hail on the ground there.
This gaggle of tennis balls.
They're located on the south side of Wapanuka. They are close to Rock Hill Road. Now they're driving right into it. So this hailstorm right now is moving to the east. It is going directly towards Atoka. So if you guys live in Atoka, you got to be getting away from windows as this thing approaches. Max Archer is also looking at this hailstorm. Let me get Max Archer in one of these slots. Let me see. I think it's slot 3 that's opened up. Slot 2. That's fine. This is Max Archer and what he's looking at. He actually has, funny enough, a hail cage on his windshield. So you see the little pole there on the right? He has like a little cage up there that prevents like hail from basically hitting his windshield. So he can basically drive into these storms with little risk of getting his windshield cracked or damaged. So bro is just over here, you know, in hailstorm, just getting hit. But that little hail cage does come in handy right now. So pretty cool. Tornado Pagey still in the middle of this hailstorm, but that's pretty significant. Let's go back to what's happening though, a little further to the west. We are watching the storm over near Tishomingo, which has been going up and could become tornadic down the line. There is a higher tornado risk with anything that can stay a bit more discreet. So if you guys live near Durant, we need to definitely be staying on alert right now. There's also a pretty big hailstorm going up near Wewoka. This is producing golf ball sized hail. Going to be clashing with what looks like a little alpha boundary here soon, going directly towards Holdenville. So get ready for that. Pretty big hailstorm, kind of what we're seeing out there near Atoka. A lot of hail falling. Over near Choctaw Nation, we still have a tornado warning in effect. This rotation, though, has gotten a lot broader. So in my opinion, the risk here of a tornado is a lot lower west here of Sardis Lake, but definitely take shelter if you guys are over in this area. We are still looking at a storm that's rotating, and it might produce a tornado down the line as it continues to move down to the south and east. If we go back over to the east, into Arkansas, we do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right along the Oklahoma and Arkansas border, mainly producing a risk of damaging winds and large hail. There's a storm that's passing by Fort Smith right now. Should be mostly wind here. Not really looking at a whole lot of anything else. And then we still have one severe warning back over in Indiana going into Union City. These storms are starting to fall apart, so the risk of severe weather is definitely starting to decrease back over in Indiana and Ohio, but we'll monitor any sort of things that happen over there just in case the weather gets a little bit more intense. And then back over near Jackson, in Mississippi, we got 2 severe warnings right now for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Generally speaking, the risk of significant severe weather there is pretty low for the time being. Looks like the worst of this hail core is now moving right along Oklahoma 7. That's what it looks like alive inside of that hail core. And we got a lot of hail falling, at least where he's at, but not as much large hail. It's a lot of small hail that's coming down right now along Oklahoma 7. A little base forming on this storm near Tishomingo. Very broad rotation is developing. We'll have to keep an eye out on that. Connor Croft is driving through Wapanuka right now. Look at all the hail that is on the ground. You got all sorts of hail fog that is developed. Since cold, very cold, all the hailstones obviously are ice. It's very cold with these, hailstones. And you got warm air aloft, and this is creating what we call hail fog. So visibility has dropped quite a bit. Thank you, Marvin, for the $50 super chat. Really appreciate that. And Kimberly for becoming a member.
Dude, I want to get back on it. Could go big again.
I'm gonna go get something real quick.
Okay, yeah, see.
We also just got a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. This one's gonna be back over, believe in southern. Yeah, this is southern Arkansas. This is gonna be a little storm that's gone up over near Haynesville and El Dorado. This is moving off to the northeast right now. If you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, definitely stay away from windows. Got quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, and that storm's again tracking to the northeast, going over US Highway 79 here in a few minutes near Emerson. Hey, Michael, for becoming a member. This may get ugly. It's definitely gotten kind of ugly over here in Oklahoma. The hail's definitely been the big thing. so far. But the tornado threat definitely is not, I mean, it's nowhere near over. This tornado threat's going to go for several hours. It's just going to be a matter of if any storms latch to an outflow boundary, which has not happened yet. Well, that's kind of what we're waiting to see what happens. If that happens, it's going to be, I think, pretty significant. Looks like we got, yeah, it looks like they're looking for hailstones now here.
Let's go.
Where Connor's at.
Yeah, 2.34.
So they're looking for the size of hail over here.
2.3.
2.3. All right, so we at least got one 2.3 inch sized hailstone, which is about the size, almost the size of a tennis ball.
It's really intriguing.
Measured 2 hailstones, 2.3 inches in diameter, where the radar showed the biggest stones.
Did hail just hit their car? I thought that was like a random hailstone. I just heard something hit their car. Golf ball is 1.75 inches. Is Poto good now? You guys are not done. I mean, we still got severe weather going up out here. I mean, look at this hailstorm near Wewoka. This thing's exploded too. Wewoka and Holdenville are about to get slammed with hail. This thing's producing tennis ball sized hail all the way back up to the east of Seminole. So that's no joke right there. Got a very dangerous hailstorm developing, and that could easily be producing tennis balls or higher. That is a major hailstorm right there. All right, we got some more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. Apparently, there was some photo of some, like, I don't know, shipping container got flown from some sort of storm here. This is a new photo from Johnson County, Oklahoma, from Cole. This was on the storm going through Bromide, west of Wapanuka, about 15 to 20 minutes ago. Same one that CJ had a drone on. Well, I appreciate you sending it in. Nice little photo there underneath the storm. This is a photo from Garvin County from Steve of it looks like a golf ball sized hailstone. They're saying it's around tennis ball sized. We were in a heavy nickels before this. So even though the majority of the hail that we see is not like, you know, tennis balls, even with these tennis ball sized hail warnings, even the one that's down in southern Oklahoma right now where there's upwards of apple sized hail falling, the quantity of hail is what we saw, but there can still be big hailstones in there even if they're not all the same size. So a lot of the hail we saw was probably under quarters, but there were some hailstones that were larger than that. This is a photo from Mooresville, Indiana, from Isabella. Sent us in some shipping containers that were thrown from the Indianapolis airport onto Interstate 70. Wow. I don't know how heavy these are, but that's kind of crazy. This is when we had a tornado warning over in Indianapolis earlier, and there may have been a tornado. Anybody live over here in Indianapolis that's tuning in? It seems like it's pretty crazy over here. From what we've been hearing, it's been pretty crazy. This is a photo over in Winchester, Indiana, from Jacob of some ominous skies. This was previously tornado warned in Newcastle. It was in eastern Indiana. And here's another photo in Indianapolis. What is that? Is that another shipping container? This is right next to the Indianapolis airport. What is stuck in the fence? Thank you, Trucker, for the super chat. And also Amy for becoming a member. Those are airplane shipping containers, not that heavy. That's according to somebody in the chat. If you guys have any photos and videos, QR code's on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. The link's on your screen there. I got to fix the dimensions. We're going to fix that for our next stream. We do have this like brand new thingamabobber that, you know, for photos and videos. I think it looks a lot cleaner. Obviously, we're still working on it. This is also from Jen in Latimer County, Oklahoma, of some hail coming down. But we have this like I think it looks good. I don't know. I think it looks better than before. What do you guys think? Just looks smoother. Hey, Brenda, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Also, Lane with the $20 super chat says, I heard about a guy who fired a firework into a tornado. Excuse me? I wonder how that goes. I feel like that'd be weird, but... Paige is still driving through, or they were driving through hail. CJ has a view on the east side of the Supercell, I think, now. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think his stream's working right now, but he is on the east side of this right now. And if his stream comes back, we'll go to him. But CJ might have a view of this storm at some point. Or maybe he's just, oh, he is live. He doesn't have his Omega feed on for some reason. Somebody get CJ's YouTube link in. He has a really good view of the storm. This is what it looks like right now over in Atoka. This is live. Your Omega stream's down, by the way. Hey, BR for becoming a member. Also, thank you, Putt, for the super chat. How do you think the storm is coming into Illinois, Wisconsin area on Monday? Should be mostly looking at damaging winds. I think it'll be a widespread threat. Definitely could have a lot of tornadoes, though. We'll see. I think it's going to be a pretty big day on Monday. I do think Monday has a pretty high likelihood of being an outbreak. So I think Monday will be an outbreak. I also think Sunday and even tomorrow have the potential to be outbreaks too. So, I mean, today obviously is not, I would say, going to be an outbreak, but I think it'll still be pretty significant. I mean, so far it's been pretty significant when it comes to the hail. A lot of storms down here in southeast Oklahoma, mostly producing damaging winds and large to very large hail. The tornado risk so far has been fairly low, but that obviously could change with time. Any storms that latch to an outflow boundary will have a much better shot of producing a tornado. Yeah, Rev, we'll put it in slot 3. New severe thunderstorm warning just east of Oklahoma City near Holdenville. That is for tennis ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is tracking down towards McAllister right now. Holdenville and Calvin, Stewart, Lamar, and Horntown. You guys are all on the path of that. This thing did have a 3-body scatter spike just a moment ago, which does indicate that we have a very significant hail core, and that'll be tracking down towards McAllister here soon. The storm over near Atoka definitely looks interesting. Storm chaser CJ Ziegler's looking at it. This does have the potential of producing apple-sized hail. The rotation on radar is also got a little bit more organized.
Everyone's streamed down?
So I wouldn't say the tornado risk is like done by any means with this storm. Hey, Kendra for the super chat. I was in the Twister movie. I actually, believe it or not, I still have not watched the Twister movie. I just don't watch movies. I never watched that movie. The newer one. I watched the older one.
Attention, a new tornadic considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Hey, Lane for the super chat. I'm gonna get canceled for never watching that movie still. So we're keeping an eye on him. This storm definitely trying to organize again. The one over here near Tishomingo, it looks a little bit funky, but if this can become one supercell, that also could become more tornadic as it moves to the south and east, going towards Kennefic, Cato, and as well as Durant. So if you live over in Durant, I would definitely be protecting your vehicle. If you can, park it under a garage, park it in your garage, you're on your own. Whatever you gotta do to protect it, we gotta definitely protect that vehicle, because this storm is definitely producing some really nasty hail, and could produce even larger hail by the time it gets to you. Huge shout out to Desperate Dito, I think is how you say it, for the $100 super chat, saying, as a truck driver going through Iowa 2 to 3 times a week, I thank you. Been watching since 2023. W's in the chat, I really appreciate that. Over there in Iowa. Iowa is one of those states that can definitely be pretty active. I think it'll be pretty active on Monday. There's some little interesting lowering feature right in here. I'm not sure. There's rotation on radar, but I'll have to keep an eye on this. Just south of Atoka.
Are we on radar Omega or not? That's why I do not like relying on radar Omega stream. It's so glitchy.
This is a full screen shot of this storm right now.
Are we on radar Omega or not?
As a full view of the storm rolling in. Very interesting looking bean shape to it. He has legs. Yes, I do have legs, believe it or not. I'm also tall as a tree. I'm 8'7". Gotta love having that advantage in your life, being 8'7". It's easy to get on the top shelf, if you know what I mean. I love watching CJ streams. They're so quiet. It's like ASMR. It's like golf commentary. Whenever we got something, it's really peaceful. I need to do an ASMR video sometime. It's gotta happen. ASMR forecast. What do we think?
Why is this thing ramping up? Kind of want to just get hit by it for the day.
So CJ's on this storm right now. We're keeping an eye on him. We also got Mezzo Hunter over here. The rotation's gotten a little bit more organized. Hey, a lot of people are saying, you know, we should have ASMR. I think it has to happen at some point. It's got to happen at some point. Wish I was as tall as Max. I know. Just, I have crazy genetics. What can I say? We do have 13 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Most of them are in Arkansas and Oklahoma. We do have 2 in Mississippi, mainly producing damaging wind gusts. This is an area that has had very little rain recently. And I've got to say, I'm glad that there are storms down here today, because I'm not saying in terms of like, I'm glad there might be a tornado threat, but I'm glad there's rain here, because we've had literally almost no rain in Mississippi or even Alabama in months. It's been very, very, very minimal. So, you know, ideally, we are hopefully going to get a lot of rain here over the next little while. Over the next 2 weeks, looks like a lot of rain's coming, so that's good news. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Philadelphia over here in Mississippi for some wind. There's a live camera here in Choctaw. Little Choctaw camera. It's about 80 degrees out there. I think this is a casino, if I'm not mistaken. But pretty warm out there. We got, again, a pretty intense cluster of thunderstorms moving towards Decatur, Pearl River, and Philadelphia. We are also monitoring a very low-end tornado potential if any storms can organize, but the environment down here is not super favorable for severe weather. We no longer have any severe warnings in the Ohio Valley. A weakening line of thunderstorms is now going to be approaching Dayton and Cincinnati and Hamilton. Overall, though, not looking at anything too significant there. They have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds going right into Atoka. And then after that, it'll go towards Antlers and the McGee Lake. That's the one that CJ's on right now. Also, storm chaser Nathan Moore, he's located kind of on the far eastern side of that warning, so I'll have probably a pretty good view with him here soon. And Mezzo Hunter is also located in Canny. Wow, look at this storm from CJ. This actually looks pretty wild. Looks pretty wild. That structure looks pretty wild right there. Hey, Horm or Hom for the super chat. It's time we do an AMA on REF5. We are your biggest fan. What's AMA mean? I don't know what that abbreviation is. Is your cat forgiving you? Yeah, she's chill. I don't know where she is. I wish she was here. I like when my cat is in the studio. Ask me anything? Oh. We could do like one of these like after dark streams or whatever we call them, after hours of max velocity. We gotta do that. I do like a ask me anything sort of thing. I did do a Q&A on my second channel, more max velocity. I mean, we did one of those. We'll probably do another one of those at some point. A lot of you guys liked it. I don't know. Might be a good idea. I'm gonna keep CJ in bottom right slot there. It's a very good view of that storm right now near Atoka, which is becoming more organized. Rotation's gotten a little bit more, I wouldn't say that much stronger, but it's gotten a little bit stronger. Got multiple storm chasers in this general area. This is what Nathan Moore's looking at from a distance. Don't do restroom breaks. Yeah, that ain't happening, man. If I'm live for 12 hours... Actually, yesterday, I think I was live for like 7 hours without a single bathroom break. That's the longest ever. Longest ever here on the channel. I don't know how that happened. Especially after all the coffee I had. I have no clue how that's possible. Might be TMI, but like usually it's every 3 or 4 hours at the latest. The fact that we went an entire almost 8 hours without it was wild. I don't know how that's even possible. I would be AI if I didn't have to go. I think that's proving something. Those that think I'm AI or a robot. Look at the storm over here near Jackson. Got a little dark, ominous sky look there over in the north side of Jackson. Got a couple cameras down here looking at this storm. This is the Hinds County EMA, the radar mega camera. CJ Ziegler still has a wild view of this storm right now over in Atoka, Oklahoma. Hey, Ben, for the super chat. This one's for you. Appreciate that. Thank you also, Casta, for the super chat. There's a lot of sunshine and a nice summer breeze in Hawkins, Texas, and we're under a tornado watch. It's usually not a good thing. I will say the good news is that nothing has initiated yet in Texas. But the second something does, it will probably become a pretty big hailstorm. Hey, Mark, for the super chat. Mississippi wants rain. There's plenty of it right now in Mississippi. Just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Arkansas. This one's going to be for Mena for quarter-sized hail. That storm's currently tracking to the east very slowly. Also, thank you, Ping, for the super chat. Would you ever want to work with the National Weather Service or for the National Weather Service? I'm not gonna. I mean, I'm not in that space. Guys, the National Weather Service, they're great, obviously, but it's not something that I want to go into. Like, I like talking, and the National Weather Service, it's more of it's like a back end job, is what I would call it, because like you're on a computer, you're at a desk, sort of thing. You're issuing warnings, which is again really cool. But I'm not the kind of person that wants to be behind the desk. I want to be doing stuff like this. I actually had somebody at YouTuber Summit the other day ask me, like, what would you do outside of meteorology if this didn't work out, sort of thing. I'm like, I want to be a sports broadcaster because I love talking. So like that's like, I'm not the kind of person that, you know, would want to be behind the desk. Just would not be possible. I might go crazy if that happened. YouTube is bigger than TV now. I think it's going to be, I don't know if it's bigger yet, but it's definitely, I think it's going to be on track to get even bigger than TV in a few years. For sure. I think there's a real chance in like maybe a few years that if there's like a major hurricane making landfall in the United States, we could have over 500,000 people just watching our live coverage like at once. I think it's very possible. There's still a huge number of people that do not know this exists on YouTube. Very, very large number of people that don't know this type of coverage exists. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag over near Prescott and Arkansas. A little hook echo and a little bit of rotation near Patmos. So if you live in this severe thunderstorm warning, definitely be staying away from windows. And there is a potential for a tornado with this storm if it can organize. We have some live cameras near I-30, so if anything is visible, we will let you know on that storm. Best coverage anywhere, can't be beat. Appreciate that. We have a lot of things that we're working on here in the future that's going to make these coverages even better. Some of them take time. We got a lot of stuff they're working on, but I think in like, I don't know how long, I'm not going to give you a timeline, but you know, sometime down the line here, we're going to have a lot of upgrades that are going to make these streams, in my opinion, 10 times better than they already are. So a lot of stuff coming down the line here this year. Does Water have anything? This storm here near Atoka is organizing. CJ has had a pretty good view here of this storm too. Rotation's definitely getting stronger. I'm waiting to see if CJ gets out of the trees here, but there is a very decent looking lowering if he gets out of the trees there. Nathan's right here too. He's bottom left. He's a little bit further east though. I don't know if CJ is going to get out of the trees. You can just barely see it there on the left. Can't really see it clearly though. There's a lot of trees through this area, at least for the next few minutes. I'm going to go over to Nathan. Nathan has a clear view out in front of it, but he doesn't have the view of, like, inside of that area of interest. He will in a few minutes once he gets a little bit closer.
I am still seeing some pretty good rotation up 8,000 feet. Just due west of you.
Sorry, like what the super chat says, being in a rural area with no local TV, you are the only weather person my mom and I trust. W. Waiting for CJ to get out of the trees. He's very close to that area of interest, though. The rotation's getting, it's literally cooking over the town of Cook. One over here, too, is starting to look a little bit more interesting. Is John McKinney driving through hail? John McKinney might be driving through some hail right now. Got a hail chaser out here. We got multiple chasers over here looking at this big hailstorm. We got a little scatter spike now. Velocities have also gotten a little bit more organized. So these storms getting more and more discrete definitely has my attention, because the more and more discrete they get, the better shot of a tornado will exist, especially if they can latch to the outflow boundary. CJ has a much clearer shot now of this storm. Northeast of Durant, south of Atoka. Look at that thing. It looks like a beast.
Damn.
Looks like, this is a lot more organized than about 10 minutes ago.
Might be a little bull funnel.
Definitely looking more interesting. And little sneak peeks of it. Velocities are also getting stronger. And if we get a tornado, it's going to go right towards Bentley and Crystal. I think John McKinney might literally just be getting slapped by hail right now. Ryan Scholl, I think, is driving through some small hail. He is over here near Emmett. Hey, lightning for the super chat. Is Conway, Arkansas going to be okay? I think the risk is going to be pretty low there. Mainly an isolated wind and hail threat over that direction. Drive out with the super chat. With the super chat says, in your Q&As, you could give casual weather spotters very basic education on how to see what you see on a radar scan, etc. Yeah, maybe. CJ has again, good view of this storm once it gets out of the trees. Also, Nathan Moore is starting to see the storm out in the distance here. It's starting to really ramp up right now south of Atoka. Definitely could see a tornado warning at some point soon, if that rotation continues to intensify. It has been getting a little bit stronger here and there. That is just from a distance. And then CJ is going through a forest, so I'll have to wait a second.
We're going back in.
Who just said that? Connor is going back in, he just said. Oh, God. Yeah, all right. He's going to go back into this hail core, apparently. Can't wait. Where is, let me put Connor on slot 2. Apparently, he's going to go right back into this hailstorm. Apparently, it's quarter-sized hail. I doubt that. It does not look like quarters. That scatter spike is huge. I mean, we definitely got either a lot of hail falling or maybe even some big hail falling. Could be up to tennis ball sized. The storm near Atoka, I do think has a legit tornado threat here soon. It is currently producing 2-inch sized hail. A little bit of convection firing to the south. That might hurt it, but we'll see. Just waiting to see if anybody gets a clear view. It looks like Nathan has a pretty clear view right now of this storm.
Coming close to scraping the ground at one point. Yeah. Right.
So again, this is from a little bit of a distance, but you can see the storm here from
there were no tornadoes today.
The town of Lane and Peyton Crossing, kind of in that general vicinity.
No tornadoes.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
A little bit more of a clear shot there of the storm.
it will be moldy by the time it gets there. Biz, you know, it's kind of nice just to be able to relax, watch a storm come in.
Hey, Xylo for the super chat. Was it a tornado warning in Des Moines yesterday and it turned into your stream? I just want to say thank you for all you do and continue to stay lives. I appreciate that. I'm glad I can help you out.
Times where I'm gonna try and get really.
CJ is just north of that area of interest. Again, we don't really have a clear bird's eye view of it right now, but it does look very interesting, and I do think it is trying to ramp up and produce a tornado. This storm here near Milburn and Tishomingo is definitely producing some big-time hail right now. This thing's going to be producing some nasty hail. I know Storm Media was at least thinking about driving through the hailstorm. I don't think they did. Let me go over to Connor's slot here. I'm going to put Storm Media here. You can see the hail coming down on the back side of the storm.
We'll do our quadruple point
So
turn.
pretty small hail, but that's on the back side of the storm.
Yeah, there's some good stones in here, guys. Maybe it's just gonna probably back up actually.
They see it from the sewer chat. Looking at the storm from a 737 window. You should send us a photo. Send us a photo on the report's dashboard. We'll definitely show it. A photo or video. That'd be cool. I love seeing the plane photos and videos.
It's definitely contaminated.
It looks like contamination on 22.
Skinny driveway.
Yeah, that looks like.
All right, not a quadruple point turn, but a 6-point turn here.
Yeah, I think that's mainly contamination. It is the right spot where the knob is for.
It is. There we go. Alright, guys. We gotta get back out in front of this now. Oh.
We're just driving through the hailstorm.
Well, I'm gonna go up 78 here and take a quick gander.
Let's see if it gets bigger again. It may very well get a little bigger. I bet it will.
We'll back to them in a second, but pretty significant hail, or maybe significant hail falling in this storm. It's still warned for only quarters, but could definitely be larger than that going over towards 48 Road. This right here on the velocity is definitely contamination. And the area of rotation would have to be here. This is Nathan Moore looking at our other storm. Is located over near Atoka.
I'm glad we didn't mess around.
A huge shelf cloud. Got kind of some lowering, a little lowering there on the right.
Road
This might be something to watch right there.
That thing was going.
Large shelf cloud blanket in the sky. I do have to say, allergy season has been absolutely killing me this year. I've sneezed so many times, even on streams. This never happens. It's like all the time.
There is some damage reports from that thing, though.
Better not get sick. You're sniffing a lot. I'm not. It's literally just allergies. Allergies have been pretty terrible this year for me, for whatever reason. It happens. We just got a very interesting severe thunderstorm warning. I say that because it does not connect really to the other one. Not sure what happened here. I don't know if that's a different National Weather Service office or not. No, what in the world is that? That's the Tulsa National Weather Service office. What in the world? Okay, it is a different NWS. So we do have a new severe warning. It's kind of funky, but it's going to be for those in Boswell and Sulfur, west of Hugo. That'll be for 2-inch size hails, 70-mile-per-hour winds, and they've also put a tornado possible label on this storm. The one over here near Atoka does look suspicious.
Might be worth
definitely have a lowering
for tomorrow and having a good
the velocities have been stronger over the last few minutes, just south of Oklahoma 3.
This was actually a better day than I was expecting. I can't complain.
Hey, James, in the sewer chat.
In chase today.
It's hard to tell if that's really rotating right now, but that is a lowering.
Weird. They put out a considerable out ahead of this thing that's not even attached.
What I just said, but it's a different NWS office. Hey, Ben for the sewer chat. Are you set up to receive members' personal weather station data? No. We are definitely going to try to work on that, though. So far, we've had no storms going up in Texas. It's been really quiet. We are still monitoring any sort of convective initiation right along this line right here, stretching from basically Waco all the way up into McKinney. If a storm does fire in Texas, it will definitely produce some big-time hail, maybe even a risk of a tornado. Got a lot of thunderstorms over here near Jackson, Mississippi, producing mainly damaging winds and some hail, even maybe a low-end tornado potential. This storm over here near Atoka is starting to explode again on hail. I know Tornado Pagey is like driving into it. I don't know if their stream's going to stay up, but they are going right through the hail core. This is CJ Ziegler's view of this supercell from Atoka, which again, it looks like we do have a lowering now. Just a matter of if it's actually rotating. Doesn't look like it's rotating much, but right there on the left side of your screen.
That's one thing we haven't had a lot. We've had some good thunder, but we haven't had a lot of bolts today. Not like yesterday. We had way more lightning yesterday.
Which makes no sense. Tulsa is like really far away.
Cheese Curt's probably napping, probably.
Oh yeah, yesterday we had twins. For sure.
So CJ's now pulled over. He has a view of this. He might put up his drone here in a second. We'll see. But that is a view of the storm right now. We're going to keep an eye on him. I'm going to keep him in that bottom right slot. I know Tornado Pagey's in the middle of this storm. Their connection's not staying on, but they are probably driving through a lot of hail. This storm right now is producing 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. They just put out a new severe thunderstorm warning just south of Atoka. Still a risk of a tornado too, and we are monitoring this storm over near Durant for a possible tornado threat as well, in case this thing tries to produce. Connor Croft is now starting to drive up into it, and it definitely looks interesting from his perspective. Can't really see the lowering as of right now, but there could be a lowering there on the south side of the town near Nida, and this will be heading right towards the north side of Durant here soon. So if you guys are tuning in from Durant, Oklahoma, you definitely got to be staying on alert here for at least a possible tornado risk. At the bare minimum, damaging winds and even some large hail are going to be a possibility.
First morning.
That's CJ's view of the kind of lowering that's developed near Atoka.
Ooh.
Hey, Kelly on for the $20 super chat. Staring at the storm right near Silo and Durant, just over my trees. Looks like rotation with my eyes. It might be. I think both these storms are rotating. It's just a matter of like how much rotation there is, and if any of it's actually going to become tornadic or produce a tornado. We don't really know yet.
Might not be working, but we have almost up to tennis ball sized hail on the storm wherever we're at right now.
Uh-oh. All right, we got tennis ball sized hail according to storm chaser Ryan Scholl. Ryan Scholl's dropping through some tennis balls.
Yeah, we're just gonna slow down. We're not gonna rush ourselves here.
This is on the storm near Kennefic. Blood is driving through hail like he usually does.
Might not be working, but we have almost up to tennis ball sized hail on the storm wherever we're at right now.
Ryan Scholl, this storm just got a new warning. They just warned it for tennis ball sized hail, so this is now up to tennis ball sized hail. Connor's also starting to drive into this massive storm too.
Oh yeah, they're getting a little bigger.
It's actually funny because Ryan Scholl, I think, is going the opposite direction, so Connor and Scholl are about to pass each other on this road.
Oh,
here comes.
Oh yeah, we got golf balls already.
There's golf balls rolling.
I think that might be Ryan Scholl there on the left. I don't know.
Oh, they're rolling in the grass.
Oh, look at that thing.
Here comes the big
hail.
hail.
That's another hen egg.
Okay, we got
hen eggs.
Easter eggs are falling out of the sky. Not the ones you want to open.
Where's my umbrella?
Metal glasses.
Disgusting metal glasses. Oh, there's a big one again rolling.
I really want that one.
These are big hailstones. Not as many as before, but they're big.
I'm waiting for a bigger one.
Roll your window down.
Here's a 3-cam view, or 4-cam view. It's kind of funny looking at this view. They got goggles on right now.
Ooh, I see a big one. I see a really big one.
Got the storm on the bottom right.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Dude, the vault over there too.
Yeah. Alright, I'm going for that one.
Oh God.
Tornado Pagey
Oh,
might be
there's a
driving through some
big
really
one
big hail. I don't know if
over
their
there
stream's
in the
gonna stay
grass.
on.
Oh, it's another.
Oh! Tornado Pagey is punching through a big hail core near Atoka right now.
It is.
But they don't have great cell service.
Someone who's been hit in the shoulder by a baseball before.
Hey, Jonathan, for the $10 super chat. Can you share your colored tables? They're on Discord. You can see the actual storm out in the distance where that rotation is, and then this here is just the hail coming down. We got up to tennis balls flying.
Let's see where the biggest one I see is.
I'm Omni Man. I'm about to beat your ass.
Trying to see where I think the biggest one is.
Oh. It's either one of those two, I think.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's that one all the way down there. Do you see that?
I do see that one.
Got a fairly solid base.
Guys, the base is not.
Somebody just said solid base. I'll show you a solid base. Thank you, Marine, for the super chat.
Which one do I go for, the R one or the close one?
Make your mind up.
Make your mind up, dude. I don't know,
Get some good
dude.
sleep, I did.
Indecisive.
I think I go for the
Oh, there's bigger ones coming in. Oh, dude, it's just,
What are you?
just to the north.
bullshit!
Here comes the first.
Bro, this guy's he's running down the hailstorm. I think it's Brandon, bro. This guy's running down the hailstorm. He's picking up hail. He's got his helmet on. Bro's getting pelted with hail right now. Bro just ran right out.
Not the same as always. Alright, this one's trash. This one out of here.
I wonder what we got collected.
Brother, it's not rocket science.
Storm's got a big outflow boundary on it.
I didn't even press millimeter and it changed.
Keep it in millimeters anyway, it's fine.
Safety first. Well, good thing he had a helmet on.
Completely dead. It's ridiculous.
Measure and do calculations before this thing melts.
Yeah, it's cooked here.
Use a golf club to hit the hail. I wonder if anybody's ever done that before. I feel like that would hurt. All right, we keep Connor bottom right of your screen. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, real quick, I just want to talk about why we're going to continue to see some very large hail from these storms and what this rotation actually means. So we've talked a few times today about how the storms are going to have to latch onto the boundary in order to produce a tornado threat. That hasn't happened as of yet. So I think we're probably going to be safe from tornadoes at least for an hour or two before we see storms eventually congeal into a line and eventually potentially catch back up to that boundary. But the other thing that I want to talk about is how these supercells are still rotating very rapidly. And that rotation is actually why we're seeing very large hail. Even though there's not a tornado threat with these storms, they are still rotating, and that's pulling a lot of moisture up into the upper levels of the storm. That is making some very large hail, and that is why we're seeing very large hail, because it's basically just holding all of that rain up in the top of that cloud where it's very, very cold. It's bumping into each other, bumping into raindrops, and it's just forming these very large hailstorms. And that is something that's going to continue to happen here over the next few hours. And I do think we're going to start to transition into a pretty significant hail threat here instead of a tornado and wind threat. And actually more interesting is the hail threat is probably going to be even more significant tomorrow across some of these areas. So we're probably going to see hail up to 3 inches, and that's already been reported, but it could be even bigger across these areas tomorrow.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. This is back live where Connor is. He's been getting slammed by hail for the last several minutes.
Oh, they're getting bigger. Oh, that's because of head egg. Oh, they're getting big over there, dude.
Look at these hailstones bouncing.
They're getting
bouncing.
huge.
Got hailstones bouncing over here in the field.
Oh boy.
Holy crap, dude, they're flying over this bridge.
Yes, they are. Very
Pretty
bouncy
wild.
hail.
Hey, CB for the $50 super chat. Keep it rolling. Thanks, Max. Really appreciate that. Thank you, CB. I was in the chat for that very generous super chat.
I wish that stupid thing hadn't already died.
Those hailstones are bouncing like they're bunnies. We also have a view from the front side of the storm from Storm Intermediate. Let me get them on the screen here. So they're on the south side of the storm.
Yeah, the hail.
Which has a pretty good base.
Hail was no good for those solar panels. No bueno.
Are there solar panels over here? The solar panels are going to be cooked from this hail. Or could be cooked. Hail's pretty significant right now. It's right over Oklahoma 22. It's going to go towards Cato and Durant here soon. Tennis balls are flying out of the sky. The storm over to the southeast of Atoka is producing some pretty big hail too. Boswell, Soper, and Hugo will eventually be in the path of it. Still no convective initiation in Texas so far. Kind of surprised by that. Right now, we have no severe warnings over in the Ohio Valley. The reason why I'm saying that is because we did have severe weather over in Indiana earlier. We actually had possibly a tornado in Indianapolis, but we no longer have any severe warnings at all. Strong thunderstorms, though, are rolling towards Cincinnati.
Yeah, what do you...
Connor's still getting hit by hail, but it's not as large as before. We'll go back to him in a second. We also have some, I believe, new photos coming out from you guys. So we got some more photos and videos that you guys have sent in from some of these thunderstorms that have been happening so far today. This is from Kansas City. This was actually from last night. Some of the aftermath from the storms that went through Kansas City last night. This was specifically near the Kansas City airport. The Max are sending this in. Big tree snapped here from the very high winds. This is Hannah over in Durant, Oklahoma. Got some modest clouds, otherwise called Dippin' Dots, basketballs, whatever you want to call them. This is a photo from William over in Missouri City, Texas. Never miss a live stream, not even on the way home. Excellent coverage. I appreciate that. Thanks for watching. Is that on the the CarPlay screen or something, or is that like on a phone? I don't know what that is. This is a photo from Terre Haute, Indiana, from Indianapolis. Thank you for sending that in. I don't know if this is a drone, but good shot there. This is from Carter County, Oklahoma, from a McDonald's. This is not a McDonald's ad, but this is from Ardmore looking east towards the Atoka storm, which is a beefy storm. And look at all the blue sky behind it. Pretty dry and pretty sharp dry line out to the west here today. This is a photo from a plane over in Noble County, Oklahoma, of the storm out in the distance. Appreciate you sending that in. Here's some hail falling over in Sebastian County, Arkansas. Had a lot of hail falling today. I was thinking about Niall for the $50 super chat saying caffeine money. I appreciate that. All sorts of hail falling here in that yard. Incredible storm structure over in Cobb, Oklahoma. This is the storm near Tishomingo, which is still right now producing tennis ball sized hail. Justin from Salina, Texas, showing us a storm out in the distance. This is the storm over in Durant. You can see it literally from Dallas-Fort Worth right now. Granted, this storm is not going towards Dallas-Fort Worth, but you can see it from here. And if you guys have any other photos and videos, you can go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Connor's in the middle of the hailstorm. He was driving a second ago over here north of Durant. There's still some rotation on this as the storm continues to go down to the south and east. It will be heading in the direction of Buckcheto and as well as Bennington here soon. Hey, Tucker for becoming a member. I have a Max tattoo, actually. There's no way of a tattoo. If you have a tattoo of me or Max Velocity, that is really concerning. If anybody ever gets a tattoo of me on their body, that is really scary. It's a photo from the south side, or the video from the south side of the storm here from Storm Intermediate. This is live. This is north of Durant. There's a pretty decent base on this storm. It is rotating. Not very strong rotation, but it is broadly rotating.
They're gonna be like, I already went there today.
Oh, we love Cracker Barrel, but we ate that this morning.
They already had it. Oh no.
Connor's still sitting in the hailstorm. Bro loves hail. Connor is a hail connoisseur.
I was just sad. We went to Waffle House last night at like 1.
Down in Sherman.
With I wouldn't go back down to Sherman. I just head up towards OKC probably again.
Off the record, I'll never get a tattoo on my body of anything, especially not a Max Velocity logo or something. Absolutely no way. I feel like now that I say this, one of these people that are watching the stream right now are going to go out and get a max velocity tattoo, which is really concerning.
22 to go to 40.
Please do not.
That take 48. So.
Thank you, Per, for the $10 super chat. Happy birthday, Paige. Appreciate you tuning in. Cat tattoos are okay though. I wouldn't even do that. I'm never getting a tattoo. I'll get one. No, do not. Nobody can get one. I will ban you from the stream if you get a tattoo of me on you. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning in southeastern Oklahoma. This one's gonna be for those that live in I don't even see a town here. It's somewhere in southeast Oklahoma. It's north of Idabel. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. We are back down to 13 severe thunderstorm warnings. I actually think it's less than that. We'll have an update here in about 10 seconds. Most of the severe warnings currently are in southern Oklahoma, by far the most concerning storms that we have right now. Storm here near Durant definitely has a look, I'll say. I don't know about like a tornadic look. It just looks interesting. The clouds getting a little bit lower to the ground north of Durant.
I'll let him.
Storm Intermedia is on the scene right now.
Who this fella is? Wow, who's that fella?
The area of rotation and interest is behind them. We'll go back to them in a second. Also, CJ Ziegler has a pretty cool view of the storm over near Boswell, Oklahoma.
Oh, bless me.
Max, there's a fake account about you on Facebook. What's it called? Hey, Cindy, for the $20 super chat. Get some curds, Max. Hope you got some sleep last night. We sure did. Definitely got some sleep last night. Went to bed for 4 hours. Got up at about, I think, 6 in the morning to make a video. Then went back to bed after I made that video. And I got back up at, I don't know what time it was, but I got up at like, I think 2 today. So basically slept for another 7 or 8 hours. So got like probably 12 hours of sleep. 10 hours of sleep, somewhere in that range. That music.
Yeah, this went from like 0 to 100 with chasers.
It's so weird because there's more chasers on this storm right now than there was on our storm up by Brahman yesterday.
Yeah, I think a lot of
In 1 mile, turn left onto Uri Drive.
people actually went to.
I want 10 hours of sleep. Well, I needed it. I only had 2 hours of sleep the night before, so. I was up for 24 straight hours, by the way, yesterday. It was 24 straight hours, and I had 2 hours of sleep before that, so it was bad. Obviously, the time change is terrible. I came from California and got back here
Yeah,
or go live yesterday.
Looking storm behind us. I kind of.
But again, it was a conference. Like I was supposed to go to it, so.
Deck, a little farther out, and it looks pretty good, maybe.
Out in front of us, I'm sure it does.
Yeah.
Maybe by a smidgen, not by a lot, but maybe by a smidgen.
Turn left onto Uri Drive.
What weather app is used in the right corner? That is Radar Omega. There's a link to download in the description. Thank you, Brandon, for the super chat. What's Kentucky look like tonight? I don't expect much in Kentucky. Maybe some strong thunderstorms. I don't think there'll be much severe down there. We're starting to see a little bit of range folding out here in the distance with our radar site just being so far away. But there is, again, a little bit of rotation, we think, just south of Kennefic going near Durant. I do not think this is enough for a tornado warning. We don't even really have a wall cloud that is developed fully, just a base. Got a big hail core right now over here west of Antlers. That's producing some giant hail right now. Going down towards Sulfur and Hugo. CJ Ziegler has been pretty much on this. Tornado Page, he also drew through the hail core a little while ago, but CJ right now had a pretty good view of this storm a second ago. We're keeping an eye on that. Right now, tornado risk is not very high with any of these storms at the moment, but that could change. It is almost 7 o'clock. Our environment does peak around now when it comes to our significant tornado parameter values. So if these storms can stay discreet, there will be a higher tornado potential.
All these cars parked under the awning. Gold.
To merge onto US 69 north toward McAllister.
McAllister.
How's Tulsa looking? I don't think Tulsa's going to see much tonight.
Well, guys,
the hail core over here off to the east, this storm right here just south of Antlers, that hail core is giant now. There's some big hail falling right over 1960 road near Bowler and Sunkist. This might be producing tennis balls or even higher. CJ has a view of it on the right side. I'm going to go to the full screen view of it. You can actually see that white. That white is probably hail that's falling right now. In the middle right. So probably some big hail back in there. Got a little bit of lightning. I have to say, the one thing we haven't really seen a whole lot of, it feels like, is lightning with these storms. They've been very limited when it comes to the amount of lightning. Pretty elevated by the looks of it. I mean, I don't see a wall cloud or anything like that on this storm, but definitely a big hailstorm here. I do think the storm over here is a little bit interesting in southeast Oklahoma. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere, but over near the Henobia Creek Wildlife Management Area, there is a little hook that's developed there. This storm has a tornado possible tag on it. Storm chaser Nathan Moore was kind of looking that direction, but going kind of into a really poor chasing terrain, and also just generally speaking, very low population centers down here in southeast Oklahoma. It doesn't really look that impressive, but something to keep an eye on here down the line. Connor, I think, is driving through some hail right now. Let me go full screen to him. Yeah, bro is driving through a hail road. This storm's been producing a lot of hail. He's driving through a little bit of small hail right now. Not as large as earlier. The hail on the storm off to the east is way, way larger. If you ever want to work in the field with chasers? Yeah, but like, I do this. It's not really that possible. It's kind of hard to do that. How much is a Doppler radar? It costs millions of dollars most of the time. Even the cheapest ones still cost around $500,000 to $1 million. It's not cheap for a weather radar. There's a reason why we have so many radar holes too. Like, these radars that the National Weather Service have are definitely way more intuitive and expensive. So, you know, we have radar holes like here, for example, which we really need a radar there. You know, we got one in Kansas, we got multiple over in Missouri and Iowa. So unfortunately, there are a lot of radar holes, and hopefully one day they get filled. Now, I don't know when they will be or when, if they'll ever get filled, but definitely hope at some point down the line they get filled. Hey, Jasmine, for the $10 super chat. Hey, from North Carolina, we watch you every live stream. Appreciate that. I don't think Connor's car is cooked by hail yet. Maybe sometime down the line, but I don't think it's cooked quite yet. Tornado Pagey is on the storm right now, located over in Atoka, Oklahoma. There are a lot of trees here, but they were driving through the hail core a little while ago, which probably has tennis balls flying right now. We're just southeast of Atoka. Big hail core going right over 1960 road. You can kind of see the storm off there to the right. And then that CJ Ziegler is just to the south of the storm. He's not trying to drive into the hail. We got a view of the hail there with the white shaft there in the middle. That's going to be your hail coming down. Hey, Fist for the $20 super chat. How's Duncan, Oklahoma tonight? Duncan, Oklahoma. I think you guys are going to be probably okay. We'll see. I don't know. This storm looks interesting, though. Got a new storm initiating right on our boundary near Lawton. So this just went up in the last 15, like literally the last 5 to 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes. This could become severe pretty quickly, though. That'll be a big hailstorm, maybe even a tornado risk as it goes to the east-southeast. It is not in the tornado watch right now, but it will be going that direction. So it'll be interesting to see if this storm does anything, but it has just popped up. Down near Dallas-Fort Worth, we don't have anything that's really popped down here so far. Actually, got one storm that's going up right now west of Paris, so that's trying to develop. Initiating right on our boundary. If we go over to satellite imagery right now, this one looks like across the entire country. Big swirl over here in Canada. All the storms going up down here in the southern plains. That's your low pressure system really far off to the north. And if we go down to the southern plains here, you can barely see that new storm forming in Oklahoma. It's formed just in the last few minutes there in southwest Oklahoma. Big storm's gone up there. I'm going to go region by region. I'll go to Oklahoma first. Pretty cool to see all the storms down there in southeast Oklahoma, and then the storm that's just gone up near Lawton. You can see, actually, it looks like 2 different cumulonimbus towers have gone up there. I think it'll be mainly a hail risk with those storms. Tornado threat is still higher with these storms out of any cells that we have out there right now. And then down over in Texas, so far nothing is initiated really, other than the storms that are kind of going up there in northeast Texas near Paris. As the storms continue to crash down to the south and southeast. And at some point down the line, all these storms will congeal into a large cluster of thunderstorms. But for right now, it's mostly discrete and semi-discrete storms.
And then the algorithm will finally push our videos, maybe.
Connor has got a little bit out in front of these, out in front of the Supercell near Cato and Durant.
I might give this thing one last chance as it crosses the 70.
Maybe the algorithm will finally push our videos. All you guys do that. It's only on phones. Yeah, so everyone needs to go on your phone.
Yeah, I'm pretty much just doing the same thing.
Everyone needs to go on your phone when I post
Is Idabel getting it? I think Idabel will get the storms out there in southeast Oklahoma here soon.
Brady after Brady is busy today, which for once actually matter.
Anybody tuning in right now from Durant?
Internet problems on any other stream.
You need to do a golf stream sometime.
Say, okay,
I should.
Brady, yeah, you don't have to be here.
I'm pretty sure I'll have a golf trip this summer at some point, which will be fun, but I don't think I'm gonna stream it. I don't know. Like the thing is, like, if I did a golf stream, it would have to be like
free way to help me out.
I don't know. It would just have to be something where like I don't even know how it would work, because like anytime I go golfing or want to go golfing, I'm just trying to chill and relax. Like I don't want to do a whole stream thing, so I don't know if I'd ever do it again. Maybe sometime. I don't know. It's hard to like justify doing one of those because like I don't get that many breaks from like working and stuff, and that's kind of what I would consider a break. Thank you, Derek, for the 9-month membership. At this point, though, it's like an annual golf trip I think I'm doing every summer. So I think I'm doing that sometime later in the summer. Looking forward to that. There you are, Kathleen, for the $12 super chat. Watching you from the Netherlands. I always stay up late to watch your streams and have learned a lot. Appreciate you tuning in from the Netherlands. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning over here in Mississippi, west of Meridian, near Forest and Morton. That'll be for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. The main hail core right now is moving directly into Newton. Definitely make sure you're protecting your vehicles if you live here in case that storm does get any more destructive than it already is. Pretty significant wind moving through the Philadelphia area right now of Mississippi. That is moving up towards Macon and Route 40. Storm chaser Connor Croft.
Armstrong in, dude.
That's a pretty good view of the storm near Durant.
Oh, I just sold.
Yeah, the only golf match we've ever done was with Connor. That was, I think, it was actually a public live stream.
Brother, swear I switched directions.
Hey, Trinity for the $10 super chat. When's the peak time for potential storms? I honestly think the next like few hours of the peak. It's kind of hard to like determine like an actual peak for all, like at least the general severe weather threat though today, because all the storms right now, they're mostly discrete and semi-discrete, but it will congeal into a large line tonight, which is going to lead to basically more widespread thunderstorm activity. I'll show you guys on the future radar here in a second.
Where?
This is live from Durant right now.
No, but those two did, but that guy back there lost glass.
This is what our future radar looks like here for tonight on the latest HRRR model run. So notice how most of these storms right now, they're discrete, they're semi-discrete. They'll eventually congeal into a cluster as we approach, 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight. And this will still lead to a damaging wind threat and maybe even a couple of tornadoes as well. This also doesn't account for the storm that's going up near Lawton. So keep in mind, this is not perfect. There could be storms elsewhere, but generally, it should congeal into a cluster and a line, producing damaging winds and maybe even an isolated tornado or two. Tomorrow looks like a really big day. I think tomorrow, like, we could easily see some giant hail. I think tomorrow's going to be a major hail day here in Oklahoma. Like, tomorrow's the kind of day that you might want to go to a different state to park your vehicle if you don't got a garage sort of thing. I mean, I think tomorrow could have a lot of hail out here in Oklahoma. Definitely important that you protect your vehicle tomorrow. Any storm that goes up will probably produce some very large hail. The lapse rates are super steep. It looks crazy tomorrow here all across Oklahoma and Arkansas. Definitely could see some strong, even large tornadoes for sure, too. If we go over to our significant tornado parameter values for today, notice it's a very thin area. It's right along the boundary where we have that highest tornado potential for the next few hours. Tornado threat should continue into the evening and even overnight across Louisiana and Texas. And then tomorrow has a very high potential for tornadoes. I mean, if any storm goes up, it's going to kind of be similar to what we saw yesterday, where it's going to be very easy for a tornado to develop. Look at the veering winds here on the sounding. I mean, that's a very strong wind direction change throughout height with any storms that go up over in Oklahoma. I do think southern Oklahoma has a very high potential of a tornado tomorrow. Definitely could see a 10-hatch tornado threat. Maybe even higher than that. We'll see. Depends on the confidence there. And then Sunday, we're right back to the same exact area. So, yeah, tomorrow looks very, very, very active. Just have to wait and see, though. I do think tomorrow has a very high likelihood, though, of tornadoes. And definitely a lot of hail. Thank you, Howling, for the $50 super chat. Keep up the good work. Watching from Scotland. The most wind we get is an aggressive fart. Appreciate that. Thank you also, Daddy, for the super chat. How do I get my radar Omega to live scan? There is like an add-on on the app that you get for that. And which overlay shows hail? Well, what I'm looking at right now is reflectivity. So like this right here, like it's a certain basically color table to kind of give us a better indication of hail. And then the correlation coefficient is what we will sometimes use to see if we can kind of determine hail on radar. Thanks for all your efforts. I watch your coverage instead of local TV. Valid. Thank you also, Tamara, for the 4 months with the becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Thanks, Max and crew, for keeping us safe in Oklahoma. Best coverage ever. I appreciate that. How do I get audio alerts? Do you mean like the Max Alert thing where I give you a phone call? Or are you talking about like the audio alerts on stream? The audio alerts on stream is like a custom thing we built. We have a lot of like custom softwares that we use. Like this isn't stuff that you just buy or like from a news station or anything like that. A lot of what we have is literally just stuff we've built ourselves. So I think it's kind of cool. It's one of the cool things about what we're doing on YouTube too. We have a lot of like custom software and stuff like that that we have and we've made and whatnot.
I didn't realize you cracked it more.
We've built a lot of cool things, I feel like. Hey, unusual for the $10 super chat. I drove through the Durant, Oklahoma tornado storm my semi 30 minutes ago. Never expected hail and heavy rain in the middle of the day. Scared out of my mind though. Hopefully you stayed safe, man. Definitely a big storm.
Well, see, here's the problem with that, is that if I don't get my windshield replaced tomorrow morning, then the next time I can do it is Monday morning, because everything's closed.
Max, why is your height 8'7" on Google? Is it still?
Yeah, that's true.
Bruh. Go over to Google and look it up. It literally says, based on community comments and discussions, max velocity is often estimated by viewers to be 6'3" to 6'5", although he sometimes jokingly claims he's over 8 foot tall. It's not a joke. What do we mean? I can't believe it actually says like this. I don't know. People are roughly estimating how tall I am. It all stems from this post on Facebook. Thank you all, Holly, for the super chat. What does Yukon and Oklahoma City look like for today and tomorrow? Tomorrow's gonna be a big day. Today, I don't think there's gonna be much in those areas, but tomorrow, definitely looking at a big hail and maybe even tornado day. I would expect a severe warning here not far from now for Lawton. Hailstorm's going up pretty quickly here. Hey, Kyle, for becoming a member. My son is 6'4". You're 5'7". I am not 5'7". We cannot be real.
Know too much about that.
We cannot be for real.
South Dakota had.
I got an idea.
Thoughts on tomorrow not being able to blow out the windshield because, you know, Sunday I think could be a big day, and then I really like Monday quite a lot. I think Monday has potential.
I don't know what my like green screen.
Yeah, personally, I think Monday's kind of being the biggest day.
I feel like I'm trying to figure something out. I got like a green screen like overlay thing.
Yeah,
Or
it
it is
looks
though.
like. I guess it'd be hard to top yesterday, but probably Monday would be the one to do
I gotta
it.
find it at some point.
And
Never
then
mind.
I know
Thank you,
Sunday's
No Life, for coming or gifting a member. Your mic, I'm aware. At the wrong mic though. Is Michigan safe? You're marked safe from severe weather. You're not marked safe from the Detroit Lions probably sucking this year. Hey, Mary, for the $20 super chat. Cap is going to hold for all this weekend. Where? Cap is definitely not. I mean, the cap isn't really holding today. We got storms basically everywhere right now. The only place the cap is kind of holding would be Texas right now. There hasn't been any convective initiation here. You're my new favorite weatherman. Love your channel. You must be a Vikings fan or something. I had to roast the Detroit Lions this year. Did the Detroit Lions even make like any signings or anything this year? I don't think they've done anything. I don't think they've actually made any moves that have actually been decent. What is in that glass? It's Diet Coke. I got this like Coca-Cola cup from TJ Maxx. It's pretty cool. Hey, Matt, for the $20 super chat. Is it looking to get more severe in the coming hours? It depends on where you are. If you're down in this area, 100%. This entire area is going to eventually see like a large cluster of thunderstorms, which will lead to a more elevated damaging wind threat, and along with the possibility of a couple of tornadoes too. So it'll definitely get active here in a few hours for sure. Hey, Marilyn for the $10 super chat. Been watching the radar drift closer to DFW all day, where the chances the East Dallas suburbs see a supercell tonight. I wouldn't say very high. I'm just kind of waiting to see. In the next hour or two, there could be development here. And if a storm does go up near Dallas, it is going to be a big hailstorm. But so far, nothing's happened yet. We did have convective initiation northwest of Paris, which has quickly turned into a pretty strong thunderstorm. Probably going to be severe here soon. Actually, it might already be rotating, which is kind of crazy. But yeah. We're just kind of waiting to see if anything initiates along the boundary. And if something does, definitely could see a big hailstorm. Don't be hating on the Lions. Hey, I have nothing against the Lions. I'm a Patriots fan. I don't really care. For the record, I just, had to make a joke. I mean, honestly, I don't think the Lions are going to do very good this year. They don't have much of a roster, in my opinion. Their team is shocked. Just being honest, all right? I gotta put honesty into what I'm talking about. This is an honest, accurate, and reliable weather channel for a reason. I would say my forecasting skills, though, are pretty good. Forecasting the Lions to be bad. Forecasting the Patriots also to probably be pretty mid this year with all the stuff that's going on. Patriots, bro. What do you guys have against the Patriots? They're a great team. Got to do severe thunderstorm warning in Bryan County, Oklahoma for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds going directly towards Bookcheto and Bennington. Do I ever sleep? The last few days, not really, but last night I did. You're probably right this year about the Lions. Yeah, I think I am. I met some person at this YouTube Creator Summit that actually does sports broadcasting or like has like a podcast on YouTube. So that's pretty cool. There are people that actually have podcasts here just on YouTube alone to talk about sports, which I think is pretty fascinating. I don't know if anybody listens to those here on YouTube, or at least in my chat, but hey, Pettis for the super chat. I ain't talking about that. I'm taking myself back from the podcasting world of sports. I'm not answering any more questions. So my favorite MLB team, Red Sox. They are terrible this year, apparently. Thank you, Ariel, for the super chat. Kept us out of the shelter and Durant for now. Thanks for your coverage. Yeah, you guys are chilling, I think, right now. We'll see if anything happens. If any more storms go up along the boundary here over the next hour, there could be some problems. Anything forecasted for the Florida Panhandle? Not today, really. about them Cowboys. By far one of the worst teams going. Thank you, Cecilia, for the $10 super chat. In Alberta, Canada, we're experiencing our 75th winter this year. We get plus 20, then minus 10 blizzards, then melts, and then blizzards again. Hopefully we'll experience more than 2 days of sunshine. Well, hopefully you do. I could never live in like Seattle where it just rains like almost all the time. Well, or like Canada where it snows all the time. I met somebody at that summit that lived in, I think, Alberta, and they literally, like, they were talking about how it like still snows there and whatnot. I'm like, that sounds terrible. I just would not want to be there. Hey, Polka for the super chat. Does Max Alerts work for snowstorms? It does. Thank you, Amy, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Anybody live from Seattle in the chat or anywhere in like Washington? Thank you, Andy, for the $10 super chat. Love your channel. Thanks for the dedication to keep us informed and safe as Lake City, Arkansas look for the next few days. Best chance of severe weather, I think, for Arkansas will probably be tomorrow. But I think Arkansas is kind of going to be in a hole. Tomorrow and Monday will be the 2 main days I'd watch. I'm from Seattle, living in New Zealand now. I don't know if that's any better. I feel like Seattle is just, it's so, I just feel like it's so like it rains all the time. That's all I think about. When I think of Seattle, I think of rain. That's all I think about. I don't think of anything else. Hey, Moan for the $5 super chat. Sent some storm damage to your website from Indianapolis. Bet. Let's check it out. Got some more photos and videos you guys have sent in. This is a new one from, well, that's not a new one. This is a new one from Atoka County, Oklahoma, of the storm rolling in. Thank you, Bonnie, for sending this in. This is from Max, not me, a different Max, over in Uri, Oklahoma. Nice little storm photo there. And then this is the 67th submission from a airplane over in Carter County, Oklahoma. That's one of the storms that went up. It's actually an amazing photo. I love these airplane photos on Southwest Airlines. I was on United. United's actually decent, I feel like. I don't know what you guys think about United. I don't really have like any major opinions against any airlines. I feel like Southwest like is probably like the one airline where like I've taken flights and stuff like that, right? Like I'll go from place to place. Sometimes I'll go for first class if it's like cheap enough, like if they have it discounted like the day before I take off sort of thing. Southwest was one of those planes I went on, and their first class is by far the worst, or whatever they call it, like the best one. The seats are like literally the same as everything else. So completely off topic, but if you guys have any photos and videos, QR codes on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. I hardly ever fly, so when I do fly, I'll usually try to get first class if it actually makes sense. A lot of the time, though, it doesn't. Like a few days, like about a week before I went to Summit, it was over $2,000 for first class. I'm like, absolutely not. And then it dropped to like 100 or 200 right before, and I was like, you know, it's a long flight. I'll splurge on it, sort of thing. I don't really splurge on anything, so it's kind of nice. Southwest is basically economy only. Yeah. Delta's good. Delta, in my opinion, is the best. That's just my opinion. Delta, in my opinion, is the best in terms of everything, in my opinion. I think United's pretty good, too, though. I like United. Hey, Jackets, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. American, I am not a huge fan of. I'm not a huge fan of. I actually am a big fan of Breeze Airlines. I went on their an airplane of theirs back when I went to Huntsville for a like a conference. It was a weather conference back in September, and that was a really, in my opinion, a very solid airline. JetBlue's great too. I haven't taken JetBlue in a long time. They are a good airline. There you go, Michael, for the $10 super chat. My daughter Bella just had major back surgery and loves watching you. Could you give her a shout out? Shout out to Bella. Appreciate you tuning in. Hopefully the surgery is going well. Fly Spirit. Yeah, I will avoid Spirit and Frontier at all costs. I have not flown on either of those airlines, I think, in my life. And I will not be. I do not want to go on those airlines. For me being 8'7", you got to kind of find the ones that have legroom. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Arkansas, back over west of Camden. This one's producing a little bit of quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and a little baby hook echo on it. Spirit is pretty bad. Yeah. I have to fly out to Kansas City or at some point in the next week or two, and I got to figure out when, but the next week or two I'm flying out to Kansas City. I think the only direct flights there, if I'm not mistaken, are Southwest, which is I'm not a huge fan of. I really kind of hoped there'd be some other airline that's nonstop. I think it's just Southwest that goes into there from at least where I'm coming out of, Florida. Not ideal. Or I go on Spirit. I got two options. It's that or Spirit Airlines. Definitely gonna pick Southwest over Spirit. I could get like a one stop on like American, or Delta. Honestly, I feel like a one stop on Delta over going on Southwest nonstop is the move for me. I don't know why. It's just a thought. Have a new severe thunderstorm warning for those into DeKalb, Scuba in eastern Mississippi for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is a considerable damage threat. You got to stay away from windows if you are in the severe thunderstorm warning going right towards DeKalb. Thank you, Victoria, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. I'd rather Delta. Yeah, I like Delta. That's the only reason why I'm saying that. I don't know. I just don't like Southwest. Like, ever since that experience I had with getting like the upgrade or whatever, it was just like, it was so boring. So mid. What's everybody's favorite airline in the chat? Let me know. What's your like favorite airline out of all the airlines that exist? Hey, Halls for the $11.11 super chat. Anything hitting Memphis tonight? Probably not. Maybe an isolated strong thunderstorm, but probably not much. Should be pretty dry, I think. Okay, almost everybody just said Delta. Somebody said Spirit. Oh my God, who said Spirit? Spirit Airlines is your favorite? There's more than one person saying Spirit. Frontier? Bro, okay, there's no way those are our favorite. If you're talking about price, then I get it, but like, I'm talking about just general quality. I'm not talking about price here. A lot of people actually saying Southwest too. I think Southwest is pretty solid when it comes to like economy. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for Choctaw County in Oklahoma. Hugo, Sawyer, Soper, you guys are all included in that. Why do you guys like Delta? Alaska Airlines? I've never even taken Alaska. Isn't Alaska Airlines just Alaska? Or like just like Pacific Northwest? Riley likes Spirit Airlines. Riley, if he's coming to Florida, he's taking whatever I get him. He has like some of the worst flight options going out of Wisconsin. Every one of them is like a one-stop. Thank you, Katie, for the $5 super chat. I love Spirit. It's always a life or death situation. Exciting times every time, bro. What? Michael the super chat says, anytime there's severe weather, we watch you. Great work. Question, is there a pivotal weather event that motivated you to pursue meteorology? Not really one in particular. I would say, if anything, probably... No, honestly, I don't know. Joplin tornado would probably be the only one I can really remember that I watched on TV when it happened. And that might have been, but I don't think anything really pivoted me to do meteorology just from like one event. Thank you, Allie, for the super chat. My grandpa loves watching you. Shout out to Ken. Shout out to Ken. Also, thank you, Gima, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate you being a 28-month member. These have been the most calm months for Dallas-Fort Worth. Has a look this weekend. Dallas might have a cap this weekend. We'll see. These are the risks of severe weather for the next few days. Let's go ahead and talk about tonight. We'll have a new SPC outlook here soon. We still got an enhanced risk of severe weather. Storms are still going, moving down towards Shreveport and Tyler. We have still yet to see the peak of severe weather for a lot of these areas. Large slight risk from Mississippi and Alabama back into Oklahoma. Main concern for tonight, is going to be damaging winds and very large hail. There is a 45% hail risk here that is outlined for Texarkana and Paris, Texas. A lot of these storms are still moving through this area right now. There's also an elevated risk of tornadoes still. So very large area for tonight. Going into tomorrow, there is an enhanced risk of severe weather in Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Kansas, and then a large slight and marginal threat all the way from Nebraska towards San Antonio. The main concern right now will be large hail and damaging wind gusts. There is a risk of tornadoes, though. We have a 5% hatched tornado risk near Shreveport all the way into Tulsa. I do think a 10% or even higher tornado risk is possible around or southeast of Oklahoma City. I do think that could be in play tomorrow. And then on Sunday, our threat of severe weather is again in the central and southern plains. Another significant severe weather event is expected, and there will be all hazards possible, including strong tornadoes, maybe even long-track tornadoes and damaging winds. And then Monday has the potential to be a severe weather outbreak across the Midwest. If you are asking if I'm going to be live any of these days, the answer is basically yes, every single day. You can actually go to our website too, maxvelocitywx.com. Get the scoop on the live stream probabilities. If you go to the About section, go to live stream forecast. These are the probabilities of going live every single day. And it gives you the details. So if you want to check this out, you can check if I'm going live any day, and it'll give you at least the probabilities over on our website. We're going to revamp this a little bit too and make it a little bit more interactive. It's pretty static right now, but I went there to check my forecast today. There are a lot of you guys that go to our website to check your forecast literally every single day. It's pretty cool. It's a free tool, completely free to use. So again, maxvelocitywx.com. There's tens of thousands of you guys that actually go to the website every day. It's pretty cool. You can look up your own forecast for your location. Is St. Louis just cooked for Monday? I don't know. We'll see. Monday looks like a big day. Who was the coolest YouTuber you met? They were all cool. I'm not going to say anyone in particular because, I mean, they're all cool to me. I'd say Sambucha, though, was probably one of the coolest because it's somebody that I literally watch, like, right now. I've been watching him for, like, literally probably a year now. And pretty cool meeting him. We're going to actually collaborate at some point this summer, I think. It'll be cool. You guys watch him. Cypher PK and a few of the other guys were pretty cool to meet too. They are Fortnite YouTubers, or at least gaming YouTubers, and I watched them when I was growing up, so that was pretty cool. For the record, Cypher is a tall person. He is very tall. Yeah, find photos here. So I met Cypher. I don't know how many subscribers he has. He has a lot here on YouTube. He has like millions. Collins Key, he was a magician on AGT. That was pretty cool. Sambucha. And then Marquise Brownlee. Does a lot of tech stuff here on YouTube. He's pretty popular. I think he has like 20 million subscribers. I also met Courage JD, and there was one other here that I don't know why their photos in here. Somebody else, though. Also, quick update for those that were watching our stream yesterday. We did officially have an EF4 tornado in Enid, Oklahoma. This is some of that tornado damage that happened from that tornado yesterday. This is EF3 damage in Enid, and then this here was EF4 damage. So there were, again, just homes completely destroyed. And in many cases here, a lot of these families have been heavily impacted. You know, I mean, like, the homes are gone. Some of these homes are literally gone. So, really sad sights out of Enid, and unfortunately, the tornado damage has obviously already been dealt. Luckily, there were no fatalities, which is really the most important thing. Homes can be replaced, lives cannot. So, I'm glad that nobody was at least killed from what we know, but there were 11 injuries. Unknown of the conditions, all of them, but In case you have not seen the tornado from yesterday and you might have not been watching our stream yesterday, you can obviously go back and watch it on our channel. Let me show you guys the video though that we had. We had a few videos, but this is the tornado path that we had. That's the approximate tornado path from Enid. It looped twice. Had very deviant motion the entire time. Tried to occlude 2 different times, and it finally successfully occluded over near the airport on the southeast side. If this tornado, guys, was like 3 miles further north, if it was up here, it would have been a catastrophic tornado. Like, it would have been way more catastrophic than it already was. Like, that would have been terrible if it hit Enid direct on. So we are very lucky this storm was south of Enid. It still obviously impacted people, and it destroyed homes, but if it was 3 miles north, it would have been catastrophic for that city. There would have been tens of thousands of homes probably damaged or destroyed rather than maybe 100. And this is one of the videos that we have of this tornado. So I can't believe there are so many people outside literally filming this tornado. I don't know, with this intensity, I don't know if I would have been outside filming this tornado. Thank you, Don, for the $10 super chat. This was from the Air Force Base. That storm was violent. Yeah, 100%. Cone-shaped? It was a cone tornado. This was the same storm from an airplane that was producing that tornado. Pretty fascinating. It's crazy to look back at this storm. I mean, I haven't had the chance to rewatch our live stream from yesterday, really. I do rewatch our live streams quite a bit if there's something that notable happens. And so I'm kind of curious to rewatch and see what happened, what like all went down. Because obviously in real time when I'm live, like obviously I'm commentating everything. I'm looking at what's happening in real time. But looking back at things, I always try to look back at streams and see like what we did well, what we didn't do well, and it's also fascinating to look back at what happens after the fact. Sometimes it's hard to comprehend what's actually happening on some of these storms in real time. Thank you, Robert, for the $20 super chat. Thanks for all you do. Is there a GoFundMe or something to help the victims from yesterday? I am not entirely sure. I would have to look. I haven't heard of anything. At least there's probably some out there. It's just hard to find legit like GoFundMes for any sort of relief. So my biggest problem when it comes to like GoFundMes, I have people always send me GoFundMes related to like sometimes related to weather and stuff like that. It's hard to promote anything like that though, because you don't always know if it's legit. Like it's very, very difficult. So I do not personally try to promote that type of stuff unless I for sure know that it's legit. Hey, Lopsided for the $10 super chat. Would you consider making an alert system for truckers for strong winds? Maybe. Not a bad idea. Granted, we are trying to work. I'm really hoping this year is the year where we actually figure out some sort of nonprofit thing, because like we do have a very large reach, and I think we'd be benefiting a lot of people if we figured out something on that end. So I want to figure out something, either working with another nonprofit or making our own. But making our own again is way harder. Like some of you guys might not understand, but it takes a lot of people and a lot of effort to actually make one. Like it takes a ton. So it's not as simple as just making a nonprofit, calling it the max velocity nonprofit or whatever, and then going out there and starting to distribute stuff. It's not that easy. Like you got to get 501c, you got to do all sorts of stuff. It's a very long process to do it anyway. So thank you, Javi, for the super chat. The storm's about to go through Paris, Texas. How's it looking? That one's mainly producing 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It has been rotating, but I think the tornado risk is not super high. We'll see how these storm interactions go. It's definitely going to be rain wrapped with any rotation we have. And unfortunately, it is in a radar hole. How's Cincinnati looking? Dark clouds. Just going to be some showers, maybe an isolated rumble of thunder. These storms have weakened a lot up here in Ohio and Indiana. A lot of people asking me about what's coming up over the next few days. I highly recommend watching our video on YouTube here today, so you get the latest scoop on all the severe weather that's coming over the next few days. Not talking about today. I'm talking about like if you're talking about tomorrow or a different day. The storm here near Paris just got upgraded to tennis ball sized hail. We got tennis balls flying out of the sky now. Right up towards the north side of Paris and Reno. Got some storm chasers that are going in the direction of the Lawton supercell that's going up right now. Interesting to see if this thing does anything. The echo tops right now are up to about, actually pretty tall, 42,000 feet on the storm over near Lawton. Got storm chaser Jacob McMillan, who I believe is going towards the Lawton storm. I'm not sure if he is for sure, but I do not think the tornado risk is very high with this activity. It's very far south. It's very far north of the boundary, but we'll see. Storms always miss Altus. Are you complaining? Would you rather get hit by tennis ball sized hail or not get hit by a storm at all? I feel like I'd take the second option. Hey, Derek, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Is there a potential to have more than one tornado outbreak through Monday? It is definitely possible. I think yesterday, I don't know, was yesterday a tornado outbreak? I don't really know if it would classify as one. These are, yeah, actually, I think it probably would. These are yesterday's storm reports. We had 20, what was it, 21 tornado reports? I thought I just saw 28. It was 28. We had 28 tornado reports yesterday. 28 tornado reports, 133 wind reports, 133 hail reports. Nearly 300 reports in general. Huge shout out to Robert with the 50 gifted members. Put some W's in the chat for Robert. That is a lot of gifted members. If you got a gifted membership from Robert, put some W's in the chat. They also fillet for the $10 super chat. What does Mena, Arkansas look like? Just looking at isolated wind and hail. Very low risk of a tornado. But yeah, yesterday I definitely was it looks like a tornado outbreak. So a little regional tornado outbreak yesterday. And then so far today, we've had one tornado report and then a decent amount of hail and wind reports. Bats or storm initiation near Austin, Texas? That would be bats. Yeah, you got bats taking off. You can actually see bats taking off on radar. You can see the velocities. They diverge. Green going towards the radar, red going away from the radar. You got some bats flying in the sky. Bat season returns. It does. It's always that kind of time. It always happens in spring. We start to see the bats taking off again on radar. Thank you, love, for the 21-month membership. Haircut looks nice. Just want to say so, but yesterday, but it was nuts. Yeah, I know a lot of people are saying nice haircut. I got this haircut right before the summit. My hair was getting crazy, so I got a haircut before then just so I could have decent looking hair going there. So I think it actually happened on Tuesday morning's video. What's central Louisiana look like tonight? Probably gonna have a line of storms late tonight. Got some strong thunderstorms now. This line will move down into Shreveport sometime late this evening, producing damaging winds and perhaps a couple of tornadoes. We do not have a watch yet anywhere in Louisiana or even East Texas, but I do think we'll probably get a watch sometime this evening. We also will have a new SPC outlook in about half an hour, maybe sooner than that. So that'll give us at least some indication of what to expect down the line. Hey, talk for the 3-month membership. Maybe we can should donate to a bat sanctuary. Good. About Rochester, Minnesota for Monday? I don't expect anything too crazy for Rochester, I think, on Monday. I think it'll be probably more of a threat down to your south and east, but we'll see. What is a gifted membership? It's where somebody gifts a membership on the channel. What a great explanation. Nominal explanation. A little bit of rotation developing right now north of Idabel. I'll be going into Arkansas here soon. That'll be something to watch for. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Polk County, Arkansas. That is going to be for Mena and Hatfield. I know we've had some people asking from Mena what's happening there. Quarter size hail, that's about it. After the storm rolls through, the risk of severe weather is pretty low. The storm that did go up near Shawnee has now gone away. It is really interesting to look over here at Oklahoma City. We got storms down in southern Oklahoma. They're moving southeast, right? So all these storms going down to the southeast. This storm was going northeast. There's showers here going northwest. They're going all sorts of different directions right now. There are a couple showers right here over I-44 that are going northwest. They're going all different directions. Hey, Robert, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Somebody just said, would you ever go on a chase with Tornado Pagey? I mean, I would. If I didn't have to cover weather all the time, I would. If I went chasing one day instead of going live, I think people would absolutely hate me after that. So I'm not trying to do that unless it's like a Canada tornado or something. Like the only way I can reasonably do it is if it's like Canada, because we don't really cover Canada on live streams. As a reminder, by the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We are getting close. I honestly think we could get pretty close to hitting 2 million subscribers here in the next like 30 days. We only need like 130,000 more people, I think. Yeah, we're getting pretty close. Gotta do it with Riley. I honestly would, but I would literally need to hire somebody to come on and cover for me for the day. And I don't know who that would be. It's not easy to do what I do. There's so much involved. I'd literally have to have somebody probably in the studio too, because our setup is so like, it's so like, I don't know. It's very complex. There's a lot of stuff going on. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Broken Bow, Idabel, and Wright City for 60-mile-per-hour winds and $half sized hail. Make Revel do it. Don't think Revel's gonna be able to do it. We got an update from Riley. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we got an update from the Storm Prediction Center. This is basically across all the rest of our 5-hatch tornado risk, or 5 sig 1 tornado risk in Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. They're noting tornado potential of less than 90 miles an hour, wind potential of less than 60, and hail to 1.75 inches in diameter. I think this is the Storm Prediction Center. Nice way of saying, hey, we might have gotten this wrong, but this does not look like it's going to see a severe thunderstorm watch today.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Thank you, Bay, for the super chat. Go both. Ryan's pretty chill. I mean, we talked the other day, or multiple times when I was at Summit. He's pretty chill. But everybody has their preferences. I mean, at the end of the day, like, it doesn't really matter. Like, I don't care if you like one person or the other. I don't care. You can do whatever you want, but it's like news stations. I mean, there's preference for everything. Like, you might like Fox, you might like CBS because of one person or another. Like, it's all the same thing, even with like local stations. So, in my opinion, like who you like, doesn't really affect me. Everybody's different. Does Nike sponsor your shirts? I wish. I literally wish. I need to get a Nike. Like, I gotta reach out somehow. I gotta figure out a way to get a Nike sponsorship. I'm wearing hook geckos on my t-shirt every single stream. I don't know if it's a bad thing. Hey, Poke, for becoming a member. Max's inability to pronounce town names makes him my choice. Thanks. Get a Nike tattoo? Absolutely not. This tornado is brought to you by Nike. Absolutely not. Max needs his own Nike shoe called the Hook Echo. That would be pretty lit. Guys, I got these red shoes. I haven't worn them yet, but what if I wore these red shoes sometime? I got them from the YouTube Creator Summit. They gave them to me. I wear like white Nike shoes right now, but these look kind of cool. I don't know what you guys think. They're red and white. So they're YouTube colors, but I like those red shoes. You guys like these? Do you think these are better than just straight up white Nikes? What do you guys think? I like them. It'll be really, really weird. You know, YouTube gave me like this coat that has like the YouTube logo and stuff on it. I feel like it would make me like an absolute target of people just like asking like, oh, are you on YouTube or something if I wore it all the time? It is cool though. I also got a coat from them. Those are better. Might have to consider wearing them. Might have to consider. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Pretty large area here. Idabel west of the Queen for half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Also includes Paris and Reno. You paying attention to the NFL draft? No. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Dean, for becoming a member. I didn't even know it was on, to be honest. Like, I was live yesterday, and somebody said something about how there was, Patriots drafted some guy, and I was like, oh, shoot, didn't even know it was on. So, yeah, I personally had no clue. I wasn't paying attention. Should be on Dancing with the Stars. I don't know about that. Does not sound like something I'd be doing. Thank you, Savage, for the super chat. We love you and your son watches the other fella. We are about to disown him. Oh, man. Or somebody's going to get disowned because they watch somebody else for other coverage. Thank you, DD, for the super chat. Next, those are literally Sonic the Hedgehog shoes? Excuse me? I think they're kind of cool. Have the Patriots drafted anybody today? Anybody interesting? I haven't looked at all. Thank you, Sim, for the $20 super chat. When is the peak tornado threat today? The peak tornado threat was technically over the last few hours for at least the Oklahoma threat. There is going to be probably another peak of a tornado threat sometime in the next 2 to 3 hours once this congeals into a line. So far, that hasn't happened yet. Paris is about to get hit pretty hard with tennis ball sized hail. We're going to have tennis ball sized hail rolling into Paris here pretty shortly. All right, Patriots just drafted Gabe Jadkes, apparently, or Gabe Jadkes. He's an edge. I've never even heard that guy in my life. What round are we in? We're in round 2? Love your haircut. Appreciate that. An Illinois edge. You must be goated. Look at the sunset. It is a beautiful sunset. Ryan Schull has a PDS sunset intercept going over the... I don't know what this is. The Lake Texoma is what he's going over right now, over the bridge. Beautiful sunset. Shout out to Eureka with the $20 super chat. Local storm chasers are reporting strong rotation west of Paris somewhere. There might be rotation. I mean, I don't know. We don't have any chasers directly on it right now. There is a camera though in Paris that will have at least some view of this. We have a couple of traffic cams in downtown Paris, so we'll see if any of those are showing anything. We got one on the bottom left side of your screen. Am I a Tampa Bay Bucks fan? I am not. I'm a Patriots fan. We'll have a new SBC outlook in about 15 minutes. Football's low-key mid nowadays. Well, you're mid. This hail core is giant. Paris is about to get hit pretty hard by hail. There's easily going to be tennis ball sized hail coming in. That camera bottom left will have a view of this hailstorm too. It's going to get pretty gnarly, I think. Hey, Dyer in for the super chat. Found you last week. Love watching the lives. Family thinks I'm weird. You're not weird, man. Put Canon Colton in slot 1. I had a camera there. Put my camera back. Should Broken Bow be concerned about a tornado threat tonight? I don't think so. Tomorrow for sure. I mean, if you guys live in Oklahoma and you live literally anywhere, it doesn't matter where you are. Tomorrow you need to be watching the stream. Tomorrow's gonna be a big day in Oklahoma. I think we're gonna have several supercells, probably multiple big hailstorms, and then even a possibility of strong, maybe even large tornadoes. Tomorrow looks like a very big day in Oklahoma. Definitely important that you're staying tuned to the channel. And if you are, for some reason, not subscribed, definitely subscribe. Click the bell icon so you're notified for when we go live. We got a new severe warning here in Oklahoma. Somewhere. Oh, that's Lawton. So Lawton has gotten severe warning. That'll be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. These storms are tracking down towards Temple and Comanche. And Waurika is also in the path of this. Is there a cap tomorrow? There might be a cap in Texas. Not really Oklahoma though. What time do storms start tomorrow? Sometime around, I think, 3 to 4 o'clock. We will have a video tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. I don't think the storms are going to fire off that early. Yeah, we'll have a video for sure tomorrow morning. This is what it looks like in Oklahoma tomorrow. I mean, honestly, this is a look. This is a look on the future radar. They get going around 4, 5, 6 o'clock, so we'll definitely have a video. But like that right there, yikes. That looks nasty. And any of these storms could produce tornadoes, but especially these ones here near McAllister in Oklahoma City. I mean, the HRRR is printing several supercells here. These would be mostly hail and wind. This is where our highest tornado potential would be. That is a nasty looking storm, though, that goes into even Texas. Tomorrow could be a really long stream, too. That could be like an 8+ hour stream tomorrow. Hey, Shauna for the $10 super chat. Any bad weather threats in Iowa this weekend? Not really. Maybe Sunday, but Monday has a better chance. Hey, Vex for the super chat. Yeah, he has really good videos. Yeah, he has really good forecasting videos. I've not really watched many of them, but whenever I've watched them, they're really good. What is the cap? It is basically a lid on the atmosphere, which is like a temperature inversion, which means temperatures are increasing with height briefly, which prevents storms from bubbling up or developing. Kind of looks like something like this. Our temperature is decreasing with height. Let's just say this is a graph. So this temperature is going down, negative, but then it increases at some point. Let's just say it's right here, and then it goes back to decreasing. That increase will prevent a storm cloud from going up any higher than like this right here. So it'll just stop. And that prevents storms from developing. It's big. It's a big thing in Texas. Hey, Teresa for the super chat. Please order dinner now while the restaurants are still open with no gas station food. Figure it out at some point. Thank you, Park, for the super chat. Where can I learn more about weather and meteorology without having to go to school for it? There are so many resources online. I mean, honestly, even just watching the live streams, I think, help. But also, if you, look for videos and stuff, there are a lot of videos out there, I think, that'll probably help with that. This supercell near Paris, Texas, definitely looks concerning. I mean, again, we're in a very large radar hole, so it's hard to see it. But this storm could definitely be a big threat, not just when it comes to hail, but maybe even a tornado threat, too. There's a live camera here in Paris. It's in downtown. So once the precipitation starts to clear out off to the east, we might have a better shot and a better view of this storm. Hey, Richard for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you also, Cobra, for the $10 super chat. Your voice is calming to apparently the dog. But your storm chaser's live camera science drive him crazy. Oh, my bad. Can't do much about that. Hey, also, VO for the zero chat. No, I do not. They've sent the spotters out now in Paris. I do wonder if there's any chasers. There's no live chasers. Let's look at the spotter network and see. Got one chaser just to the west of the storm. So whoever that person is might have something. But yeah, none of these guys are live. If it was easier for chasers and just storm spotters in general to go live, like we'd have views of every single storm. What tornado or percent do you think the tornado risk should be tomorrow? I don't know yet. I mean, I would at least say 10% hatched. It was actually kind of crazy this morning. It wasn't even a hatched risk, and it was only a 2% large area. I think 15% wouldn't be. I definitely wouldn't rule out a 15%. I don't know how high they would go, to be honest, but I feel like a 10 or 15% is very reasonable for tomorrow's severe weather setup. That traffic camera must be facing south. It doesn't say. Anybody that lives in Paris, you guys know what direction this is facing? Might be facing east, actually. I think it's facing east. That is not ideal. If anybody is controlling the Texas cameras that's tuning in, can you shift this camera to the west, please? Can we turn this thing off to the west for chance? This is like the worst facing direction possible. That's really unfortunate because like this storm does have some rotation. Definitely a big hailstorm for sure, though. Hey, Carter for the $10 super chat. Does Brookhaven, Mississippi, or Jays have a tornado chance tonight? It's rough here now. I'd say it's going to be a low chance. It's going to be a lot of wind. Everything down here is just kind of popcorn type storms. They're just popping up everywhere. Not overly organized, but they're mostly just producing a damaging wind threat. We should have a new SPC outlook here in the next 10 minutes, by the way. So we'll see what the risk outlined is. We just got a new severe warning over in Arkansas for quarter-sized hail near Wicks. It's a very interesting looking warning. I'm guessing that's a different National Weather Service office, but got a little missing box right here, just south of the Caney Creek Wilderness area. Got a little bit of lightning on that bottom left camera now, back over in Paris. So we are at least seeing some lightning with that storm. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, real quick, let's talk about tomorrow's threat. So tomorrow's threat is currently an enhanced risk of severe weather over basically the same areas that we're talking about today. Kansas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas, that is going to be the main areas of interest tomorrow, with the most interesting portion being eastern Oklahoma. If we take a look at the tornado risk, tornadoes are actually not going to be the story of the day tomorrow. So we only have a 5 sig 1 tornado risk. So that means a 5% chance of EF2 tornadoes occurring within this area in Oklahoma and Arkansas. And then a non-SIG wind threat of 30%. And then the big story for tomorrow is going to be the hail threat. So tomorrow we do have a 30 SIG 1 risk of hail greater than 2 inches in diameter. And I do actually think that they're going to upgrade this to probably a SIG 2 hail threat. I could see the potential for a moderate risk of severe weather tomorrow based off hail probabilities alone. I don't think there's going to be any tornado or wind-driven moderate risk because honestly, the most impressive threat tomorrow is the hail. This is a look at the HRRR. And if we basically go right to tomorrow night, this is right around 4 p.m. We can see we have very, very strong thunderstorms pop up quickly. This is already by 6 and 7 p.m. We have quite a few supercells, and you can see the very high reflectivity values on on the ARRR here, and that's basically across all of eastern Oklahoma. That's only going to continue to get even more significant. So there's going to be quite a lot of hail tomorrow. It's probably going to be upwards of 3 to 4 inches in diameter with multiple storms, and that's something we've been talking about for a little bit today, but expect that to get even worse, and that threat is probably going to be very significant come tomorrow.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's what it looks like right now for tomorrow. We'll have a video, obviously, tomorrow morning talking all about that threat. Riley looks like he's sweating, or was sweating. He's definitely not sweating. Thank you, Poke, for the $10 super chat. If you need air conditioning work done, me and my boss will drive to you. Give me a reason to come see you so I can get my sign, so you can sign my hat. Hey, low key, if you want to get me some new AC units, maybe. The one I have right now, I think, is like 20 years old. It's old AC unit. I really like, what I want, honestly, is like a AC like thing just for my studio, because we don't have one. Like, it's one AC unit that just controls this entire space, including everything else in it. I'm like the last room to actually get it, so not ideal. Hey, either for the super chat, can you explain how you know the red, gray, and green boxes are producing tornadoes? Well, red means that winds are going away from the radar. Green means it's going towards the radar. And this is very contaminated since it's so far away from a radar site, but if it was like a tight area where we have green and red mixing, that would be a tornado. If there's gray in between it, usually means it's broader. So that's kind of generally how it works. There's really no good examples though right now. Like, there's really hardly any storms that have anything, you know, in terms of rotation. It will be interesting to see if either of these storms near Lawton try to become tornadic. I don't think they will, but we'll see what happens with these as we approach sunset here. Beautiful sunset there, bottom right of your screen with where CJ's at. Hey, Catherine, for the super chat. Message me, I'll make it happen. Oh, man. Can't really deny an AC unit. What about the Carolinas? Not much happening in the Carolinas anytime soon. I've got to say, the Carolinas have like some of the like quietest weather, it feels like, in the entire country, aside from like the West Coast, which the West Coast can be active, but a lot of the time it is pretty quiet. Usually pretty quiet out there. We are still watching this Paris camera. The storm is moving in right now. This is the only live shot that we have over in Paris, Texas right now, where there is upwards of tennis ball sized hail moving into the city in some rotation, and it is starting to rain now. Possible tornado debris signature near Paris. There is no, it's very unlikely that that is one. It's very hard to see a TDS from a radar site that is literally like 100 miles away. The radar right now is looking 118 miles away, which means we are looking very high up into the clouds. So if there were a tornado in Paris, there would have to be a tornado that's lofting debris like well over 10,000 feet up. This camera here is pointing kind of southeast, so we might see the hail here soon as it moves in, but probably some tennis ball sized hail moving in right now. Do you purposely change your LED lighting to the color of the severe warning and tornado threat? Yeah, it's basically automatic. So I'll change it anytime there's a tornado warning and stuff. For those that are wondering, this is what it looks like when there's a tornado warning. So it flashes red for like a few seconds. A confirmed tornado flashes for like 30 seconds. A PDS tornado warning flashes for a little bit. And then a tornado emergency is like a pulsing for like, I don't know, a while. So basically how it works. Hey, Raj, for the super chat. My dad's work at the airport in Indianapolis got hit. Yeah, Indianapolis got hit pretty hard. Got a few more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. If you guys have any photos or videos, you can send it in to us at reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Got some pretty cool photos and videos sent in today from some of these storms over in Oklahoma. This is, again, an incredible photo from a airplane over in Carter County, Oklahoma, of a supercell that went up overshooting cloud tops. You can just barely see those there. And then the spreading anvil here. And then a lot of hail falling with that thunderstorm. Very steep lapse rates today. This is a photo from Lamar County, Texas, over near Paris. We got some hail falling. And if you guys live in Paris and have photos and videos, please send them in to us. Yeah, it's over on reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Don't have any other new photos as of right now. That was the only one. Got the hail over in Paris. Hey, Raj, for the super chat. Appreciate that. You said if Storm Chaser could go live easier, why is it not easy for them to go live? It's not easy for them to go live. I didn't say it was easy. I was saying if it were easier, we would have every Storm Chaser would basically be live. It is very difficult. You need a lot of equipment to go live. Now, really all you need is a phone, to be honest. You really just need a cell phone, some cell data, that sort of thing. But it's not as easy as just flipping the switch and going live. There's a lot of other stuff, and you really need good cell data for that too. A lot of our chasers have very bulky setups, so they can actually go live. Thank you, Catherine, for the super chat. Say hi to Lauren, Sasha, and Kat. We love you so much. Appreciate you tuning in. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning in southwestern Arkansas, north of Texarkana for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. To Queen, north of Nashville. You guys are included in that. Starlink is usually a must. Yeah, a lot of our chasers have Starlink ISP tech equipment too, which is a very beefy kind of setup. So not all of them do, but a lot of them do. And we're working on having some other ones have it here soon too. So a lot of our chasers in general will have really good equipment to go chasing. Some of them already do. Plano, Texas. I don't think Plano's going to see much today. I think the risk of severe weather here in Dallas-Fort Worth is fairly low. Our boundary is starting to retreat back west. If something initiates in the next hour or two, though, we could definitely have a big hailstorm. It's a very conditional risk. This is the HRRR here over the next few hours. This is the latest model run. And right now, it doesn't have really anything initiating there, but it does have this large cluster of thunderstorms converging into one line of storms, producing damaging winds and embedded tornadoes tonight and into the overnight hours as it moves into Mississippi, Louisiana, and as well as Alabama. We do have a tornado warning now for Texas, so they have gone ahead and issued a tornado warning for this storm near Paris, Texas. If you live in Paris, you got to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. This is right now over Paris, Texas, and is moving to the southeast towards Deport. It is actually going to be coming up on Cox Field here in a few minutes. Blossom, Reno, Sun Valley, Sylvan, I think. And then down the line, Bugatti, Clarksville. You guys are going to be in line for this. The strongest area of rotation is literally over downtown Paris right now. The storm's also producing some really big hail, so that's another concern. We could have tennis ball-sized hail flying right now. But if you are in Paris, Texas, you've got to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. This is a live shot right now from Paris, which we will have a better view here of the hail, I think, in a few minutes as it moves through downtown. This camera is located about a half a mile to a mile north of the area of circulation. So we'll see if it gets really windy here in a second too. I'm going to keep that camera on the bottom left side of your screen. We are in a very large radar hole. So once again, it's very hard to see the rotation clearly, but it would be over Paris right now. So it's basically over the downtown area. I know we have a very large audience from Paris, so definitely if you guys live in Paris, you got to be taking shelter. It's a pretty dangerous storm here. It's already produced a lot of hail in the past, a lot of wind. I don't think it's necessarily produced a tornado in the past, at least from our knowledge, but definitely pretty concerning here. Moving southeast at about 30 miles per hour right now. They have maintained the enhanced risk of severe weather. We just got an update there, but we'll have the more updates here in a second. This is kind of the general direction and path this storm is going. Got some timestamps here on the left side of your screen. So Bogotá will be at about 8:45 or so. But that rotation's, again, strong in the mid-levels. It's very possible that we have at least a rotating wall cloud, and definitely not ruling out a tornado right now in Paris. You can see the hook kind of wrapping here a little bit inflow coming out of the south and west. Velocity is very strong over downtown Paris, Texas right now. Hey, Wolves, to the sewer chat, what does it look like on Monday? Probably a lot of wind, definitely an elevated tornado threat. I'll have a more detailed video on it tomorrow. Thank you, Austin, for the $20 super chat. Anybody tuning in right now from Paris in the chat? We have a pretty large audience there from Paris. Looks crazy. Yeah, it does look crazy. Again, I really wish we had a radar site like right here in Paris. I know we have a Durant radar site that's very localized, but at least a few people tuning in from Paris right now. So it looks like in Paris, the wind's starting to pick up now. So the winds are starting to intensify. This is, again, a live traffic cam here. Right over Paris, Texas. And do not get out of your safe place here in Paris. The wind is definitely picking up. If we have a tornado, it would be on the southeast side of the city, probably. That's at least approximately where we think it would be. But obviously, if you're anywhere in Paris, take shelter just in case for whatever reason, it's not actually there. We are in a large radar hole. Rotation is pretty strong, and it's getting windy out there. Got a lot of lightning, too. People are sheltering in the overpass. Are people under it? I can't tell. It looks like there are people under the overpass. The camera's it's getting really windy here. Getting a little bit more windy. I think there are people parked under the overpass. I see the flashing lights there, so definitely not something you should be doing. Is parking under an overpass, guys. This is probably the worst thing you could be doing right now. Got shame under the overpass. I can see part of the storm all the way from DFW. You can see the storm from probably upwards of 100 miles away right now. It's very clear skies out there. Wind's starting to change directions just a little bit. It's probably coming right now out of the... I guess north. It's coming kind of out of the north now. If there were a tornado, it'd be off to the right. I mean, we'd be looking like top right for maybe power flashes or something if we could confirm a tornado at all. There's a traffic light. Yeah, there's a traffic light, but look here. Right under here, you can actually see flashing lights. And I'm pretty sure there's people parked here. There's a light here. But in here, there's just people parked. I don't know. You can't see it from this angle, but there are people parked there. Yeah, you can still see those flashing lights. There's definitely somebody there. On radar, the rotation is really strong. It's been pretty consistently windy here for the last several minutes. This is definitely a very intense storm. There's no doubt about that. It is getting even windier. It's actually getting windier as we speak. Will the Lawton storm reach Durant? Probably. They have continued this tornado warning. It does not include the north side of Paris anymore, but it does include downtown and southern Paris. Marvin, Jennings, Pattonville, Hoover, DePort, and Rockwell, all those communities on the southeast side of Paris, Texas, are included. That was a big lightning strike. Are all included still in this tornado warning. This is still live inside of that warning right now, where it is very, very windy, very windy, and a lot of heavy rain coming down. It's getting even windier again. The wind is really strong here. It's been really cranking for the last several minutes. If there is a tornado, it's going to be on the southeast side of the city now, coming up on the Cox Field Airport, going down US Highway 271. Hey, Stephanie, for becoming a member. If there were to be a tornado, it'd be pretty close to the Freedom Church and Quality ER Care. I actually just moved the camera, it looks like, a second ago. Visibility's down to maybe about a mile or so. Hey, Derek, for the $10 super chat. They need to make a Wizard of Oz sequel? They do. There's still at least a couple cars parked under that overpass there. At least a couple. Got a new severe warning in Clark, Jasper, Lauderdale, and Newton counties in Mississippi, mainly for wind. Thank you, Poke, for the $10 super chat. That RFD right now, what we're seeing is definitely a rear flake downdraft surge. If top right, like if we see power flashes, that is probably a tornado. We have not seen any, but top right of your screen is looking towards where this tornado is. Like this camera is looking more to the south, which is now where that rotation is located. It would be just south now of 271, probably near the loop 286, pretty close to that Quality ER Care building. Is the underpass safe? It is not. It is not safe. So what it looks like right now on radar. Rotation is still very strong currently on the southeast side of Paris. It is going to go down US Highway 271 towards DePort and Bogota. Very, very intense supercell right now, for sure. This thing's been cranking for a while, but it just has never really gotten to the point where it's producing, and it might be trying to produce right now. This is, again, live in downtown Paris, looking south towards where that tornado is located. Rotation is about 13,000 feet up. Yeah, I mean, this is what we're looking at on radar. It looks like it's definitely a tornado. It's hard to tell. I mean, this radar site is looking literally over 10,000 feet up into the air. So if there's a tornado, we don't really know unless we see it visually. Like, we are literally looking for visual evidence of a tornado if we know there is actually one on the ground, and it's impossible to tell on radar unless we have a tornado that's literally lofting debris up to 13,000 feet, which is not something that happens very often. Hey, Kanak for the sewer chat. Hey, Max. Arlek Tex here. Just a heads up. It's Bogota. Bogota? Bogota? Bogota. Is that what I feel like I've been saying that. A private radar had a tornado debris signature 15 to 20 minutes ago. Interesting. That's true. We don't know of that as of now. At least my team is saying that is not true. So A lot of lightning still in Paris. That is again live in Paris. I'm going to put that back to the bottom right of your screen. If you are on the north side of Paris, Texas, you are no longer included in this tornado warning, but there is still a risk right now of tennis ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. If we have a tornado, it's going to be located near Marvin and the Cox Field, which is PRX. It's a little airport going down towards Pattonville to Port, Shadowland, and Milton, and Lone Oak is also in the path of this. You know, you can see on CC, like, there is blue showing up. That is not a tornado, though. That is clear air contamination. The main area of rotation would be over 905, moving directly down 271 right now. Again, the radar site, very far away. We're looking really high up into the storm. But the rotation has definitely been on the stronger side of things here. Definitely got to take shelter and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, no matter where you're located inside of this tornado warning. Does not matter if you're on the north side of it. Does not matter if you're on the south side of it. You got to be taking shelter. Thank you, Lauren, for the sewer chat. I submitted a few photos from downtown Indianapolis of tree damage. All right, we'll check it out. Thank you. If you guys do have any photos or videos at all, send them in to us, reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Thank you, Laura for the sewer chat. Has Tyler, Texas looking for the night? Definitely going to be watching these storms as they move down to the south and east. Damaging winds and a risk of significant severe weather will be possible. Also, Kylie from Kona Maximum Velocity member. Looks like that car, or at least one of the cars that was parked under the overpass, is now leaving. There is still a car parked under the overpass, which is very dangerous.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We now have a tornado on the ground in Texas. So this is a confirmed tornado now near Paris. You got to be taking shelter if you're in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. So they have gone ahead and upgraded this to a confirmed tornado. This storm has been very electrified. And it's heading down towards the port right now in Bogota. It is confirmed by weather spotters here within the last minute or so. So you got to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible if you are in this tornado warning. This is moving down to the southeast right now, and it's going to go right towards Bogota and then down the line going towards Mount Pleasant, DeKalb, Clarksville. You guys are all in the path of this tornado that is currently in progress. It could be, again, on the rain wrap side of things. Might be hard to see. So it's very important that you are taking shelter right now. If we put a little, like, kind of timing guide on this thing, this is the general timeline and direction of where it's heading. You know, it might be a little bit hard to see some of the locations there on the left side of your screen. They've also just issued a new tornado possible severe warning for Clarksville and Bogota. Just outside of the port. But the port, you're going to be hit within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Bogota around 8:42. And down the line, Talco around 9 o'clock. So definitely a pretty concerning storm right now. Still a car parked under the overpass. Again, I want to urge you, if you are in this warning, doesn't matter what warning you're in, you do not park under an overpass during a tornado warning or severe warning. It is not a smart idea. This is probably the last thing you should be doing. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have two different updates from the storm prediction here. The first is a mesoscale discussion for portions of eastern Texas, the very southwest corner of Arkansas, and the northwest corner of Louisiana. They're expecting a severe thunderstorm watch here. There's an 80% chance of that. Tornadoes between 85 and 110 miles an hour, wind to 70 miles an hour, and hail up to 3.5 inches in diameter is expected. We did get that update from the SPC as well. They did go ahead and continue the enhanced risk for places like Shreveport, Louisiana. That is driven by a chance of significant hail. They do have a 45 sig 1 and a 30 sig 2 across that enhanced risk. That's basically the storms that we're looking at right now in Paris, Texas, and around that region that are producing the hail. That's the risks they're highlighting. But they're also highlighting a 5% sig 1 tornado risk as well for places like Shreveport, and then a 5% tornado risk all the way into places like Jackson, Mississippi. This is basically associated with the eventual congealing into a line of our storms. We're going to see a QLCS form and work its way south. We could see a few spin-up tornadoes from that, but other than that, it does seem like the supercell threat is starting to wrap up here.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. And right now, the main supercell that we are looking at is this one near Paris. which again is producing a tornado according to weather spotters. So you need to be, again, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. If you are in this tornado warning, it is still producing likely a tornado right now just south of the PRX airfield, which is on the southeast side of Paris near Jennings, and it's going to be heading directly towards Milton, DePort, and Lonoke. And then Bogota, you guys got to get ready. If you guys got friends or family over here in Bogota, Texas, please make sure to share the stream with them and make sure they're aware of the situation with this tornado that is currently down. Very important that they are taking shelter right now. If you live in Paris, I would still be in your safe place, especially since, one, it's still pretty windy, and then two, we at least have some sort of pretty significant hail threat that's still moving through right now. We could have some large hail coming in. Wind-driven hail is obviously going to be a concern. Real quickly, back over in Mississippi, we got a lot of thunderstorms going up right now, mostly looking at damaging winds here across the board. Some half-dollar sized hail is also possible. But really, the big concern right now is this tornadic supercell that is moving down towards Bogota right now. Got a lot of people saying, love your haircut. Appreciate that. Got another photo or video that somebody sent in. This one is sent in from Indianapolis from earlier. We did have a possible tornado in Indianapolis. Got a lot of trees that have fallen down. If you guys do have any photos or videos from like Paris, for example, or any other areas, you can send them in to us. Reports.maxvelocitywx.com. It's also one of the top links in the description below. There's also a QR code on your screen. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning now for those on the south side of Paris near Roxton, just north of Cooper. That'll be for 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is moving down to the southeast right now. The Vocats are becoming a moderate velocity member. Is Bochito safe now? Is that in Oklahoma? I think you guys are chilling. There's a severe warning back over near Lawton, Oklahoma. That's still producing some golf ball sized hail. That is moving down towards Waurika. It looks like there's another car parked under an overpass. Is this a separate vehicle? Bro, what are we doing? Why do people park under overpasses? This is in Paris. There's literally a guy just parked under the overpass right there on the bottom, on the middle right. We need to put a shame spam in the chat. We got a separate guy now parked under the overpass. Can you believe it? I sure can, but this is literally not even close to where the tornado would be located. Buddy is still parked there. All right, let's have an honest question in the chat. Who in this chat has ever parked under an overpass during a severe warning? You can be honest. It's a safe space. People are going to say shame, but it's a safe space. Who has actually done it here in the chat? You? I have never done it. Why are we saying me? All right, we've had a few people have. All right. Now everybody has to say shame to those people. Imagine. You're banned if you have. Thank you, Katie, for the super chat from New Zealand. Appreciate you tuning in. On the latest scan, the rotation has gotten a bit broader. It was very strong a few minutes ago, right over Jennings, which there are homes here. So there could have been homes that were hit by this tornado. Right now, though, it has gotten broader. This is quickly congealing into a line of storms. You can see it right now. It's quickly congealing. Off topic from this storm, this is a view from Ryan Scholl. He's looking at the supercell that went up over near Lawton as the sun's setting. Pretty cool. See the overshooting cloud tops. You got kind of the orange tinge in the background. Pretty cool to see as the storm is still going as the sun is setting. Hey, Chick, for becoming a member. This is back live in Paris. We still have a car parked under the overpass. Hey, Ryan, for the $10 super chat. Try not to get hit by softball-sized hail. You guys just say that so there's room for you in a hailstorm? No, I would not be parking under an overpass. Hey, James, for the super chat. If I got caught in a hailstorm, I'd be hightailing towards an overpass. No, I would not. It's literally the worst thing you can do. I get people are like, I want to protect my car and stuff like that, but the second you do that and everybody else is doing it, like it literally can create a traffic jam and you could literally get in an accident super easily. Let's say this is the road. All right, I'm going to draw a road on the left side of your screen right here. This is the overpass. All right, I'm making like a box. That's the overpass right here. And then past that is anything in the open. Or put like the little dashed line here. And let's say this is the shoulder. Right there. And that's a shoulder. Let's say you got car 1, car 2 that park here. All right, well, there's no space there. So the other cars, they're going to go park over here. And then what do the other people do when there's no space under the overpass anymore? What they're going to do is park right in the middle of the road. We've seen it happen time and time again on these live streams. And then all of a sudden, if there's almost no visibility, there are people driving, and they might not know people are parked like this, and they crash into you. And this creates an accident. It could literally get people killed that way too. Very dangerous. So this is the problem. Even if you're parked on the shoulder, it can still be dangerous because people might not know you're there. It's very difficult to see. I have just downgraded the warning. It is back to radar indicated. Apparently tomorrow has the latest HRRR model runs coming out right now. And apparently tomorrow looks insane. Let's see. Holy moly. That is a lot of discrete supercells. What in the world? We got a Dallas-Fort Worth supercell. We got one over near Paris. We got one near McAllister. All these storms, by the way, are tornadic pretty much that this is showing right here. Everybody in McKinney is dead. Not actually, but my God, look at the updraft helicity tracks. This is insane. Tomorrow could be a really big tornado day. I mean, that is absolutely crazy what we're looking at on the model right now, on the models right now. Look at the STP values. This environment tomorrow looks absolutely crazy for tornadoes. Tomorrow could be a major tornado day. And I mean, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 different discrete cells that the HRRR model showing. Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas at the greatest risk. Maybe even Kansas. There's actually some in Kansas that do the same thing. This definitely looks very concerning. Ton of instability too tomorrow. We're gonna have upwards of 5,500 joules per kilogram of instability. I think tomorrow is deserving of a 15% hatch tornado risk, at least from what I've seen over the last like 12 hours. Things might trend in a different direction tomorrow, but at least in my opinion, at the minimum, we need a 10%, if not a 15. It looks very, very crazy tomorrow. That's all I got to say. You definitely got to be tuning into tomorrow's stream if you, for whatever reason, weren't thinking of doing it.
A new tornado.
It's a Saturday, I know, but you got to skip whatever you might be watching tomorrow. I don't know if The Bachelor's on tomorrow or something. You're skipping it. You're coming to our stream. If you're watching Blue's Clues, you got to come over here. Don't watch it. Tomorrow might actually be a really crazy day. I'm not even kidding. It looks absolutely insane right now. I don't know if it's going to downtrend, but with that model's right, which it's pretty good. It's not always right, but it can be pretty good. That looks like a tornado outbreak. The NFL draft is tomorrow. You're not watching it, man. You're coming here. You're skipping the NFL draft. Got a new tornado warning. This one is going to be for Delta, Hopkins, Lamar counties in Texas. So take shelter if you're in this warning. Main area of rotation right now is located just south of Reno. No, I mean, you're not watching the NFL draft tomorrow. You're not missing anything. Your Cleveland Browns aren't drafting the next Tom Brady. We got to be watching the stream. Hey, Dog, for the $10 super chat. What do you think about the weather in New Boston? New Boston should be mostly damaging winds. There's a low tornado risk. The tornado warning here, it does go until 9:15 Central Time, just south of Paris. Brett with the super chat just said, I'm quitting my job to watch you. Bro, he's going to quit his job and say he's not even going to go to work tomorrow. Yeah, if you're going to work tomorrow, you can't. You got to watch our stream. If you got any plans at all, doesn't matter what they are. Even if your girlfriend's about to break up with you, you got to be here. You're not going on that date tomorrow. You're saying, no, I'm watching Max Velocity instead. I'm watching the live stream. Thank you, Lorraine, for the super chat. Imagine somebody broke up because they were watching my stream for weather coverage. That'd be really funny. I feel like that's happened before, actually. There's a lot of people that do watch these streams. Max is better than a boring date. I gotta agree, man. You can't even go to the bathroom tomorrow. You just got to be here. I don't even know. I think tomorrow we're probably gonna be live by like 4 or 5, and it'll probably be at least a 6 or 8 hour stream. It looks like a big day again. I think tomorrow has the potential to be an outbreak pretty easily. The latest model run is just insane. I don't know the last time I've seen a model run like that. Just print like 8 supercells in this very favorable environment. It looks pretty wild. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning over in, I'm about to say Minnesota, Mississippi. Got 2 of them, both for 60-mile-per-hour winds and $1.25 to $1.5 sized hail. Seriously, looks like a prank. I don't know. Tomorrow, I don't know. I think tomorrow's gonna be big. Tomorrow, every single day this week, outside of, in my opinion, today didn't look very big. But outside of today, I think every single day looks very significant to some extent. Thank you, Dizzy, for the super chat. I will be here. I work 2 hours Monday to Saturday. That's honestly a pretty dope schedule. You only work 2 hours a day. Where do I sign up for that job? Bro clocks in McDonald's, makes a couple burgers, and then clocks out. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Pretty large one here near New Boston for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Rescheduling my kid's birth to watch stream. Imagine if that actually happened. Yeah, I saw for the $20 super chat. Huge hail hitting the shelter in Pattonville, Texas. Stay safe. Yeah, we got upwards of 2-inch sized hail falling with this very nasty supercell, which is now congealing into a line. The rotation is very rain-wrapped right now. It's going right towards Mount Vernon and Mount Pleasant here soon. Very rural areas now of Lamar County, but it is going to be tracking down into Cooper, or just east of Cooper here in a moment. So we'll be tracking the Hopkins, Lamar, or the Hopkins and Delta counties here in just a few minutes. I gotta make like a piece of paper that has like a little excuse thing on it. If you have like a boss or something, and just like have it say like, I am gonna be out of work today because of this reason. Like that's what I got to do. Hey Matthew for the super chat. You're about to be paying for a lot of couples therapies tomorrow. I might be. Thank you Billy for the 9 months. Oklahoma's for the most part done tonight. Pretty low risk of severe weather. The storms over near where we are already kind of weakening, so I don't think there'll be a whole lot of severe weather there tonight in Oklahoma. Tomorrow, again, looks just crazy. Tomorrow, again, if you live in Oklahoma, you're canceling your plans and watching my stream. That's what you're doing. Hey, Lady Fire for the $20 super chat. There's a semi under the overpass. Is there? I can't even tell. It doesn't look like it anymore. At least whoever was under that overpass is no longer there. Thank you, Let, for the super chat. Jamie at the super chat says, you're my wife's boyfriend's favorite weatherman. Thanks for all you do. I appreciate that. They also Empty for the $20 super chat. I just signed up for Max Alert. Anyway, to pay a little more and add a work address with the home address. You can add up to 2 addresses. And then after that, you would have to make just another account if you were to add like a 3rd or 4th one. With that said, I will definitely look into it and see if we can add like an option where you can just like add another address for like a price or something. Thank you, Jake, for the super chat. Should I be worried in Trenton, Texas? I wouldn't be worried. Just stay. You definitely got to stay weather aware if you're in this general area for the next several hours, even up into here, basically anywhere over here. But if you live over near Tyler and Longview, we're going to get pretty significant storms going down that direction. We got giant hail falling right now near Paris still. And 2 tornado warnings still in effect. So SLK for becoming a member. How many screens is Riley watching? I think he has 8, just like me. I think we both have 8 monitors. Oh, Riley has 4. Breaking news. Thought he had 8. I don't know why. Whoopsie. Shame on the camera. There's no way somebody's still parked under the overpass. I don't see anybody parked under there. Oh yeah, there's still, who was parked under that overpass? They just have flashing lights. I do wonder if whoever that person is like maybe it's a truck driver that's just sleeping there, and maybe just somehow randomly got into this tornado warning and didn't even have a clue. I don't know. I don't remember that car being there though before I went to it. I gotta reschedule my baby shower tomorrow to watch. Hey, Sky for the $20 super chat. You've been saying as many walls from you from the outside as possible, but as many walls between you from the outside as possible. You're now casting as S tier, but between this and how you pronounce town names, I think you're cooked. Thanks. Appreciate that. I definitely did say from you. I said between, but as many walls between you from the outside as possible. That's what I usually say. I think that's correct. But as many walls between you from the outside. Yeah, that's, I'm not tripping. Unless I maybe one time just accidentally did not say between. Hey, Rachel for the super chat. They're asking about Melissa, Texas tomorrow right by McKinney. Everybody in McKinney's dead. In all honesty, tomorrow I think in Texas is pretty conditional. I know the HRRR showed a Supercell in Dallas-Fort Worth, but I am definitely not certain that that is going to happen. There's going to be cap. There's definitely going to be a cap down here. So it is uncertain if something's actually going to fire. And there's also some dry air in that kind of the low to mid levels. So that could be a problem. Otherwise, though, tomorrow just looks crazy. Tomorrow could be on all hands on deck kind of day, too. I do think Sunday looks weird. I think it's going to be capped off in Oklahoma and Texas on Sunday. That's just my opinion. Could definitely tread a different direction. A lot of models are not showing much happening right now on Sunday, which is interesting. I don't know if Sunday is going to be a big day or not. Kind of waiting to see what the HRRR shows for Sunday. Both days are enhanced. Thank you, Rachel, for becoming a member. What's the deal with Monday? Big outbreak, probably. I'm gonna have a video talking about it tomorrow. Tomorrow, our video will go way more detail about Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We'll have high-res computer model data for all 3 days. So if you are new to the channel, definitely subscribe. Click that bell icon too so you're notified with those updates. I'll have a big video tomorrow, though, for sure. For sure, skis. Thank you, Tiffany, for the super chat. Officer Scott Hollinger intercepted a tornado in Paris, Texas about 15 minutes ago. Let me see if I can find him. I don't know if he has a post on social media or something like that. Yeah, I'm seeing his posts on Facebook. I'll see if I can get any permission to show them. Yeah, some photos of some damage there in Paris. So yeah, there was definitely some damage. Apparently, it's the 70th tornadoes they ever intercepted. So pretty cool. Thank you, Bruno, for the $5 super chat. Riley's 5th monitor fund. I need to get Riley a 5th monitor. Thank you, Ruby, for becoming a member. My tea time tomorrow cooked. Depends on when your tea time is. I have rotation developing near Lone Oak. It's kind of in a clear air area, though. I wish we really had a radar site here because we'd be able to see what's going on with this storm much more clearly. It does kind of suck that we can't have a clear view of these storms on radar. Riley would unironically find a use for a 5th monitor. I have 8 monitors, and this isn't even enough. I actually technically own like 20, but a lot of them are in the old studio, and they're just there just in case I ever have to go live at that other studio. So, yeah, honestly, I do need more though. I need like another, I don't know, maybe. I could probably get more, like another 8 in here. I think it's possible. I just don't know how I actually use them. I should actually get monitors like up here. I should get like a row of monitors, like 3 more or 4 more above the monitors I have. Now that would be cool. Hey, Boo for the super chat. How does Little Rock look for the next few days? Is it hit or miss? Tonight's just strong thunderstorms. We got a couple storms nearby right now, but shouldn't be very severe. Tomorrow, probably not much. It'll be late tomorrow night if you saw anything, and then on Sunday, probably not. Monday would be the day I'd say to watch for sure. Outside of that, I think the risk is lower.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Got a new tornado warning. This one is going to be for those in Franklin, Red River, and Titus counties. Talco, Baguda, just north of Mount Vernon. You guys are included in this tornado warning, so take shelter if you're in this pink polygon and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Get away from windows. Storm is moving down to the southeast right now. About 5,449 people are included in this tornado warning. Why does Max Archer look like it's a big tornado? Because he's looking at a huge the big thunderstorm out in the distance. That's near Lawton. It's just a large storm that's gone up. Thank you, Russell, for the super chat. Towards your electric bill. It ain't small. Thank you, Craig, for becoming a member. Thank you also, Mohawk, for the super chat. I would check out our website for a forecast, Mohawk. MaxVelocityWX.com. Those forecasts are pretty good for that type of stuff. Anything happening in Kansas in the near future? Probably, maybe tomorrow, but definitely Sunday for severe weather. Thank you for the super chat. Once again, if you are in the pink polygons, you got to take shelter. We currently have tornado warnings in effect for Franklin, Red River, Titus counties, and then we also have one that is in Delta, Hopkins, and Lamar counties. So if you're in any of the pink polygons, you got to take shelter. The rotation on radar is very hard to see. Main area of rotation that we are looking at is near DePort, going towards Baguda, and then going towards Talco here in a few minutes, just south of Paris. You shout out to Remo with the $20 super chat. How's the weather look for the original Boston? Are you talking about Boston, Massachusetts, or a different Boston? If you're talking about New Boston is mainly looking at wind for tonight. Hey, Kylie, for becoming a member. Can Dallas sleep? We're going to bed at 8:42. It's kind of early. Yeah, I mean, you're probably fine. If you want some extra peace of mind when it comes to you getting a tornado warning tonight or any sort of warning in general, I definitely recommend checking out Max Alert. It's basically where I give you a phone call with my voice if you're included in a severe warning or a tornado warning. If you want to check out that service, it is maxalert.net. It is also the top link in the description below. I definitely recommend checking it out if you want some extra peace of mind. It works all severe weather season. It's honestly, I think, one of the best things that we've come out with. A lot of you guys have signed up for it, and it gets the job done. A lot of you guys have gotten Max Alerts over the last several weeks. We came out with it about a month and a half ago. A lot of you have signed up. Thank you, David, for becoming a member. Do you like oatmeal? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I've ever had oatmeal before. Love my Max Alerts, W. I didn't have ranch at all my life up until like 3 weeks ago. I'm not even kidding. Thank you, SN, for the super chat. Can we get shirts of sassy tweets from Riley? Honestly, we should get. Thank you, Notorious, for the $10 super chat. Would you ever consider an educational video series on radar basics, understanding forecast modeling, etc.? Honestly, good idea. I will probably do something like that. Hey, Whiskey, for the $10 super chat. Max Alerts work absolutely beautifully. Got a lot of them on yesterday when the storms were rolling through northeast Kansas. There you go. You also, Gemini, for becoming a member. How would you guys like some educational videos like that? If I did them, they'd be on the second channel. But I think that's actually a good idea. We definitely have the infrastructure to do it now. It's kind of hard to do it without a team, and we do have a pretty good team now for that type of stuff. Hey, Rachel, for the $10 super chat. I just discovered you yesterday. You're the best. I appreciate that. Once again, if you are just tuning in, we do have a tornado warning here in Texas. The rotation is fairly contaminated with us being very far away from any sort of radar sites. With that said, if we do have a tornado at all, it would be going up. It's going to be approaching Baguda in Texas. And then after that, it'll be heading towards Talco and crossing over US Highway 271 here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So definitely take shelter if you are in this tornado warning. Do an entire series? I think we should. Hey, Christina, for the super chat, please tell Cheese Card I love her. I don't know where she's at. She ain't here. We do have a new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued. It goes until 4 a.m. Central Time. 4 a.m., folks. That's late. Couple tornadoes are possible. Scattered hail up to the size of 2 inches is possible, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour is likely as a line of thunderstorms will be developing. So if you live in Shreveport, Alexandria, Ruston, Texarkana, Mount Pleasant, Paris, Gun Barrel City, Tyler, Palestine, you got to get ready for this. Got a little over 1.5 million people in this, 93 hospitals, a little over 900 schools. There you go, Hayden, for the super chat. Is the hail and severe weather looking worse in central or northwest Arkansas tomorrow? Probably worse in northwestern Arkansas. Hey, Christiana for the super chat. Oh, I said already started that. Thank you also, Ashley, for becoming a member. Hey, old school for the search chat. First educational video. Why not park under an overpass in a thunderstorm or tornado warning? Honestly, that could be the first one. Did I order dinner yet? I have. I actually got Outback. Outback Steakhouse. I did not get a steak though. I just got like something easy to eat. Because we could be live for a while, depending on how this line of storms goes, and if we actually start getting, tornadoes and stuff with the line. We have a severe thunderstorm warning here for Nashville, Prescott, and Hope. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. This is moving down to the southeast right now. Bloomin' Onion is life. I got like the trio thing. So it's like the, I don't know what it is. It's like the onion thing. It's the fries and then something else. So sounds pretty good. I go to Outback quite a bit. So. Let's see if we got permission to show those photos and stuff from Paris. I haven't gotten a reply yet. Go back to our tornado warning right now over near Baguda. I think is how you pronounce it. Rotation's gotten a little bit stronger over the last few minutes. If there is a tornado, it'll be near Halesboro going down towards Texas 196. Talco is also in the path of it. Got a pretty large hook. Very strong inflow going into the storm as well. Still could produce a tornado. Once again, you got to be taking shelter. There is a hatched area here, which is a SIG 1 outline, which means that there is still a risk of a strong tornado with this storm. And there's very well a chance that it could produce a strong tornado as it moves down towards US Highway 271. If you live over in Mount Pleasant, Dangerfield, or over near Naples or Omaha, we definitely need to have that tornado action plan ready to go as this supercell continues to drive down to the south and east. Moving southeast at around 30 to 35 miles per hour. So it's not super slow. They're much slower in southern Oklahoma. Thank you, April, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Is that a tornado bottom right? It is not. I'm going to put in another camera. There's a camera bottom middle, which is going to be inside of the, it's actually inside of the tornado warning. So we'll have a pretty good view of the storm as it gets closer to Mount Pleasant. There are a lot of live cameras coming up down there near Mount Pleasant. Hey, Jupiter's for the 23 months. Fort Smith, Arkansas.
A new tornado warning.
Fort Smith, Arkansas should be mainly looking at a wind threat. We have a new tornado warning here. This one is going to be for those in Tira, just east of Cooper. If you are in this pink polygon, you got to be taking shelter now and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. This is for Cunningham and Sulfur Bluff. Got a little over 400 people included in this tornado warning here. Hey, Thomas, are we becoming a member? So right now we have 3 tornado warnings, one of which is on the same storm. The other one south of Paris is going towards Tira. We don't have any live cameras on that one. Once we get closer to I-30, there are a bunch of live cameras here, so we're going to keep an eye on all of them. The one on the bottom left is in Paris. The bottom middle one is over near Winfield. So we'll be keeping an eye on all that. Thank you, Thomas and April, for becoming members. If you live over near Dallas-Fort Worth, right now we don't have anything going on right now, but we are starting to see a little bit of initiation along our little boundary here near Greenville. So we got a few thunderstorms trying to go up. So we might have something try to initiate near Dallas here soon. I wouldn't say it's a very high chance, but keep an eye out to the weather here if you're over around Dallas or just east of Dallas for probably the next 30 minutes to an hour. Should be kind of done with any sort of storm chances after that. We do have a storm also that's gone up near Shreveport, quickly growing in terms of a thunderstorm here. Not really anything severe, but we could have a little bit of isolated hail and wind with it if it does intensify at all. We'll stay on this for now. Did something happen in Bogota? Nothing yet. The area of rotation is moving through the southwest side of the city. So if there is a tornado, it'll be going towards Talco in 1896 in Texas, and then it will go towards Mount Pleasant. If you are in Bogota, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but if you're in that area, you got to be taking shelter. Yeah, if you're in Paris, Texas, you're good. You're no longer in the warning. Look at the HRRR for Sunday. Let me look. All right, this is, it didn't go fully through until now. So again, tomorrow looks like a possible tornado outbreak in Oklahoma, Kansas, and Texas, maybe even Arkansas. Sunday looks like a Kansas day. That's a really early supercell. That's like early morning. Yeah, looks like right now I would definitely be looking at Kansas for the higher potential of tornadoes on Sunday. The environment will be very favorable in Oklahoma and Texas, but I'm not sure if storms are going to initiate over here. We'll have a video again tomorrow talking all about it. And then we got some hailers over there in Nebraska, it looks like. That looks, again, I think every single day from tomorrow all the way through Monday, we'll have probably tornadoes that are very visible on our stream. Like, I mean, there could easily be strong and maybe even long track tornadoes on one of these, upcoming 3 days. So. Thank you, Sarah, for becoming a member. How do I find my Maxillary account? If you go to the website, you can go ahead and log in on there. If you need like your login information, it should have gone to your email. Latest scan, still seeing rotation right now near Texas 19, near Gadsden. It is tracking right now down towards Sulfur Bluff, and the other area of rotation is just southwest of Bogota, going towards Talco and Mount Pleasant. That one's going to be pretty much fully rain wrapped. They are shy for the super chat. Is Northeast Wisconsin safe from the next 2 days? I'd be watching Monday. Look at Wichita Falls. Nothing's happening over Wichita Falls. This storm has died so fast. Look at that updraft. It just got completely cut off. There is a special weather statement. That storm's gone. The live camera in Burke Burnett showing pretty nice conditions, honestly. Looks beautiful out there. Why are most tornadoes at night? Most tornadoes happen during the mid to late afternoon and early evening. So they're not always at night. Mostly has to do with daylight heating. Peaks during the mid to late afternoon, early evening. Most storms initiate when we get to our peak temperature and dew point and all that. Hey, Sam for the super chat. Samurai for the super chat. What does Dyersburg, Tennessee look like on Monday? I have a lot of people asking me about like Monday and Sunday. Guys, I really recommend watching our video today and also watching our video tomorrow when it comes out, because I'm going to go in detail about this stuff. I'm not going to like go super in detail about something though that's 3 days away and we don't have any sort of like high-res computer model data. The most we have right now is the Rufus, and the Rufus is not known to be very accurate, but that's the only high-res model data that we'll have at least for Monday. With that said, I'll just show you guys real quickly what it kind of looks like, because it does go out, I think, until it goes out pretty far. But I really think right now Monday looks more like a threat in the Midwest rather than the Tennessee area. I think Tennessee might be more overnight, but I definitely think Monday has a very high ceiling, and it should be widespread damaging winds. And Monday could literally be a day where we're just live all day. Severe weather could start as early as the morning hours and go all the way through the afternoon. And the Midwest will get hit, I think, pretty hard. We could even have a Monday morning threat, which would be kind of crazy. We might be live like literally all day Monday. Significant tornado parameter values are pretty high across the board. They're pretty wild for Monday afternoon. I don't know. Monday does look pretty crazy, though. That's a very high ceiling. Got somebody on Twitter that sent us a video flying past the storm in Texas. That is a look at a storm from an airplane. This is the one in Texas right now that's tornado warned. Pretty cool video. Joplin has crazy parameters for Monday. Yeah, I don't know if storms are going to initiate there, but we shall see. We are monitoring 2 areas of distinct rotation right now in Texas. We got 2 different tornado warnings, one east of Cooper. Going to the Dallas-Fort Worth radar site, you can see that area of rotation located just northeast of Cooper. And then another one that's embedded in the storm going now towards Baguda and going down towards US Highway 271. Down the line, though, we go towards Pittsburgh, Sulphur Springs, Linden, Marshall, Gilmer, and Longview are all long-term paths of these storms. It'll be probably another 2 hours until Longview, Marshall, and Kilgore get hit by those thunderstorms. But rotation right now is near Texas 196. Go back to the 3-cam view. All 3 cameras on the bottom of your screen are going to be either inside a tornado warning or close to one. So we've gone ahead and updated every single one. Any forecast for Alabama? Not really anything too crazy happening in Alabama. We got some severe storms rolling into the west side of the state, just south of Livingston. Those are producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. But outside of that, the risk of like tornadoes is going to be fairly low. Over here near Meridian and Quitman, we're also seeing that same sort of hazard. Prentice, Collins, all mostly looking at a wind and hail threat. But I do think the tornado risk down here is fairly low for tonight. Not zero, but it is low. Northeast Indiana never gets action. It actually has been pretty quiet this year for Northeast Indiana compared to every other place. It's been very active. But this year in Northeast Indiana, it's not been very active. What's the website you're on? It is maxvelocitywx.com. There's a link in the description to it. Those that might be just tuning in, this is our risk of severe weather for the rest of tonight. We do still have an enhanced risk of severe weather. That's where most of the storms are currently located. It is a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk. That is where very large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes are all still on the table. The hail risk is right now a 45% hail threat, which is pretty wild. We haven't had very many of those this year, but with the new SPC outlooks, this is technically still an enhanced risk of severe weather. Very high likelihood of large hail all across Texarkana, back over near Sulphur Springs. Damaging winds are only a slight risk technically. It's a 15% risk. And then there's also a threat here for a maybe a few tornadoes. Why is my pen glitching? This is the tornado risk for tonight. It is still a 5% hatch tornado threat. Still includes a little over 2.5 million people. And then the 2% tornado risk includes about 2.5 million people from Tuscaloosa, Alabama, back into Baton Rouge and Alexandria. So this is going to be a pretty elevated tornado threat for the nighttime hours here. And as this line of thunderstorms continues to congeal, the tornado threat should remain pretty elevated. With our strongest area of rotation right now just south of Bugatti. I'm looking up the pronunciation. I keep saying a different name for this place. One sec. Let me get the pronunciation here. Bogota. Oh, I was even close. Bogota. I think we got it. Does Paris, Texas not have a tornado watch? You do not. It's back to a normal severe thunderstorm watch for this entire area. Does not mean you can't see tornadoes, though. It is a common misconception. There is a risk of at least a couple of tornadoes. The probabilities for tonight in terms of tornadoes right now are coming in at 25. So there's a 20% chance of 2 or more tornadoes. It's actually not very high, which is actually kind of low in my opinion. A little bit low in terms of what I thought it would be. Thank you, Jeff, for the super chat. My fiance is obsessed with your streams, and it is our anniversary. Can you give a warm shout out to Alina? She would freak out. Well, I just did. Shout out to Alina. I'm in New Boston. When should it get bad? Probably in about 30 minutes. I wouldn't say it's going to get that bad, but damaging winds will be the main concern. Got another photo or video that somebody has sent in to us. This one is from Nick over here in Oklahoma. Pirtle, Oklahoma. I've never even actually heard of Pirtle before. Scary cloud over the north of Durant in Blue, Oklahoma. Well, appreciate you sending this in. Definitely a little scary looking. If you guys do have any photos or videos, you can go to the QR code on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. I'm super concerned about Nashville on Monday. I wouldn't be that concerned. There will probably be severe weather, but it wouldn't be until late. And I also don't know if it's going to be that high of a threat. Huge shout out to Amanda with the $20 Venmo donation. Thanks for your dedicated coverage. Watching your lives has helped me ease my storm anxiety since becoming a new Midwesterner. Well, I appreciate you tuning in. I'm glad I can help. Just don't ever stop saying Bolivar. Bolivar, Missouri. Rotation on our tornado warning near Cooper is very broad, in my opinion. The one near Bogota is definitely the one that's more dominant and is stronger, and that'll be heading towards Mount Pleasant. So definitely get ready for that if you're in Mount Pleasant. Hey, did for the super chat. My young daughters love watching you. Can you say hi to Willow and Rain? How's it going? Hello. You have my uncle's haircut? Is that, I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but I feel like my hair is pretty good. Hey, Honda for the super chat, supporting my fellow Riddle alum. I live in Arizona, so I don't get much severe weather, but still have to watch. Do our alma mater proud. I really appreciate that. Thank you also, Megan, for the $20 super chat. Shout out to the, what? Appreciate the very generous super chat over in the Ville. I didn't really look at the comments on our last few videos. I got my hair cut, I think it was Monday. I didn't really look at my comments at all Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday because I was obviously away in California. So I literally did not look at YouTube like at all, but I'm not sure if there was a whole lot of comments about my haircut. A lot of the time there's a lot of haircut comments. Hey G for the super chat. I tune in for the mispronunciations. Thanks. Appreciate it. Where do you get your maps? From wish.com. Temu. Gotta get cheap nowadays. How much longer until it's in Mount Vernon? I'll do a little time guide on this. Mount Vernon, though, you're only like 20 minutes from this at this point. The main area of rotation is still over 37. It's going to be tracking towards Talco and Mount Pleasant. These storms feel so slow for some reason. Like, they just feel like they're moving at snail's pace. Even though they're moving 30 miles per hour, apparently, to the southeast, they do feel slow. This is kind of the general direction of where this storm's going right now. We got Linden at about 10:59. Got Mount Pleasant at 9:48 on the main supercell. The one near Cooper, in my opinion, is pretty messy. It's not as strong of rotation. The one near Bogota is definitely a lot stronger. That's kind of a general time guide for you. Shreveport is probably going to get by this around midnight or so, maybe sooner than that. I think this line will probably speed up here soon, but it's definitely moving pretty slow right now. Hey, Crazy for the super chat. Thank you for covering my weather. My family is always staying safe because of you. Also, how does it look north of Greenville? North of Greenville should be pretty much done, unless you're like near that severe warning. We are starting to see a lot more storms now initiating off this line. You can see Greenville starting to see some convective initiation. So we might start to see a more widespread area of thunderstorms developing over the next hour or two. A lot of wind and hail at this point. The hail threat, the very large hail threat at least, is going down. There should be a lot of hail falling, but not like a very large hailstone size. I think a lot of the hail will be under the size of 2 inches. They ran him for the $10 super chat. I just called my dad. He's in an RV doing some work between Mount Pleasant and Pittsburgh. Hopefully, stay safe. Definitely got to figure out a sturdy structure if you're in a mobile home or any sort of RV, if you're near these tornado warnings. Have you ever thought about being a teacher? Maybe when I was younger. Definitely not recently, though. What is going on with the radar? Radar is not loading. Some of these town names are ridiculous. Which ones? I feel like any of the ones I'm looking at right now are ridiculous. The ones that are like in Wisconsin and some of these other states, they can be crazy. Pennsylvania has some crazy names too. Thank you, Debbie, for becoming a member. And also, Dujin for the super chat. Where would I place 3 NexRad radars? Definitely one here. I'd place, if I had the option of putting 3 radars anywhere, one would go here. One would go here. And then one would go here. I'm going to put just 3 X's. 1, 2, 3. Those are where I put the 3. If I had the option, I'd put 3 there. I would also, if I had a 4th one, I'd put it probably like right here or something. Or maybe even over here. I don't know. One of the 2 places. Over in Ohio. Hey, Jess, for the super chat, shout out to the fact that you are amazing. Ohio is fine. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you also, John, for the super chat. Watching from South Dakota, canceled all plans for tomorrow after. Also, you do have such a relaxing voice. It's good to hear. Glad I have a relaxing voice. The rotation has now moved outside of the Sulfur Bluff area. It is now just south of Bogota. And is now tracking down towards Mount Pleasant. So if you live in Mount Pleasant, definitely have that tornado action plan ready to go. Be keeping an eye on you guys. We've been live for a little over 5 hours today. Yesterday we were live for like 7. That was a crazy stream yesterday. Who was tuning into yesterday's stream that's here? I bet most of you were. Yesterday was a pretty crazy severe weather day across the board. We had over 1.5 million people, I think, watch our live stream on both YouTube and Facebook. It was quite the crazy stream. A lot of people were watching. Let me check real quick. Yeah, yesterday we had about 400,000 people watch on Facebook, which is pretty cool. On top of the almost 3 million here on YouTube. It's crazy how many people actually see our streams on Facebook. We multi-stream to both platforms, so it's pretty cool. Hey. What we should actually do, this is kind of a banger idea. What if we got like some sort of like, I don't know how it would work, but I'm pretty sure you can get onto like Roku TVs and stuff or something. I don't know how that works, but that'd be kind of cool too. How's long view looking for tonight? Mainly going to look at damaging winds down that direction. But still an isolated tornado threat. Hey, Vortex to the super chat. Yeah, there's some crazy names in Pennsylvania. Lucas and I are huge fans. Well, appreciate you tuning in. What do you think about DeKalb? Which DeKalb? Create an app is how? Yeah, it'd be really cool if we got some sort of that would be pretty cool if we got some sort of like application where we could just like go live on a TV or something like that. Hey, Fawn for the super chat. Connor's Hail Fund. I think he needs one. I don't know. His car didn't seem very damaged. Thank you, JE, for the super chat. Atlanta and Folk, Arkansas. Any severe storms in Arkansas will be mainly damaging winds. There's only mainly strong storms right now south of Little Rock. Anything north of I-40, though, is not going to be severe. Got a new severe warning over in Alabama. That's near Linden for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Definitely wouldn't rule out a very low tornado risk with this right here. Going towards Marion and Centerville. Spinning just a little bit over there in southwestern Alabama. Mostly damaging winds everywhere else currently. Do you think tomorrow will be as eventful as yesterday? Tomorrow has a pretty high ceiling. And in my opinion, I don't know if tomorrow is going to be a full-blown outbreak by any means, but I do think we are probably going to see at least a few tornadoes and probably at least a few strong tornadoes tomorrow in Oklahoma, Kansas, maybe Texas. I think Texas is conditional, and then Arkansas would be like western half the state. So yeah, I do think tomorrow has a pretty high ceiling. And again, we will be live tomorrow for sure covering that. Definitely important to make sure you're subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. Also, to kind of stay in the community here, definitely follow us on Facebook and Twitter, and also join our Discord server. The link is in the description. We have a little over 11,000 people that are in our Discord server now, and we also have, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of people that follow us on Facebook and Twitter too. Thank you, Cosmic, for the super chat. Where's the Jetstream at? Jetstream is kind of like that a little bit. It's just off to the north. Thank you, Vodka, for becoming Maximum Velocity member. And Amanda for the super chat. My kid thinks you're in charge of the weather, and he's currently mad because the storms tomorrow in Oklahoma means there's no mermaids at the Ren Fair. What? I guess I'm not in control of the weather, though. I can confirm I do not control the weather. Tornado warning still continues here just south of Bogota, going towards Mount Pleasant. I feel like we've been looking at these storms in the same place for an eternity. I feel like these storms are moving so slowly. They're apparently moving southeast. Okay, they're 25 miles per hour now, so they are a bit slower. I just feel like we're watching storms right now that are literally moving at a snail's pace. Like, I've never felt like I've been watching a storm move so slowly until now. Like, it's actually wild. feel like we're watching storms move at 2 miles per hour. Southwest Alabama for an extra weather radar. That'd be a good place too. There's a lot of places that a radar could go. There are so many radar holes. It's unbelievable. Yeah, Southwest Alabama down here definitely has a radar hole. What's it going to take for us to get like maybe 5 more weather stations that are publicly, funded and used in the United States? I'm just curious. I don't know what it would take, but it'd be great if we got like 5 more to fill some of these radar holes. Would you consider streaming to Rumble and X? No. Not, at least not. I just don't see there being much value. Unless it made sense and there were a lot of people watching those platforms. X is not a streaming platform, in my opinion. Rumble, I know nothing about. What does one radar cost? A lot, like millions. Hey, old school for the sewer chat. Thank you also, Spirit, for becoming a member. Coming from East Texas, we are enjoying your content. We can't stop laughing though with some of the town name pronunciations. Bogota and Titus. I got Bogota. You guys hear that? I don't know if you guys can hear that. I have the pronunciation though over on Google. Ooh, British pronunciation. I hope you guys heard that. Bro, that is some British pronunciation right there. All right. There you Spirit from becoming a member. Everybody should be able to pronounce Bogota after me clicking it like 7 times. Yeah, it's not my fault. I didn't name the cities or the towns. I can't be blamed for mispronunciations. Like it's literally out of my control. What in the world? What? Wait, I didn't even see this. This is for tomorrow. Look at the dew points tomorrow on the HRRR. Wait, where is this? What model is this? What is the HRRR? There's some like really crazy spiral. What hour is that? Oh, it's 16. Why don't I see that? This is what. Is that not tomorrow? Oh, is that Sunday? Oh, yeah, dude, Sunday. Look at this thing. This on Sunday. It looks like literally a hurricane on the dew points. That's actually kind of crazy. Yeah, this is kind of wild. I've never seen something like this. Dew points again are kind of a measure of humidity. Crazy model data. That's one of the crazier things I've seen. Tornado warning for those west of Bogota near Tira and Cooper has been canceled, which I agree with. There is still rotation right now. North of Mount Vernon, moving down towards Mount Pleasant. If you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place as it continues to track down to the south and east, eventually going towards Omaha. Omaha will be in the path of this here soon. A dew-point hook. It's a new one. It's a new thing. Hey, Holly, for the super chat. Do you ever consider wearing a suit for the lady folks? No. And it would not even just be for the ladies. Hey, Genie for the super chat. Have you ever seen a tornado in person? I have not. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, real quick, I was going to talk through the other severe weather events. It's not just tomorrow that we're talking about in terms of a severe weather threat. Once again, this is what tomorrow looks like right now, with a very small corridor of a 5% SIG 1 tornado risk. This is going to be higher. We're probably talking about either 10 or 15% tornado risk with either an intensity level of 1 or 2 tomorrow. But we're not going to be done tomorrow. We have another day of severe weather after that, this time in places like Kansas and Missouri. This is just a little bit further off to the north, but we're talking about basically the same thing again with a lot more damaging winds and multiple clusters of storms across this area. Then we have one more day of severe weather, this time in the Midwest and the Missouri area. This is already an enhanced risk of severe weather, including Illinois, Iowa, and Missouri. We're probably going to be talking about multiple significant tornadoes, a lot of damaging winds, and large hail as well. Taking another look at the ARRR tomorrow, one of the things that I want to point out is how intense this environment is going to be across almost the entirety of our area. The only failure mode for tomorrow will basically if storms don't manage to convect in this environment. If we take a look at the STP values during the peak of the event tomorrow, the highest STP value on a scale of 1 to 10 is a 39. That's obviously a lot higher than a 10 in terms of the peak intensity. So the ARRR tomorrow is not messing around. There's other models that agree with it as well. It's not just the ARRR saying that we're probably going to have an intense tornado outbreak tomorrow. The SPC is obviously going to take their next forecast and upgrade it to show what's going on in models now. So expect that coming 6D or around 1 to 2 a.m. tonight.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. All right, guys. We have review time. As the storm continues to move down to the south and east, I got Outback. All right. We do this every single time I get food. So we got a big platter of food. This is the trio. So we got like fries, the onion ring things, and then we also got the boomerangs. I just had the boomerang. It's actually pretty decent. I wouldn't say it's amazing, but it's good. They gave me like marinara sauce and stuff too, which is cool. So I got marinara. The little onion ring thing. I'd say it's like a 7 out of 10. Nothing really that special. Not very crispy either. No cheese bowl either, really. Granted, it's probably been in the car for a while. There's really no cheese bowl. Next one is the bloomin' onion, which literally you can't really go wrong with. I've had it before, but see how it is this time. Pretty much as good as always. It kind of sucks because whenever you get like DoorDash food, it always comes like kind of soggy and stuff. So thank you, Lyria, for the super chat. Max is getting slapped by Outback, literally. Then I got the other thing with this is like the Aussie fries. So these are like cheese and bacon fries, which are pretty standard. Comes with ranch. And then the last thing I got was a side of the steakhouse mac and cheese. That's the last thing. So I'll give that a taste test. You got double dashed? What does that even mean? Looks delicious. It's not bad. Bloomin' shrimp? What's the bloomin' shrimp? I'll try this mac and cheese here. Yeah, their mac and cheese is really good. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty solid. What is the bloomin' shrimp? I feel like I've seen it, but. Hey, Drunk NATO for the super chat, bro. No way somebody just stole the Drunk NATO tag and at on social media or on YouTube. That's insane. Took the name, bro. That bloomin' shrimp thing is huge. I've never even seen it before. I've never seen this before, but I'll have to look. I don't know if they removed it or something. I haven't seen that in a while. Max, do you own any non-Nike t-shirts? You know, I do have other like t-shirts, but I also don't want to wear stuff that has like massive like logos on it, like, you know, Patriots or whatever it might be. Like there's a lot of like random stuff that I have that just has a bunch of words on here and stuff like that like I wouldn't want to wear. Like if this is just simple and it's also comfortable for me, so that's why I wear it. That's not an ad, by the way. I need a Nike sponsorship though, ASAP. Why not your own merch? My own merch still has stuff on it too. If I did my own merch, it would have to just be like a simple Max Velocity logo, like up here. That'd be it. I'll probably get something like that here soon, unless we can get some sort of a merch sponsor going, like some sort of like Nike or whatever it might be. I feel like there's potential there. This is still live. It is. Congratulations. It is live. You know, also off topic, they did DoorDash me bread too, so that's kind of cool. I got like a loaf of bread. I guess it's like an added bonus, I guess, for DoorDashing or something. I like their bread. It's pretty good. I've had it before. Did you get a straw? I didn't get a drink. I won't get a drink unless it's like with a combo. Thank you, Jasmine, for the super chat. Max Nike Velocity, new brand name. Hey, Corvin for the super chat. Bogota, it's a run-on pronunciation. This is my area. Used to live in Bogota. Not a fan of not that far south these days. It's now south of Pittsburgh. Yeah, I think really, and the main concern with these storms right now will definitely be damaging winds. I wish we had a radar site here because like it's hard to provide really good coverage unless we can actually see what's happening on radar, or if we have chasers, and we don't have either. We don't really have a great radar view. Granted, I'm not seeing as much green getting close to the red from this distance. I mean, we're looking probably about 10,000 feet up into the air right now, so it's not a great view right now of this storm. But either way, it's congealing into a line right now, so we don't have many discrete cells left, and this is going to produce more of a damaging wind threat down the line. And then maybe, just maybe, a couple of tornadoes. The odds in the tornado watch tonight are not very high. It's about a 20% chance of seeing 2 or more tornadoes. Statistically speaking, that is a very low chance of even having a tornado in general, but we'll probably at least have 1 or 2 if I had to guess. Hey, James, for the super chat. And George. You got the cinnamon butter? It's not cinnamon butter, just normal butter. It's white. You stream standing? I do. Not all the time, but I do most of the time. I like standing. I don't know. I feel like I'm more energized standing. And it's also easier to get to the green screen because I just have to stand. I just have to walk like 2 feet. So. I working at Outback. I'm gonna be honest. I like Outback. I feel like it's pretty good. I'll go there like 2-3 times a week sometimes. They have good food. My opinion, Outback is like one of the better chain restaurants out there. Again, that's just my opinion. Hey, Max, for the super chat. I live in Mount Pleasant, Texas. I'm really nervous. Am I gonna be okay? I wouldn't be that scared right now. Just make sure you're ready for these storms coming in. There's nothing really to be overly concerned about right now. More than anything, damaging winds the main concern. Could still see an isolated tornado, but it's a low chance. Three times a week? I don't know about 3 times a week. I've only gone like once in the last. This would be the one time in the last like probably 10 days I've gone. I'd say twice a week is reasonable, but a lot of the time, like when I go, like there will be times where I'll just go to the bar, just chill, you know, talk to some people, sort of thing, and then other times I'll actually get like a meal. But and when I go to the bar, I do not get alcohol usually. I'm usually just getting Diet Coke. I don't really drink that much. Do I have a backup generator? Sorta. I sort of do. I don't really have like a backup generator, but I have like a really large UPS system basically. So it'll keep my stream on. Thank you, Vodka, for the 5 get to memberships. Really appreciate that. Lightning where I'm in Texas. If you have any videos, feel free to send them in. How's Monday looking? It looks like an outbreak. We'll have a video tomorrow talking all about it. We'll have another radar scan in a moment. This area of rotation is about to move outside of our tornado warning. About to be moving into Rocky Mount and Pittsburgh here soon, and Mount Pleasant. Monday looks crazy. Every day looks crazy in my opinion. I think all 3 days. I'm just being honest. Like I'm not trying to scare anybody, but I honestly think all 3 days could be deserving of a moderate risk. I don't feel like I'm crazy for saying that, but like if every one of these days looks the way it looks right now, by the time we get closer, I could see a moderate risk for all 3 days. Now, do I think that'll happen? No, but every day right now looks kind of like that. Is that the Outback talking? No. I think all 3 days, though, will be deserving of it. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to be for those in Pittsburgh, Dangerfield, Quitman, Winsboro, and Mount Vernon for 70-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball-sized hail. So they'll probably replace the tornado warning here in a few minutes because that rotation has gotten a bit broader, but we'll see. Thoughts on Taco Bell? I actually had Taco Bell for lunch. It's all right. It's nothing that special. I had to get something quick, though, because I woke up kind of late. I woke up like probably an hour before we went live. It's the best cheap fast food. What do you guys think? What do you think is like the best fast food? Best fast food place. You can base it off anything. Could be price, could be quality of food, doesn't matter. There's a lot of people. The most that I'm seeing right now is Culver's. That's the one I'm seeing the most. I don't see as much Taco Bell, though. Off the record, these, like, onion rings, or not onion rings, the mozzarella sticks, they're literally shaped like boomerangs. Literally. It's in the name, but kind of cool. What was the question? Best fast food place. They have gone ahead and canceled that tornado warning here in Texas. Popeyes has spices. Popeyes is pretty good. In terms of like mine, I would say probably it changes. Like Culver's usually is mine. Sometimes it's Steak and Shake. Sometimes it's Raising Cane's. Dave's Hot Chicken is another one now for me. Dave's Hot Chicken is definitely the main one for me right now. I nearly just dipped my mozzarella stick into bloomin' sauce. Actually, I do wonder, how good is that? This is like the bloomin' sauce from Outback. Hold up, wait a minute. That is fire. That is better than mozzarella. What in the world? This is the stuff that goes with like the onion rings from Outback. This thing going in there is insane. Oh my god! I feel like I just discovered like how to make a tire back in the 1800s. Dude, this I don't know how to describe it. It might literally be the best thing I've had, and like I don't know, a long time. That tastes insane. I just like absolutely blew my mind when I just ate that. Get rid of the marinara. Nobody needs that. We need whatever that sauce is, the bloomin' sauce. Thank you, Stoops, for the super chat. Brahms is the best fast food, no doubt. Brahms. I've only had it once. I don't remember it being that good. Flores with the super chat just said, just got off work at the DFW airport. Storms out east look wild. Yeah, they're definitely pretty wild. I mean, the main concern definitely will be wind here, but they are definitely pretty wild. Arby's. You know what? We just said Arby's for the best fast food. Max could do a food review channel. I could. I definitely could. I've thought about doing that on the second channel. Start doing food reviews. That'd be kind of low-key fun. Be a little side quest for me. I see people do it all the time. I'm like, why don't I just do that for a little bit? It'd be more for fun, though. I wouldn't do it like all the time. I do have to say, guys, ranch has changed my life. I never had ranch up until like 3 weeks ago. Dipping even French fries in ranch is just like the move. It's so goated. I don't know if I can describe how good ranch is, but it is fire. I feel like I'm having a mukbang on stream right now. I'm literally just eating nonstop. You know, completely off topic, but when I was in California, like YouTube basically gave us free food. Like we could eat as much as we wanted, sort of thing. When we were at the YouTuber Creator Summit, but I barely ate because I was networking the entire time. I was like nonstop talking to people, so I didn't really eat that much. So I haven't really eaten that much this week, and that's why I'm like eating. It might sound terrible, but I didn't really eat a whole lot. I mean, I ate like enough, obviously, but yeah, like when I go to like an event like that where you have limited time to talk to people, like you gotta network and stuff. So. All the food, though, there was really good. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Emory, as well as Sulfur Springs for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Storm near Mount Vernon's looking a little bit more interesting. Got a little bit more of a hook developing now on radar. So I'll be keeping an eye out on that. Thank you, Donut, for the super chat. I swear to God, if you start an ASMR food channel, I'm unsubbing. Imagine if I did. Will employees get free breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Do they really? Everybody I met there that even works for like YouTube and stuff, they're all so nice. Like everybody was amazing. Really cool to meet everybody. I met the YouTube CEO too. That was pretty cool. ASMR food make me hungry? I wouldn't do ASMR if I did food reviews. Off the record, if I did that, it would be on the second channel. There's no way in the world I'm doing that here. Hey, Derek, for the super chat. Major hail by the airport, Mount Vernon. That is a big hail core right there. Yeah, we got definitely some large hail falling near Talco. I'm starving now. My bad. Dude, I mean, I'm just being honest. This food slaps. It's on a different level. Thank you, Rexy, for the super chat. That's pretty funny. Appreciate the super chat. I really want to do, like, for April Fools. I meant to do it this year and I forgot, but I really want to do an ASMR, you know, video, like as in like just a weather forecast on like April Fools. That's what I want to do. I wanted to do a little April Fool's Day ASMR weather video. I feel like that'd been a banger. I feel like a lot of people would have watched that. What fast food do I hate? I don't really hate any fast food in particular. All I know is like the worst experiences I've had that have made me not want to go back would be Hardee's and Del Taco. Those are the two that I've had the worst experiences at. Outside of that, like, again, I don't really hate any in particular. I think they're all okay. They're all kind of the same, honestly. Checkers and Rallies. I've never been to Raleigh's or Rallies. I've been to Checkers. Checkers is it, meh. I actually think Checkers is worse than McDonald's. Just comparatively. Del Taco rocks. Hey, again, I went there once. My experience was not very good. It was like a year ago. It was a pretty bad experience that I had. I ordered online, and all the customizations that we had, they all got removed. And I didn't think really anything was that good there. Other than the churros. The churros were fire. Christy with the super chat says, have you loved a food item so much that you eat it too often and now can't stand it? That happens. I mean, I used to work at like Panera Bread when I was growing up. Every item that I had there I liked, like, or loved, and I literally just can't eat Panera Bread anymore. So I guess that's an example. Outside of that, though, I can't really think of anything. That'd be like the main example that I have. They closed all the Hardee's in Topeka. Yeah, I've never found Hardee's to be that good. The weather must be slow. Yeah, it's pretty slow right now. Definitely some pretty significant winds in Texas. The only reason why it's slow, though, is one, it's in a radar hole. Two, it's really just a slow-moving area of thunderstorms. It's moving at snail's paces right now. I'm not a fan of when it's like nighttime like this and storms are moving so slowly. I like when they're moving quick. Got a few more photos and videos that you guys have sent in to us. We got a new video from Chris over in Red River County, Texas, as the storms rolled in. This is taken around 9:05 p.m. Central Time. A lot of lightning there, pretty intense conditions. Had a tornado warning, I think, at the time. This is in McKinney, Texas. This is a view from the storms out in the distance. Appreciate you sending this in, Claire. And this is a video from Lavon Shores Estates, Texas, from Paris. Looking at the tornado warning cell. This is actually a drone shot of all the lightning. Very cool. And the last video for right now, this is from Fannin County, Texas, and bottom. But absolute lightning show out here. If you guys do have any photos and videos, QR code's on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. I love your videos. Appreciate that. Got a couple of cool HRRR plots for tomorrow with the future radar overlapped with a couple different things, including instability, and which is basically storm fuel.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And then we also have one of the dew points overlapped, which is pretty cool. We have a new tornado warning for those in Pittsburgh, Texas, Rocky Mound. It's a pretty small tornado warning. Wind field just southwest there, Mount Pleasant, and southeast of Mount Vernon. If you are in this tornado warning, we got to be taking shelter right now and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. This rotation is beginning to get a little bit stronger right now and is moving into a pretty populated town here, Pittsburgh. A lot more people live here compared to some of the other places we've been talking about. But you got to be taking shelter right now if you are in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside. If there is a tornado, it's going to be located right about here. It's going to be over I-30. It'll be moving into Macon, Monticello, New Hope, Rocky Mound. And then after that, going towards Leesburg, Hickory Hill, Crossroads, Simpsonville, Brumley. You all got to be taking shelter, especially if you're on the northern side of this tornado warning right now. You got a couple minutes if you're on near Pittsburgh, but you should be getting there as soon as possible. Get your belongings together. This is a pretty defined hook echo on radar and a very strong inflow. And so tornado does remain possible with this storm as it moves towards Pittsburgh. Lake Bob Sandlin is also in the path of this too. Got a lot of places in Pittsburgh. Got the sheriff's office. Got a bunch of schools over here. Got a veterinary clinic. Definitely got to take shelter. Obviously, it's almost 10 o'clock, so most people are probably not at a vet right now, but that will be in the path of this storm. There are also a lot of RVs around this lake. So if you are in an RV or a mobile home, you got to get into a sturdy structure. You should not be, in that place right now. You got to get to a sturdy structure if you can. It's the best place to be right now. Is Longview in the path of these storms? You guys are. Yeah, Longview is going to be in the path of this storm right here. Main area of rotation right now is just south there of Winfield. This is a pretty dangerous supercell. It's been embedded in this line of thunderstorms for quite some time, but it is a very dangerous storm. And again, if it does produce, it's going to be probably producing a stronger tornado. So definitely got to be watching this very closely as it continues to move down to the south and east. It is beginning to speed up too. So it's gaining traction, gaining speed right now. Might have cameras here. Actually, we got a camera right here in Winfield. Look. Oh, it's not. I don't think it's working. There is a camera actually in this tornado warning, like literally next to the rotation, but it looks like it's down. That is unfortunate timing. This is a live shot over in Mount Pleasant, just outside of the tornado warning. Conditions are deteriorating here. That's really unfortunate, though. There is literally a camera right there in Winfield. You might be able to see some stuff if it was working. Unfortunately, it is not. It looks like the power actually went out there. I think that camera was working before, and now it's not. That is not ideal. New Boston update. You guys are almost done with storms. After these things roll through, you're pretty much done. Hey, Brandon for the super chat. Any update on the tornado by Bogota heading south towards Mount Pleasant? Pretty sure that's what we're looking at right now. This is the same storm that went through that area. And again, we just talked about it. Main rotation right now is just south of I-30, south of Winfield, and it's going to go into Rocky Mount here in about 5 minutes. A lot of RVs around this lake, from my understanding, so it does make this a little bit more of a concerning situation. If there was a tornado, it would be going through a very dense area of RVs and mobile homes and stuff. Solutions with the super chat says Central Mississippi has been relatively quiet this year. Anything on the horizon anytime soon? Honestly, every time there is a severe weather event that looks at least possible 7 days out in the Dixie Alley, it goes away. It's been happening literally every single time for the last like 2 weeks. This is like kind of the future here for the entire country. Midwest is going to get a big event on Monday. There could be some severe weather on Tuesday or Wednesday down there. I just don't see anything that organized, honestly. It just does not look very impressive. There could be something around, might be something around May 1st or something, but yeah, I don't see there being a whole lot right now. Obviously, if anything changes, we'll let you know. It's been really quiet there, though. I wouldn't be complaining, though. Honestly, it's probably a good thing. Last year was pretty active down there, I felt like. There's a tornado. It's going to be right here near West Midway, just south of Winfield. Rotation's gotten a little bit tighter here over the last couple minutes. Just outside of Macon. It's going to be heading towards the Lake Bob Sandlin here in a second. Pretty crazy looking supercell on radar. Rather have rain than severe storms? Well, sometimes that isn't the case, at least down here. Doesn't always happen. Got a little interesting looking storm over here northeast of Shreveport. This thing looks pretty funny on radar. It looks like a tornadic supercell here, but no rotation whatsoever. It is behind the outflow boundary that was shot off earlier, but if it somehow got close to it or latched to it, could produce a tornado near Minden. Pretty impressive looking. You should get a soundboard. What would I use a soundboard for on a weather stream? Please enlighten me. What would I use a soundboard for on a weather stream? I don't know what I would even use that for. Might as well get some sleep before tomorrow, Max. I'm going to get plenty of sleep. Don't worry. Severe weather doesn't really get going until like 5 or 6 tomorrow anyway. Tomorrow does look like a big day, though. Definitely looks big. Dramatic effects. I don't know what. I just don't know what it would be like. I don't know. I don't know what I would use it for. I feel like it'd be more like a meme more than anything if I did that. How's Tulsa looking tomorrow? I'm gonna have a video tomorrow morning talking about what my thoughts are. I do think tomorrow has a pretty high ceiling in terms of tornadoes, and also there should be a lot of hail. I definitely think at the minimum an enhanced risk for hail, but if not, even a moderate risk for hail could definitely be on the table. Hail looks again pretty wild tomorrow. Could have some really giant hail with those storms that happen. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning here in Louisiana. That one's gonna be for that storm we were just looking at near Minden, which kind of looks funny on radar. Main concern right now is quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is just slowly drifting to the east right now. Severe weather down there in Mississippi and Alabama has mostly been winding down. If any storms are still severe, the really main concern will be marginal hail and wind. Really not much else other than that. Got a cool little swirl right here. That might be a little mesoscale convective vortex right there. Latest scan still showing a large area of rotation west of Mount Pleasant. Hasn't tightened at this point, but if we do have a tornado, it is just south of I-30. It is now approaching Bloget and is about to cross over Lake Bob Sandlin. If you live along that lake in an RV or a mobile home, you've got to find a sturdy structure. If there's a tornado, it could easily damage or destroy that mobile home that you're in or RV. Do you think Dallas, Texas will get hit tomorrow? I'll give it like a 40, no, not maybe 40. I'll give it like a 20% chance. This is the kind of event where there's a cap in place and a storm may or may not fire, and I'm leaning towards it won't fire, but we'll see. I definitely wouldn't say fully no, though. There's definitely a chance. Max, my AC broke and my room is 90 degrees. That sounds terrible. That has happened to me before. It happened like, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, but AC broke during the middle of the summer here in Florida. And I was out without any AC for like 2 days or 3 days or something like that. And it was terrible. Made videos in it. It was so hot. I don't remember if I went live at all for it, but why are the Patriots terrible at drafting? Who do they draft? Got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Arkansas. That'll be for Camden. For 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail approaching U.S. Highway 79 right now. Who have the Patriots even drafted? I know there's been... I thought there was an offensive tackle in the first round, an edge in the second round. Who do we draft now? They drafted Max Velocity as Waterboy. That is not funny. Not funny at all. If I got drafted, I'd probably be a quarterback. Be the next Tom Brady. This draft class is kind of weak. I didn't even know the draft is going on. That's how weak it is. Hey, Gilbert for the Super Chat. Chicago looking this Monday. All hazards. Damaging winds being the main concern. If you got drafted, you would be a backup punter. I'm actually not bad at punting. Not going to lie. I got a good leg. I could at least make the practice squad. I think I punted the ball about 7 yards in my backyard when I was growing up, so I could probably double it, get to 14. I think that might be enough for a punt. We'll have another radar scan here in about 30 seconds. Make a cool intro for your live streams. Why? There's really no reason for me to have an intro. Every time we go live is when things are going on. I ain't making any intro. I'd much rather have a very... just kind of get into it sort of vibe instead of having some sort of intro. It kind of drags on things, I feel like. If I went live and I had an intro and there's like a PDS tornado warning, like that's stupid. Like there's no reason. Or a tornado on the ground, or one that's about to produce a tornado. Like the 4 or 5 minutes of an intro could literally be the make or break between somebody getting hit by a tornado or something like that, or having knowledge of it. Hey Max, I'm from Alabama. Why haven't we gotten anything? Because it is just that kind of year. Honestly, the Dixie Alley's just been dry. It's mostly has to do with our general El Nino weather pattern, but just in general, the jet stream has been really just lifted off to north. It's been almost all Midwest events this year, so. The alrighty then at the start activates me. Yeah, that's literally the intro. The intro is alrighty. Welcome back, everybody. Danielle for the super chat says, can you punt it over a mountain? I probably could. It's actually funny. I look back at our live streams and stuff, and I didn't realize how many times I have said, alrighty, welcome back or whatever. It happens every single stream, and it's been going on for over 2 years, and it's not intentional. Not intentional whatsoever. Latest scan showing our strongest rotation now over Bloget. If there is a tornado, it is going to be approaching Leesburg. Leesburg, you got to take shelter now near Rocky Mount, Texas, just south of I-30. Storm's also producing quite a bit of hail. Got some golf balls flying out of the sky. And there's still a possibility that this could produce a significant tornado if it does produce one. It is crucial that you are in your safe place right now as this storm continues to move down to the south and east. Texarkana at the bottom right of your screen is getting some lightning right now. A lot of lightning. Any dark for the sewer chat. Is it possible, or is it possible to tell how many? Possible to tell if May has any in store. I don't know what that question is. If you're talking about like severe weather, there's definitely gonna be severe weather. Every May has severe weather, whether you like it or not. Can I go to bed in Nebraska? You can. Are you staying on until the day 3 outlook? Bro, that's not until 2:30 a.m. Central Time, I'm pretty sure. That's a long time. I don't think so. Thank you, Harlan, for the super chat. Ever since I saw episode 1 in theaters, they say Okie Day all the time. What are we talking about? I don't know what that, I don't even know what that movie is. Never heard of it. Did you catch up on sleep? I did. Not fully, but I've caught up quite a bit on it. I got like, I think 10 hours, maybe 12 hours last night. I don't know the math. Trying to think. It was I went to bed again at I got like 3.5 hours plus 7 or so until 2 today. What's the math on that? 7 plus 3.5, so probably about 10 hours. It wasn't the best, but definitely got a good amount. There you go. Jumbo for the super chat. Sounds good, Jumbo. Feel free to send it. Hey, also, Clayton for the super chat. What do you think on the hook and broad rotation or East Tawakoni? Where is that? Is it the Emory storm, I think? This? I don't think much of it. I don't think it's really that tornadic. Should be mostly wind and hail. Can I go to bed in New Boston? Yeah, you can go to bed. If you guys are concerned anywhere, just in general, about you getting hit by a storm tonight and maybe me not being live in like 3 hours or 4 hours, and you know you're in the risk zone for a tornado or damaging winds, I highly recommend checking out Max Alert. That way you get a phone call with my voice guiding you through the steps of what you got to do if you're in a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. It's maxalert.net if you want to sign up. There's a lot of places down here that we might not be live for, like Winfield. This is hours from now, but like Winfield, Alexandria, that have a chance of a tornado tonight, and it's gonna be late. So obviously places over here don't have that concern, but even if you're just going to bed in general and might not, you know, maybe in 2 hours or so Marshall gets hit and you're going to bed in Marshall or Longview, you definitely want to have that extra cushion to make sure you know if you're under a tornado warning or whatever it might be, because again, it's gonna be pretty late by that point, and you might already be sleeping. Might fall asleep on the couch eating Doritos. Anyway, Andrew for the $10 super chat. What about Linden, Texas now and tomorrow? I don't see much happening tomorrow. Tonight will be maybe an isolated wind threat. I don't think there's any tornado risk really. It's very low. I'll be watching this right here for maybe a very low spin up potential. Hey, Mel, for the super chat, do you think Monday will go day 3 moderate? I think it'll go moderate. I would be surprised if it didn't go moderate, honestly. I don't know if they'll do it on the initial day 3 outlook, but I feel like a day 3 moderate is very, very reasonable. But we shall see. Who did the Patriots draft with the 90? Didn't they have like a pick like 5 picks ago? I still haven't gotten an answer from anybody. Did they draft somebody? We got a tight end, Eli Raridan. Wow, lovely. I don't know who that is. Latest scan rotation is still kind of rain wrapped. If there's a tornado, it's going to be north of Leesburg. Hasn't really been tracking south very quickly. Don't see it tightening on radar. It's going to be approaching. It just went through the lake. It is going to be approaching the west side of Pittsburgh here in a few minutes. So if you're in Pittsburgh, definitely take shelter. Rotation is quickly moving to the south-southeast. I don't know if they'll issue another tornado warning for this, but if they did, it would be going towards Gilmer. Gilmer would be like the next population center that's in line for a possible tornado threat. Yeah, we're getting out of the radar hole now. We're getting a little bit closer to the Shreveport radar. We are still in the radar hole, kind of, not as much though. It's only about 78 miles away now compared to what it was before, which is like 112 miles back over in Paris. So we've definitely made some progress and gotten out of the radar hole. Is there a tornado in Plano? I'm looking closely. No, there's nothing over there near Dallas, Fort Worth. The only storm that looks at least somewhat concerning when it comes to a tornado is this one near Pittsburgh at the moment. The one over here in Louisiana, it's not near the boundary, so it's struggling. Mainly just hail and wind right now. Hey, fan for the $10 super chat. How do you feel about Tyler, Texas, the rest of today and tomorrow? Tonight should be mainly wind. Tomorrow, I don't expect much. Arizona, good for the night. You're good. Central Mississippi for the night. Isolated strong. It's an isolated severe storm. Why does your merch not have max velocity logo on it? Lock in and make that big money. I live in Tulsa. We appreciate all you do. I mean, some of our merch designs don't have it just because I don't feel like they should. Like, I don't think Drunk NATO has our logo. I don't think Shame Merch has our logo. I mean, I don't know. Some people say we should have it. Some people say we shouldn't have it, sort of thing. And there's not really an easy way to just put it on the shirt in the design. When do you think you'll be live tomorrow? Probably like 4 or 5, I'd guess. We'll just see when storms initiate. We don't usually go live until storms at least initiate to some extent. I think tomorrow's going to be kind of a wait and see kind of day. But storms should fire around 5 or 6. Hey, Melissa for the $10 super chat. And also fan for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Everyone is asleep in Plano? I highly doubt that. Yeah, most people are probably sleeping. Make max velocity bumper stickers? We should. Hey, Thundercat for the $20 super chat. Snowfall outlook in Edmonton tonight. Trying to make one more snowmobile trip. Or is it still snowing up there? I appreciate that, though. Thank you. I don't know the last time I said the word snow. Feels like it's been at least a few weeks. It is still snowing up there. Got a little bit of snow up there in Saskatchewan. A little bit of snow even in North Dakota still. I'm so happy that we're done with snow. I was getting drained by snow. I'm not going to lie. I don't get snow in Florida, but just forecasting it. We had so many snow events this year. I was kind of ready for a change in weather. Snow sucks. That's why I don't live in New Hampshire anymore. I used to live in New Hampshire. Hey, Darian, for becoming a member. Are you auctioning the red Pumas? No. I'm gonna probably wear these shoes. I like them. I'll probably wear them at some point, honestly. I might wear them soon. Thank you, Gilbert, for the super chat. Latest radar scan still showing rotation right now west of Pittsburgh. It's a very slow moving storm approaching US Highway 271. We'll be approaching Gilmer here soon. If the rotation stays around this intensity, we'll probably see another tornado warning here soon going towards Gilmer and Ore City. Just kind of waiting for that to happen. Will the storm system reach Shreveport? It will. Shreveport should see storm sometime around 11:30, 12:30, somewhere in that range. Just woke up here in Texarkana for the third shift. Heard the storm rolling in, and first thought must get Max to see what's up. Yeah, there's not even a warning anymore for Texarkana or Hope. It's all just strong thunderstorms. Almost everything is outflow dominant except for like this storm. It's the only one that's like almost latched to a boundary or along a boundary, just helping to keep that tornado threat somewhat relevant. No wild weather here in Seattle, but still keeping up and supporting the channel. I appreciate that. You ever meet fans IRL? I do all the time. Met multiple of them on my California trip too, kind of on the plane and at the airport and stuff. It's pretty cool. AK for the sewer chat. In Dangerfield, are we clear for the night? Not yet. You should be here in about like 10-15 minutes. Hey, Jenna for the super chat. Just got off work and I tuned in. I live in Shreveport. How bad is it going to get? Should be mainly a wind threat, low tornado risk. This will probably be the main storm, at least for a little bit, producing a tornado threat. I don't see much else rotating. The storm near Emory's up to tennis ball sized hail, apparently. So this storm's exploding in terms of hailstone size. It's actually right over the downtown area of Emory. So Emory's getting hit pretty hard with tennis ball sized hail. It's near the Y'all Come Back Cafe, the Rains High School, near the Wildcat Stadium, and near the Sandy Creek Park. It's going right down Texas 779, going towards Bellevue and Alba. That is a giant hail core that's developing. We got tennis ball sized hail here in Texas. There's been very few severe storms in Texas for the last few months, it feels like. This tornado warning still includes mainly Upshur County, but Camp, Franklin, and Titus counties are still included in this. Hey, Robert, for the $10 super chat. Great job again. How much do you think terrain impacts tornado development in strength? If so, how much change in elevation would make a difference? I mean, terrain definitely plays a factor. If you have like a bunch of hills and stuff like that, it can definitely prevent storms from being that severe, like as it goes over them. So let's just say this big mountain right here. So this is like 10K feet or something weird, and everything around it's like 0K feet, which makes no sense. But let's just say it's something like that. A storm going over that mountain is definitely going to hurt it down the line. And once it goes back over that mountain, it's going to be weaker. Terrain definitely has a big factor, though. I mean, that's one of the reasons why, like over here in the Appalachian Mountains, for example, we don't really see that many tornadoes, at least around or east of the Appalachian Mountains. It really takes the correct setup for that, and it mostly doesn't happen. We have had very few actual like outbreaks over here in this general area. We have had outbreaks. It happens once every few years at least, but it's much more rare. Another reason why the West Coast hardly ever sees severe weather too. There's nothing really creating an environment anyway to produce severe weather. There's no like turbulent mixing with cold and warm air dramatically mixing throughout the entire atmosphere and stuff. The Rockies kind of help to do that. Hey, Sharon, for becoming a member. Will you ever travel to Kansas City? I am, I think, next week or the week after. Whenever the weather, whenever we have like a 2-day period where I know there's not going to be any live streams, so that's when I'll do it. Just kind of waiting to see when that actually is. We'll see if they issue a new tornado warning. I kind of assume they will for Gilmer. Longview is going to be right in the path of this. So if you live over in Longview, Texas, definitely get ready for this storm. What's in Kansas City? I got a top secret trip I'm going on in like a week or two. For like 2 days. Probably not even that long. Might only be a day. I have no clue. Unbelievable lightning storm on I-30 near Sulfur Springs. Yeah, these storms are producing a ton of lightning. If you guys have any videos of them, send them to us. Reports.maxvelocitywx.com. We got a few more videos that we've gotten sent in by you guys. This is a video here from Bonham, Texas, in Fannin County, here within the last hour. And this is a video from Tim out of Wise County, Texas, looking at the storms from a distance, which is pretty cool. Hey, Jax to the super chat. What is the time for Belcher, Louisiana area? At work at the sand mine, and we are on a lightning stand down. Any severe weather in Louisiana. I'll do the timing in a second. I'll just do that instead. But I say most of like northern Louisiana, though, will be within the next like 2 hours, like north of the interstate. South of Shreveport will be almost all overnight. This is Van Zandt County, Texas.
A new tornado warning has been
issued. With a
issued.
pretty big lightning show there. If you guys do any photos or videos, QR code's on your screen. It is also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Got a new tornado warning in Texas. It is for the same exact storm for Gilmer near Gladewater. Just north of Longview. Gilmer, you guys are also included in this. If you are in the tornado warning, you got to take shelter. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. This storm is tracking to the southeast or south-southeast right now. Gilmer, US Highway 271, near 155. You guys are all in the path of this. Got to be taking shelter if you are in this tornado warning. It's going to be going towards a pretty populated area here soon. If it were to somehow make it all the way to, Longview, we're talking well over 50 to 100,000 people. Also, we now have a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning in Mississippi. This storm near Prentice is all the sun cooking. So we could get a tornado warning on that. This storm is rapidly organizing near Prentice. Actually impressive how quickly this thing's organized. This is going to be heading in the direction of Summerall here soon. That storm could become a concern very soon. Thank you, Per, for becoming a member. I'm going to do a little timing guide here for those that are wondering. This is just general timing for tonight. So basically, this is what it looks like right now. By midnight, we should have storms approaching Shreveport, Longview, and Tyler. By 1 to 2 in the morning, those storms will continue to move through Monroe, Ruston, Winfield, back over towards Tyler. By 3 to 4 o'clock, storms will continue to track down to the south, going through Jackson, near Meridian, all the way back over towards Nacogdoches and Lufkin. And as we go into the early morning hours, that line will continue to crash towards the Gulf. Could still have some damaging winds and a low tornado risk, even in New Orleans and Gulfport tomorrow morning. Somebody has a fake Reed Timmer name in the chat. Oh my lord. I am getting this guy out of here. Bye-bye. We have a fake Reed Timmer in the chat before GTA 6. You're hard for the super chat. Here's the latest radar scan. Hey, Kimmy, for becoming a member. This rotation's quickly getting rain wrapped. So if there's a tornado, it won't probably be very visible. Definitely take shelter again, South Pittsburgh. If you are in downtown Pittsburgh, I'd still be in your safe place for a few more minutes until the warning's officially lifted. But rotation's out just down to your south. It's basically over Hickory Hill right now and Crossroads, and it's approaching Brumley. Here's that latest scan.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Well, they have issued a tornado warning now in Mississippi, just outside of Prentice. So if you are in this tornado warning, got to take shelter. I do agree with this warning. I think it definitely deserves a warning. This one has a pretty strong area of rotation right now. It is going to be moving towards Bassfield here soon, Carson, just south of Prentice, and it will eventually go in the direction of Sumrall. So if you live in the pink polygon, you got to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. We got about 8,000 people in this tornado warning. So if you guys have any friends or family that live here, make sure that they are aware of the situation and make sure that they are getting to their safe place. Feel free to share the stream. We'll be live here. Covington, Jefferson, Davis counties are the main ones included. There's also golf ball sized hail falling with this storm, which could definitely be a little bit damaging. We are sitting at 6 total severe warnings. We got 3 tornado warnings, 1 in Mississippi, 2 in Texas. Rotation's gone a little bit tighter on this latest scan. We'll wait and see what the next scan looks like. If you live over near Hattiesburg, definitely got to stay alert for this storm. You know, Dom 3 and Tip 2 were in the Brahman tornado yesterday. I heard. That's pretty cool. All the storm chasers are sleeping for tomorrow. Hey, they better rest up. Tomorrow looks like a big day of severe weather. I just bit my lip. That hurt. Here's the latest scan. So rotation hasn't gotten any stronger, but we'll keep an eye on it. Let me go back to the Texas storm here. This Texas storm is starting to, very rain wrapped. All the rotation has gotten rain wrapped. That like clear inflow notch that we had has basically gone away. So this storm, we'll see what happens, but if this keeps happening here, where the inflow gets cut off, that might lead to this being more of a damaging wind threat. So Longview, we'll see what happens, but Longview definitely got to still stay alert just in case. God, biting your lip hurts. Thank you, Tyler, for the super chat. You kept up with the draft when you can? No. I didn't even know the draft is going on. I barely kept up. I've literally been asking the chat who the Patriots have been drafting because, like, literally, I've not looked at all. I don't even know if I've been on Instagram to look. I follow some Patriots accounts on Instagram. Hey, Max, for becoming a member. Well, this guy's name is Max X Riley. It's not even the right way to spell Riley if you're trying to spell Riley's name. Thank you, Heather, also for becoming a member. I just dipped my fry into the wrong sauce. I don't like that as much. Is Riley the drone guy? Riley is the one that relays stuff on stream. Thank you, Gilbert, for the super chat. Yeah, I don't know who any of those guys are. I'm not going to lie. I've never heard of any of those 3 people in my life. So hopefully they're good people. They're good players. Because I have no clue. Will Kentucky to Tennessee be bad tomorrow? I don't see anything really happening in those 2 states tomorrow. You still have the food? I do. I've been just kind of snacking on it. Thoughts on Mike Vrabel? Right? I don't know. The whole situation's kind of wild. The more and more I saw stuff on social media about it, I was like, oh my god. Everything's stacking up, I guess. It was pretty wild. Where's Sheeskird? I have no clue. Still have some rotation right now, just out the Prentice, Mississippi, going towards Carson and Bassfield. Huge shout out to Sheriff with the $50 super chat. Thanks so much for all you do. Get some sleep. I appreciate that. A lot of sleeps in my future later. Thank you also, Tyler, for the super chat. They're both good players and got a good Notre Dame tight end. Another good Pats here, hopefully. Thank you, Meg, for the super chat. I have family in Gilmer. Yeah, hopefully that storm does become outflow dominant before it gets to you, because it seems like it might be. I wouldn't say it is for sure yet, but I definitely think it is trending that direction. The inflow has completely gotten cut off, so unless it reforms, I do think it's becoming more of a wind threat, but I wouldn't say that's 100% certain yet. Hey, OKC for becoming a maximum velocity member. You do a forecast for tomorrow's time frame. I've done it a few times. It's going to be mostly between like 4 and 11. We'll have a video tomorrow morning also talking about it more in detail. Anything happening in Dallas tomorrow? About a 20% chance of a tornadic supercell. Again, it's conditional. A storm may or may not fire, so we will see. But it is possible, and we will be live tomorrow if that does happen. We'll be live, I think, no matter what tomorrow with what it looks like, but if that does happen in Dallas, we'll obviously be live for it. Can you please auction off the red Pumas? I am not auctioning off my shoes. No way. Hey, Glenn, for the $10 super chat, just to thank you. I appreciate that. We desperately need rain in Live Oak, Florida. There needs to be rain everywhere in Florida. Thoughts on Tom Brady? He was the quarterback for my team. He was pretty lit. Mississippi storm is getting a little bit weaker in terms of rotation. Hasn't really tightened over the last few minutes. This is just south of Prentice right now, going towards Summerall. Not super duper concerned about that storm right now. It definitely still needs to be watched. The storm over here north of Gilmore definitely doesn't look as impressive, but we'll see how this thing evolves. If it can start forming a hook echo again, which might be trying to form another inflow, if that happens, then we could see a tornado risk increase again here near Longview. Do you ever cover storms in Canada? Not really. I've had a lot of people ask me to, but we don't usually cover them. There's not usually that many crazy storms up there, to be honest. We have like maybe a few tornadoes a year that are notable. Is there a significant chance of hail in this warning? Not really for Gilmer. If there's hail, I would be surprised if we had anything larger than quarters right now. The warning over here is for golf balls, but I don't know about golf ball sized hail anymore. I don't feel like the hail risk is that large anymore, with this being more of a line of thunderstorms. Did I finally get sleep after yesterday? I did. I'm still tired though. After all the talking I did at the conference and just not having much sleep this week, I'm still kind of out of whack. Definitely doing better though than yesterday. Yesterday I was literally running off of coffee. Max, I'm watching you at the gym right now. It's quite the place to watch. Thanks for watching from the gym. I can only imagine you just running on the treadmill right now, and it's on like the little tablet screen that's on the treadmill. That's all I can imagine. Got the YouTube app pulled up on there. Do I golf? Sometimes. Eden was an EF4? Yeah, the Eden, Oklahoma tornado yesterday was an EF4. I'm actually renaming my stream from yesterday to EF4 tornado in Eden, Oklahoma, as it happened live. What day was that? 4-23-26. Sometimes forget to rename these streams. Actually, I rename a lot of streams. I always forget to rename my streams after the fact. Bad habit. You watch tennis? I do not. Latest scan on the Gilmer tornado warning. Still got a pretty strong inflow going into the storm. Rotation isn't super tight or strong. Pretty broad area of rotation right now. But it might be trying to cycle. The tornado warning over here in Mississippi has also gotten a bit broader. The hook echo looks pretty crazy, though. It's just a kind of a little surprise supercell down here. There's a couple of them that have tried going up. There's another one over here near Fayette that's tried to do something, but that one's also been struggling. Do I watch soccer? Not really. Every single sport people are asking if I watch. I'm just going to give you the rundown, all right? I watch darts. I watch football. I will watch playoff basketball sometimes, not much. March Madness I'll watch. I'll watch some college football. I'll watch... I don't know what else I watch. I don't really watch soccer, though. I don't really watch hockey. Very minimal playoff hockey I'll watch. Playoff baseball I'll watch sometimes, too. That's about it. I love watching darts, though. Darts is low-key, like, the best. Darts and football are at the top of the list. Anyway, sure for the $10 super check. Can we expect anything in Southeast Texas tonight? Should be mostly an isolated wind threat. Isolated wind threat. That'll be not until like 5 in the morning, though. It'll be very late tonight. Volleyball is underrated. I actually liked playing volleyball when I was like in high school, but I don't know. I've never watched it. Do you have winning March Madness? Didn't it already happen? It's already over. Or did I? Who did I have? I didn't. I don't predict it. I'll just watch it. I didn't do a match margin. I did not do a March Madness bracket. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Grand Saline, Texas, for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This also includes Emory. So if you're in that severe warning, stay away from windows. It's my favorite weather condition. Sunny skies with the temperature being like 70. That'd be my favorite weather condition. Now, in terms of my like favorite weather phenomenon I like cover, it's definitely tornadoes. Severe weather is definitely my my favorite thing to cover. Only if Max got $1 every time someone asks a question. Hey, if I got $1 for every question, I'll be a millionaire. I think I get asked a question like every 2 seconds. Got a little damage path thing here. This is from Nick over on Twitter from the Enid tornado. The general path it took. I showed you guys an approximate track earlier. This is a little closer up of where it like kind of spun around and turned. So hit multiple homes and stuff. Pretty crazy path that this tornado took. I gotta say, like, yesterday could have been a catastrophe for Enid. We are very fortunate this thing was not 3 miles further north. Otherwise, there would have been, instead of tens of homes being damaged or destroyed, it would have been hundreds, if not thousands. So we got really fortunate. Thank you, Brock, for the super chat. Saw my first tornado in Truman, Minnesota 2 weeks ago. Seeing it while you were live talking about it was wild. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, there tornadoes over there in Minnesota were pretty wild. What will Tulsa look like tomorrow? Should be a pretty active day. Should have some supercells. We will be live covering it. We'll have a video tomorrow morning also going more in detail about it. Rotation on our tornado warning in Mississippi has gotten broader. Still a large hook echo, strong inflow going into the storm. Does not look nearly as impressive as before. One over here south of Pittsburgh is still rotating too. Tornado risk is, in my opinion, pretty low. I think it's gotten a little bit less organized, but we'll see what happens. And obviously, things could change as it approaches Longview, and Longview is, I would say, the main location right now in the immediate path of this tornadic supercell. Hope you had plenty of sleep. I got a good amount. I got like 10 hours. Hoping to get another 10 hours tonight. I'll probably be going to bed at like, I don't know when I'll go to bed, but I'll probably be sleeping for like 10 hours. Anyway, Willie, for the $5 super chat, do you get adrenaline rushes while covering storms? Because I sure do. I don't know. Good question. I honestly never think of it. I don't think I get any obvious ones, at least. I don't think I do. Hey Max, you're the best. I'm in Minnesota. My sister's in Pittsburgh. Went right by her house. Hopefully she stayed safe. We've had no confirmation of a tornado with this storm, but it has been tornado warned for I think over an hour now. It's been the same storm for a while. Sometimes you seem stressed. Yeah, when there's a lot of tornado warnings, or there's several tornadoes on the ground, I do. I mean, I would say it's kind of stressful. I mean, when you have to cover a bunch of warnings and balance all the warnings at once when there are lives at stake in every single one of them, like that's not easy. Not easy to do. More cat content, Max? Maybe. I haven't done any sort of really cat content before. Max, did you get my video? I probably did. Again, I don't... The videos and photos that you guys send do have to go through an approval process, and there's a chance it just didn't get approved. Just for any reason. I don't control the reasoning. It just happens. Did you cover the Three Rivers, Michigan tornado? We did. That was a pretty crazy day. Thoughts about going live on TikTok? Probably not. It's kind of hard to go live on there. And also, we have storm chasers, and storm chasers constantly get banned for going live on there. So I don't know if I want to risk it. Some really strict policy over there for some reason. Thank you, Douglas, for the super chat. Glad I could help. Does anyone read these? I sometimes do. Back to North Texas. We miss you. Now, I love living in North Texas, but like honestly, Florida's just better for, I don't know about weather, but it's definitely just better in general for me. It's closer to the water. I like being near the ocean. I don't want to be in the middle of Texas where like there's a lot of stuff to do, but I think there's just more for me to do here in Florida. Thank you, Hank, for becoming a member. We look tired. I honestly think what's hitting me right now is that I was at this conference, and it happened the last time I went to a conference, back in February. I went like days without talking to anybody. I feel like I'm hitting a stage right now where I just do not want to talk. It's weird. It's either that or I'm just tired. I don't know. It's one of the two. Also, these storms are so slow. It is driving me nuts. I'm used to like storms moving fast, and I do not feel like these are moving at 30 miles per hour. It's barely moving southeast at 40, which I don't know. Feels slow. I don't know if anybody's ever had that though before, where you like go to a conference, you talk a ton, and then you get like completely drained when you get back from it, which I don't know if that has happened to me, but it definitely happened back in February when I was at Chaser Summit. Came back and I literally didn't talk to anybody for like 4 days. My vocal cords are fatigued? Nah. I don't think it's that. Your peopled out? Could be. Hey, Breezy for the super chat. Sounds like you're an introvert. I am not an introvert. I'm like, I feel like the furthest from an introvert. I talk all the time. You go to a therapist? No? What? That doesn't have anything to do with this. Hey, Smith. South of KGWX rotation. Oh, this? Yeah, we've been talking about this story. It is tornado warned right now. But hey, Caleb for the super chat. Ah. All right, thank you for the super chat. I'm not reading that. What do you think about Tyler, Texas? Should be mainly a wind threat. Tornado warning here north of Longview. The rotation's gotten a lot broader, so I am pretty confident that that warning will probably be lifted here soon. But we'll stay here just in case there's a new warning for sure. You know, I gotta say though, like last night after I was done live and when I was going to bed, getting in my own bed for the first time in like 4 days just hit different. Felt amazing. Hey, Ariel for the super chat. What is W? What is the W everyone does? It means win, basically. Just an abbreviation. You're just sad because nobody recognized your birthday. That's not true. Have I ever taken shelter during a video? I'm definitely talking about a live stream. I've done it once back in I think 2022. I want to say. Say it's probably 2022 when that happened. Good news is that Riley's here in case I ever am under a tornado warning during a severe stream. I don't really dox my location, but it's fine. Dox my general area. Thank you, Kason, for the $20 super chat. Can you say hi to Charlotte Moose? How's it going? Thank you, Hank, for the super chat. Where'd I go to college? Embry-Riddle in Daytona Beach. What color Nike shirt tomorrow? I have no clue. Honestly, I have my suitcase right here. Let me give you some options. I can go with the dark gray or light gray. Dark or light gray Nike, maybe. I got another black Nike shirt too. We can do something like that. What are we thinking? Light gray, dark gray? I also got another black one, but that's the one I'm wearing today. Off topic, YouTube also gave me like free, like, I don't know, like a gift basket thing. So I got like some chocolate stuff. I don't know what this is. This is like what is this? Bro, I got like a gift basket from YouTube at the summit. They gave me some massive chocolate bars. This thing is big, almost as big as my face. What in the world? I don't know how these are, but they're massive. It's like the color of the rainbow too. Like huge. Gave me in the gift basket too. They gave me like a Kodak camera. Gave me like one of these. It's actually pretty cool. And they gave me a gummy bears thing. I don't know what this is. Apparently there's gummy bears in here. I got some beef jerky. All right, what color shirt are we going with? Light gray or dark gray for tomorrow? What do we think? Also, for those that are wondering, this is what I was wearing at the summit. Most of you guys are saying dark. Dark gray, it sounds like it's going to be. Tornado warning still continues here in Texas for another 10 minutes until 11 o'clock Central Time. You think the tornado warning could probably be lifted, to be honest? How's Benton look? Or I don't know where Benton is. If you're, I don't know what state you're talking about. Thank you, Michelle, for the super chat. Can we talk about Monday's severe weather threat from the Quad Cities up to Rockford, Illinois for timing? Should be. I'm going to talk about it tomorrow, but it'll be mostly afternoon and evening. Thank you, Breezy, for becoming a member. Are we cooked in Longview? I think Longview is going to be chilling. This storm does look pretty outflow dominant. I would be surprised if we got a new tornado warning there in Texas. The storm over in Mississippi, the tornado warning was canceled. Rotation's gotten broader too, but if you're in Hattiesburg, definitely stay alert for maybe an isolated tornado threat. Should be mostly a wind threat though, maybe some hail. Yeah, if you live in Longview, I'm not very. I feel like this is probably going to be weakening. I don't think there's much of a risk of a tornado here, but I'll just be staying alert just in case. There's the latest radar scan here. Is OK City safe this weekend? No. You are not safe. You're in danger. Did I get to meet Ludwig? I did not. I don't think he was there. I call you Maxi Poo. No, I'll ban you. Connor, I'm about to ban you, man. I'm about to ban you. Bro's gonna have his mod role taken away here in a second. No way we're telling me Maxi Poo. Thank you, Ryan, for the super chat. 100 gifted memberships guaranteed when we get a card camera. Hey, if we get 100 gifted memberships, I'll get a card camera. Riley, you're about to get your mod removed too. I think every single mod's about to get demoted. Marissa too. Hey, Hank, for the super chat. Yeah, Connor, on stream earlier, I think I said you're getting railed. I did say that on stream earlier. Oh man, that's pretty funny. You have a bush apple, bro? I need to get my bush apples. I heard that's a big thing. I got to get them. I got them last year. What's your sleep schedule? Terrible. That's what it is. The worst thing ever. Facebook Live ended? Yeah, I know. I saw that end. The internet on the computer that it streams from is pretty terrible. So. I'll have to fix that. I gotta plug it into some Ethernet. Hey guys, I'm about to ban everybody in the chat for saying this whole Maxi Poo thing. I'm literally about to ban everybody. Everybody's gonna get banned. Every single person in this chat's about to get banned. And whoever keeps asking me if I pack a lunch or take the bus, I'm about to ban you too. I don't even moderate this chat, bro. I don't know how to do settings. Hey, this will make it easier. I just made it members only. So that way, now I can make bans easier. If any members say you're banned. Dude, what are these super chats too? We gotta chill. What are these super chats? I've never done members only chat. They've done like once. New severe thunderstorm warning for Longview. That's for 70-mile-per-hour winds, golf ball size tail, and there's a tornado possible tag. There are way more members than I thought. This chat's still going fast, even though it's only members. What in the world? I like this. Yeah, I would too, honestly. This is pretty chill. This is a much more chill chat. Hey, every member, I gotta say, every single member in the chat right now is being chill and tame. They're following the rules. This is a change. Hey, Hank, for the super chat. Angel, the super chat just said it's my actual birthday. I'm not doing that, but happy birthday, Angel. Now, how do I flip it back? I don't know how to do this. There we go. Hey, Wisteria for the super chat. Hey, Vex the super chat. Appreciate that. Round 2. Hey, if it's round 2, I'm putting it back in members only. I'm going to put it back in members only if it's round 2. They will cancel the tornado warning here in Texas in a few minutes. God, the chat was so calming there for a second. With how small the amount of messages we had were there for a second were, that was amazing. Thank you, Derek, for the super chat. It just felt like a different world there for a moment. This chat's unhinged, literally. Anyway, disaster for becoming a member. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley. Bro got scared for a second. I was actually... Bro just gave me the craziest face, like, oh crap, yeah, I have to relay something. There's a button that he presses so he relays stuff, and he just panicked there for a second, I could tell. That's pretty funny. You guys couldn't see it. I try to make it as serious as possible. You gotta catch them on their toes. Keep them on their toes. Hey, Sean, for becoming a member. You really upset me? Why is that? Why am I upsetting you? There you go, Bonk for becoming a member. And Theodore for becoming a member. How do I gift memberships? It's the dollar symbol. Should give you that option. I think it might only be on desktop. I don't know if iOS has it now. They also Kevin for becoming a member. There you go, Kale for the super chat. What are your thoughts on Sunday underperforming if it does recook Monday? I think Sunday will be a big day too. I think every one of the next 3 days is gonna have probably a big tornado. So I think all of the next 3 days are gonna be very active. We're gonna be live for every single one of them. Definitely make sure you're subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified for when we do go live. It does look like it will be quite the active stretch of severe weather. Pretty active. Hey, Kyle for the super chat. What's a new Riley drawing shirt? I don't know. We need a new merch drop at some point, though. Riley needs to figure that out. It's all on him. Thank you, Super, for the super chat. What does that even mean? All right, we no longer have any tornado warnings. And I'm tired. So thank you, Abby, for the 5 gift memberships. We will continue our live coverage, but it's going to be on our second channel, more Max Velocity, because I want to sleep. And yeah. Thank you guys all again so much for watching. Subscribe to the channel if you're new here. Stay on the stream. You'll be redirected to our 24/7 live weather stream with live storm chasers, cameras, and all that good stuff. And yeah, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We got a lot of live coverage coming up. It's going to be busy the next few days. All right. Thank you guys all again so much for watching. We'll see you guys all again in the next one. Goodbye.